What up? How we doing? Yo,
Test. Okay.
yo, we hear you.
Early morning, huh?
It's early here. I'm in New York. Late nights and early mornings.
So, how is New York these days?
It's beautiful where I am. I'm in upstate New York, not New York City.
Oh yeah, near Buffalo somewhere.
Well, I'm near the capital.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely where I am. The birds are
Yeah.
chirping,
Okay.
squirrels are out there humping.
They're always doing that, aren't they? There's something wrong with those fucking squirrels. Is Have you heard about the World Economic Forum's agenda?
What
They
do they
want it.
plan on doing?
Well, okay, they've hired millions and millions of information warriors, and their job is to seize the internet and try to rewrite the narrative or keep their narrative in check. So shit posting, deplatforming, getting people fired, exposing whatever, any means necessary to their communist, fascist agenda. So
I
that's
mean, that sounds
why
about right.
we've got. What's that?
Do you got to control the information, right? This whole time up until the internet, they've had almost a total control on all the information you see. And
Yeah,
now there's so many places, like the news, for example. Like everyone got their news from the television or the radio or the TV back in the day. Now people don't need all that, and they can get their information from websites and stuff, social media,
yeah,
whatever. So yeah, they're gonna put an attack on that because that's some powerful stuff. If you can make people hear and keep seeing what you want them to see and believe. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt they're having massive
yeah.
amounts of people go
But
push agendas and stuff.
that's also the immigration agenda. Breeding third world peoples just to mind control them with false information. So
Sounds
yeah,
legit.
this is beyond World War III. This is like devastation.
I mean, they're doing a number
That's
on us, these elites.
that's why we have so many shit posters in these groups, right? They're all paid. Well, okay, not all of them.
Well,
Most
this
of them are
this
paid.
isn't bad. Geo actually cleaned it up a lot. It used to be way worse.
Really, that's good.
Yeah, we tried a mod, dude, but this is like a tightrope in here because we're not dealing with a lot of people. So if
Yeah,
we banned all the crazies, like it would just be like 5 people here probably. So,
echo chambers. Yeah.
well, it just there wouldn't be a lot of people. We're not starting with a lot of people. There's only like a few hundred people in this Discord flat Earth arena. So like, if you start banning a bunch of people and stuff, and eventually you're not left with a
Well,
lot of
that's another
people.
thing too. These shit posters and paid commenters, they actually bring traffic. So they're actually helping the platform, right? So if you see a group chat with only 7 people in there, you're less inclined to join. But if there's 20, you're more inclined to listen to the Discord, aren't you?
Yeah, more people.
Oh, it's poppers. Wow, that's fucked up. You still there, Jeremy?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Um, I heard this story years ago, like a long time ago, that in ancient times they built towers everywhere, and they were trying to control the people. So eventually, the people rose up and destroyed the towers and removed the government.
Yeah.
So I think it's like, they built these 5G towers in like thousands of years ago. They had all this technology, so this is what's happening now.
I mean, I think we might have been more technologically advanced in the past. I don't know about 5G towers. This seems a little bit much, but
Yeah.
I think the pyramid was something like that, some kind of thing that sent a frequency out or something, possibly. Great Pyramid. Not the other ones are crap. The actual, the big one.
Yeah, that because if you could use that as a signal to transmit information, that's yeah, that's possible. Because I had the other towers like Alexandria Lighthouse. And the Romans built a lot of fortifications in that area as well, but that's more recent. Okay, this is an interesting headline from Fox News. Taliban kills ISIS leader responsible for Kabul airport bombing. Okay, that's the end.
All right, all right, all right.
How we doing, Snacks?
Oh, doing good, man. You know, another day, another day. Yeah.
Another day, another donut.
Nice.
Yeah. Vlatek, you're like not a quitter at all. You're persistent.
Oh no, I realized I was bored.
Okay.
I was gonna quit the server.
You're like, all right, well the government's not recording me. Fuck. All right. So you're all copacetic with the liveness of all this here.
No, I just you just have to be careful what you say. Kind of sucks,
Mm-hmm.
but that's the point I was trying to make. Is that like, the YouTube AI is very advanced. That's why people are paranoid. Because people are so scared to say the C word. Deplatform.
Yeah.
So
Except Australians, they use that shit all the time. They're dropping a C word everywhere. Maybe you're talking of a different C word. I don't know.
maybe we're just being overly paranoid. I don't know. But we're thinking YouTube has more power than what it actually has. I think I think the problem is people are being reported to YouTube. That's why they get deplatformed. It's not because of the AI.
Oh,
What do you think?
okay. I don't know how all that shit's working. You know,
Mm.
it's just a wicked witch got her flying monkeys. You know what I mean? Like there's all kinds of different shit that's snitching on you all the time. You know, it's not just YouTube. It's not just Discord. It's like, you know, all manner of things. But you know, I'm not trying to make anybody paranoid about that. I just don't talk about the Terminators directly, you know, because then they'll like listen, travel back in time, try to take me out, you know. So that's why I just try
I
to
heard
avoid
about
talking
this.
about
Yeah,
that specific topic.
made a movie about it a long time ago with Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was directing
Yeah,
that to you.
I take that not as a work of fiction, but a warning.
Yeah, man, it's serious shit. Fucking Terminators. Soon those Terminators are going to be in all the supermarkets and the banks and taxi drivers and all this shit.
Like we've got smarter
I don't really know
robots
how they
than
can.
Arnold.
What's that?
Like, not only could we probably create a Terminator, but like we probably could create it better than Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, like more intelligent even than Arnold.
Oh, did you watch? I know this off topic, but did you watch Whipstick's book? I mean, Whipstick's movie.
Oh, sorry, what movie?
Did you watch Whipsty's movie?
Which teeth?
Level with me.
Oh no,
What's his
no, I haven't
name?
seen it. What's it? Yeah,
Yeah, that's alright.
that's all right.
Yeah, it's like as if they've just collated a lot of data together and they've used the main flat earthers around the world to present it and expose NASA. But it was kind of interesting, right? Because I've been trying to encourage Americans for several years to start protesting NASA. And
Well,
and
it's
I
always
used to
paid
say
off.
openly, yeah, I used to say like, you guys should be again Cape Canaveral every weekend protesting these idiots, right? And but I saw this guy last month, or start of this month. He went to the local council He protested NASA through that, which is quite interesting. And that's on the movie. It might be on YouTube actually. Yeah, it would be.
Oh yeah. Anyway, that's cool, man. I've seen a few different flat Earth things over the years, man. Yeah, I'm sure it's good.
Mm.
Some things are not good. I don't know. I guess I used to like be more into it. Like oh yeah, this is gonna be our doc, or this is gonna be like what really makes it hit. And yeah, I don't know. It's all awesome. I don't think I need it though. Maybe it's for somebody else. I'm sure somebody else is more excited to have all this going on right now. It's awesome.
Yeah, people with more money, more time. Yeah. Yeah. Have you heard about? We were discussing this earlier with Jeremy. You know the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, and all those dipshits.
Okay.
Yeah. He wants to hire millions and millions of information warriors to completely censor the internet, every part of it.
Yeah. It's weird. Like I noticed, like there are companies that want to do this, but they're like Cadbury chocolates. You know what I mean? I'm like, why that? Like, shouldn't you guys just be
Yeah.
making candies and whatnot? Not trying to police the internet. Some kind of like.
Well, it's just an investment. So if you're running a information company or whatever, and these type of contracts come up, but they'll be multi-million dollar contracts. They'll go for this shit. If you could work from home, hire 50 random people all around the world, and you just give them a list of websites they've got to shitpost and try to deplatform and take down.
Well, can we deplatform like Cadbury chocolates? Is that possible or no?
No,
That's too hard.
let's bring down all the corporations. Let's go back to village life. Fuck all this shit food and overpriced gasoline and shit. It's crap.
You're just doubling
Why do
down
we
on
need it?
extreme then. Okay.
No, it's just bullshit. The two agendas that are used mainly to destroy the West. Oh, I shouldn't say that actually.
You do like text to speech manually here.
No, I'm on a forum. The guy's asking me. A guy responded to my comment. Made a comment. He's going, "What brings you to that conclusion?" And I said, "Well, agendas are used to control people, and it's controlled by government." So. See, I think people still think they live. People think they live in a free society, right? But their range is limited. You understand? So if you limit your life to the supermarket, your workplace, the public library, to your friend's house, your parents' house, or whatever, and you limit your life to like a holiday once a year, or you go to the beach every couple of months, or whatever. So if you departmentalize yourself in that existence, you're not going to notice what the real agendas are. You understand? But if you branch out your realities and you start taking more information, understand more about politics and everything else, then you start to see things for what it really is. So that's why when you have legitimate people coming in into any chat or forum or whatever, they'll question you. It's like, yeah, but why would you think that? Or, that's not right. That's not what we're being told. I said, of course it's not what you're being told. I'm not going to tell you. You don't figure on their radar. Go try to talk to a politician and see how they treat you. And that's when you start to learn the truth. Oh my God, it's a shit post.
Yeah, I made some pretty decent fried chicken in an air fryer. Pretty excited about that.
Okay. Do
Uh-huh.
you crumb your chicken first, or how do you prep it? Bread it?
Breading, yeah. Well, yeah. I there's something basically you can sort of like most people just do a flour dredge first, and then hit it with the egg, and then hit it with some breadcrumbs on top. But you can kind of like screw up your flour to where it's like kind of chunky, I guess, So then it's you get all those like little, I don't know, breading flour chunks that are all super delicious. You can do that way.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't need a lot of chicken.
I don't either.
It's just got so expensive. At the supermarket, they want like $12. I'm like, why? It's a fucking chicken, man. What the fuck are we paying for?
I'm not sure the air fryers are actually good for you. Maybe not. Not really
You
sure.
don't
I
think?
have no idea. I don't know. I used to like this thing called it was like a light bulb and a fan, and you cook your food in there. And believe it or not, like it's just impossible how good it was at making stuff. I think that's my favorite thing. But I don't know, something about cooking my food with a halogen bulb. That's probably a turnoff now. I don't know.
Oh, it's how they do it. It's a heat lamp.
It's a heat lamp. Maybe I'm just like scared because it's halogen, and I don't even know why. Maybe I should have more halogen in my diet. It'd be brighter. But
Lamps in air fryer.
But anyway, it's just weird, like when you get convection and light, that it just cooks the shit out of chicken skins or whatever. It just makes things crispy in a certain way. It's really. But that's kind of what we have here: a lot of light and winds and stuff like that.
Hmm.
We need like a meta FE cooker. You know what I mean? You prepare all my food that way. This makes no sense to anybody. I've just done a recent psychic poll. There's only 2% of the people that really agreed with me just now. So you're better off picking a new topic, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate to put it on you, man. But you hear what I just did. That's nonsense. Talking about air fryers and stuff. But like an enclosed system, you know what I mean? You get like the light and then the heat. It's just more efficient that way somehow.
Or I feel like you're Alec Baldwin in 30 Rock.
Thanks.
Got 5
Thanks.
types of heat.
5 types of heat. Explain this. I haven't seen this episode.
Oh, you never saw 30 Rock?
Nah, well, I've seen a couple episodes, but yeah.
His like come up was Alec Baldwin's come up was like his department invented the microwave that had like 3 types of different heats or something. It just reminded me of this.
Microwaves don't make things crispy. You know what I mean? You got to throw them in some kind of toxic, like.
Oh my! They can make crispy bacon in the microwave somehow. I've seen it.
Well, like they use that. It's the same stuff your brake discs are made out of. What the fuck? Like, it's like that the hot pocket sleeve. Hot pocket sleeve technology. Been around. Don't eat hot pockets. Nobody eat them. Please don't eat them. Man, now we lost Blatek. Fuck. I'm leaving.
He might have remembered this on YouTube. I don't know.
I was like, oh shit, I'm on YouTube right now.
We're gonna get a lot of fucking action here, dude. This is the spot right now for Flat Earth. Like, this is it, bro. There's like 70, 80 heads wide. There was 40 in the VC and 40 on YouTube yesterday at one point. That's pretty much all of this arena's fucking attention right here. Everyone in Discord, you know? So use your heads, guys.
That's coffee. Gonna be. Did you got some Raffy tapes on?
I got some cartoons for the kid on. I'm just waiting to put him on the bus and go back to bed. I'm so freaking tired right now.
Morning, Paul.
Good morning. I was in the other Discord. How's my mic sound? I wonder if it's the Discord. You guys sound okay?
A little fuzzy,
What's up,
a little
Paul?
scratchy.
Okay. I'm driving, so it might be part of
That's cool. Let it rip. I don't know. I think you're all right.
it. I was thinking about it.
Okay. We
Paul,
crashed into a little.
Paul, we can't understand you at all, bro.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be okay, but no. Yeah, unplug the wah-wah pedal, and then it should be okay.
Oh, it's fucking freezing in New York, bro. We had to put the heat back on.
That's great.
Unbelievable. I almost.
It's two of us. I don't need to cut you off. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I almost turned the AC on last week.
I know, man. What's up with that? It was like 85, like 3 days, beautiful weather. It was like summer's early, guys. And then it's like, nah, let's downshift. We'll go back right into spring. 65 for you for how does that work, Jeremy? We spike to 85, beautiful weather, and then it's like no. How does that work?
Yeah, it's weird, bro.
We were probably just we were too close to the sun then, I guess, Jeremy. Then we were like a little farther away. Probably doing some kind of how do you explain that? How do you explain that on a ball? We got stronger sun rays. And it's not even sniffing 80s, probably for another month. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's weeks and weeks till that's going to happen again. But I've noticed that's like almost like a normal thing where there'll be like preview weather. That's what I call it. It's like 2 or 3 days of like what it should not be like where you are in the calendar. It'll be like 2.5 months ahead of time. But you get those 3 days of weather and then you're back in the season. I've just noticed
Is
this
a
stuff
sneak
on.
preview?
I feel like that. Yeah, I've been noticing it here anyway. I mean, around let's say it's real cold and dark when it's like about New Year's or something, and then this is a number of years ago. I was like, wow, it's like it's 2 weeks after New Year's, but here's this preview of weather. This is almost springtime weather, preview weather. Yeah, coming attractions, and then the following year it happened even sooner, and the following year even sooner. I mean, so there's some kind of whatever that pocket is kind of moving, against the calendar. I ain't a scientist. Almost a year I graduated, that's when it was like, wow, it's way too, like, this is, like, we got an extra month of summer here. Like, late summer stretched on into, like, almost December, That was and that's when they started pushing all this, like, I don't know, like, this is real climate change, guys. It's really happening now. But maybe that just means that we hit, like, a certain revolution in the cycle here. We get, like, an extra month. Because that's what we should get. I don't know, man. Fuck. It's cold, though. I hate cold. That sucks. Bless you, Canadians. You rugged asses. He's back with a new 9-volt in his wah-wah pedal. Welcome, Paul.
You talking about me?
Just giving you an introduction.
Hey, I'm still driving, so I don't know how well this is going to be.
Many times better than last time.
I won't go on the interstate. Maybe it's the static in the air causing it, so who knows?
Say we jinxed it now. Okay. Do you have like a clip-on microphone or something?
I mean, all I have is Bluetooth. I don't have anything else right now.
All right.
I can try connecting.
I think it's okay. It's just it gets a little. It might just get rough once in a while.
Well, I'm stationary, so it must be when I'm moving. Something about me moving is probably putting static or something in the system because
you're messing with the satellites or whatever.
Yeah. All I was going to say is I think it was a day or two ago. I think it might have been yesterday or whatever. It was a couple of days ago when they were talking about mathematics, and they say only math does proofs. Then you realize and you start thinking, wait a minute, they impose mathematics onto the world. So guess what? They are trying to prove things in science with math. So they just contradict themselves and they don't even realize it.
Well, I think the math's more than numbers.
The math is a description, supposedly describing the real world.
Now you're into Ice Planet Hoth mode of communication. Gold leader, come in. Yeah, it's Ice Planet Hoth shit had pretty decent transmission. I don't know why they had such crap audio.
It has to be me moving because I was stationed there and I started moving and it got garbage. So I'm moving again. I'll just have to come back and I'm not moving.
All right. Just carry on like I understood all of that completely. Yeah, try to keep your head stationary if possible. That's a tough signal, Paul. I don't know. I get the feeling I'll get a half of your sentence real clear, and then half of it will sound like a. But yeah, if we were to continue the conversation as if I would like be listening to you back, yeah, I think numbers are involved in nature. Like we get the numbers from the nature, so they're still already there. So when we might try to do some calculations on those things, I mean, as far as like for engineering something, those are maths. Even like things like it's resistance to the bending or the resistance to changing temperature. Those could be part of maths that we plug into this. It's just like creating a model. That's what I think. Modeling requires maths to make scale representations of natural proportions in nature. Hooah. All right, get at me.
Can you hear me this way? Is that better? Is that the same?
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I can. Try it.
Okay, I put you on speaker.
Better.
So I took my Bluetooth out of the equation.
Hey, Hawkins Laser.
No, really the argument, isn't necessarily about math itself. It's just about the argument that math doesn't prove things. But the moment you take math and impose it on the real world or take something from the real world and do it mathematically, you are starting to prove things. Because they say the only place you can do a proof is in math. Right? That's the argument I'm trying to get to. So whenever they say science doesn't prove things, pull this card on them. Say, look, didn't you say math proves things? Well, don't you impose math on the real world? So aren't you trying to prove things in the real world through math? That's the argument.
Right. I mean, I guess once it's down to numbers, though, we're just playing with numbers. We're not playing with the real thing. So like, let's say there's a lot of I'm looking at a cigarette box here. It's nothing original, but like there's all kinds of geometry that are involved here, all kinds of precise cuts and folds and shit like that to give it structure. And if I start to change these proportions out, I'm going to get a cigarette box that doesn't close right. Yeah. It may be in a different model. I'm like, oh, that works. Maybe it saves me money or something like that. But in the real world, it doesn't work. We can play around with numbers, but when we get down to really trying to apply it to a real physical model, I think that's where the rubber meets the road. Paul, what do you think?
No, well, yeah, my wife does kitchen design, and she works in a program, like ArchiCAD, or I think there's another one called the KCD that she uses for kitchen design, and she can do it all day on a piece of paper. But sometimes when it gets in the reality, there's always something there I got to finagle.
Yeah, right. Did you know the floor is not completely level here? Did you know that this is that or whatever? Right.
The guy didn't build. The guy didn't build the wall square or something. Yeah. So So, but I mean, the thing is, though, even the model is supposed to show something that's happening in the real world, right? So that's what I'm saying is even in that scenario, You know, it's something that's supposed to be in the real world, not just abstract, purely abstract.
Yeah, it's just one thing taken for a given, you know. So assumptions are made, and I guess if everything goes well, then we won't even notice that the floor is crooked. You know, we'll just put the cabinets in. Yeah, everything will like line up like we planned it. But yeah, there's going to be. I'm sure there's times when there's like weird problems that like take some thinking about. Like, why is it like this? Oh, we didn't consider X. We didn't consider Y. Oh, it's really humid right now. That's why these things aren't joining up right. I don't know. There could be multiple amounts of reasons. You know what I mean? But it's all problem solving at the end of the day. You know. But at the end of the day, with these kitchen cabinets, you can tell if everything's flush and it's it's sitting correctly or whatever. But how do we deduce this from the maths, trying to apply it to the natural world, and then saying like, oh yeah, we got it, chef's kiss, that's it. We can't test it the same way. I don't think it's not as obvious, and it's certainly not as available for everybody to like peruse the results of it. Am I stretching your point out too far here, Paul?
Not, I mean, that's okay. I mean, that's part of the discussion. It's okay. But I mean, math can do certain things, you know, in the real world if you have but you got to have an understanding of the real world to be able to use math in it. You know, like I could tell you the velocity of the bullet and tell you the angle off the ground, and I can mathematically describe to you roughly where it's going to hit. But the math doesn't account for everything. Doesn't account maybe for the wind that day or the temperature or the humidity. You know what I mean? It doesn't. I mean, you could if you could factor those things in all the way down the line, and I think that's even what I think it was Isaac Newton or one of the other ones thought the world was purely mechanistic. You know, that's why you could do predictions like that. Because they say if you could predict every velocity of every molecule in the in the world, then you could predict about anything. You know, but there's certain level of uncertainty. You know, even in, like quantum mechanics, there's a certain level of uncertainty that you cannot have that prediction. Can't have it. You know, so
Yeah.
so math is a good tool. You know, and um, that's why we use it so much in the world. But it's not perfect. I mean, what's his name? I think it's Veritasium or whatever his name is. He actually showed where math has its limits, you know, in his own. And he's Glober scientist, does science videos, and he says math has a limit, has a problem, can have problems within it.
Sure. I don't know. It seems like we just try to apply a general math to everything, and then we deal with it in the ways that we know how to math. But I kind of believe that everything might have its own optimal way to perceive it. You know, for scale or for other things where we don't have to confuse it in numbers or mess up translations. You know, there's like an optimal way to like look at the place we live. I'm not sure if we're doing that, but we might be. You know, maybe there's like a more optimal amount of degrees, or maybe there's a, you know what I'm saying? Like there might be other more direct ways to get the data.
Well, there's always going to be there's
Yeah.
always a variable that you can't always find. I mean, because to find every variable in any scenario, you'd have to be like all knowing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you know all possibilities and all the things that you're missing, but nobody has that.
Yeah, I just mean like, certain things like might be very apparent to you in a certain number base. You know what I mean? Maybe in base 10 they look different. Maybe in base, maybe in binary they look somewhat very sensible. It's hard to know like what makes sense to your mind, because like how we perceive like patterns and things. I think that's a lot about how we're getting maths out, to try and build some understanding of how things work, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's pretty elementary in a way, but I guess humans, we need to like draw a line between like what we can understand and what might be magic. We're not sure.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, there's some high tech stuff out there. You'd be like, wow, that's pretty magical stuff, you know. But it's not. It's like a technique, you know. But that's just words we use to describe it. I mean, as we got mathematics, right? But like when we try to like just put the math to the things that are like miraculous, it's like we kind of come up short, all right? Like to try to describe the whole thing. We could mathematically describe the wonders of childbirth, but it doesn't capture any of the realness to it. You know what I'm saying? So math
Well, I mean,
had
it's like,
limitations.
well, I mean, a math can describe to you what's in a chocolate bar, right? You could say there's this much sugar, this much cocoa, there's this much cocoa butter. We added this little extra spice. This is how much, but that doesn't capture the taste of the chocolate. You know what I mean? It doesn't. That's what I've always said.
Yeah.
There's two levels of knowledge, and I've said this a lot on here. There's a propositional knowledge, and at one level, math is that. But the other aspect of knowledge is the experiential knowledge that math and things like that cannot quantify. You know, and only the experience of it can give you that knowledge. You know, you can't get it any other way.
Yeah.
You know,
That,
they could
that goes,
have it. Go ahead.
I think that goes back to like this kind of a concept of archetype or whatever, and that there are, I don't know. This might be like a modern hashing of it, but it's like there are two types of mind, I guess, that you could use. One of them is like you're going to use theory and all these types of elements that are not experience, and they describe that as the Apollonian approach or whatever. And then there's one that is experiential, that's just built on that experiential level, and that they call that the Dionysian approach. It's like Bacchus or whatever, you know, like the sensation of it all, rather than being so distant but perfect, you know, like Apollo versus, like, you know, it's the sun versus the drunkard, I guess. You know, you could look at it that way. One of them is like directly involved in it, has that experiential, you know, attachment, and then the other is just like applying things from afar, and they're essentially very different modes of thought. We could reach very different sorts of ideas, you know, based on these archetypal ways of just modes of thought, how we're trying to digest what we see.
I think I get what you're saying. I just thought of something while I hate to say it, but I was thinking about this while you were talking. I shouldn't have done that, but do you remember in the Star Trek episode? What is it? Not the episode, but the movie where Data gets his emotion chip for the first time.
The Borg Queen gives it to him, and she's like, "Data, don't I look
What's
hot?
that?
I'm a Borg Queen." Woo. No, yeah, and he's like, "Oh, that's fascinating." Yeah.
No, well, there's like whenever he would drink, like if you go back to the old series and he would drink something, he would analyze it and say, well, there's this much in there, there's this much alcohol, there's this much of that. But then when he first gets his emotion chip and he's in 10 Forward and I think Guinan or somebody gives him a drink for, you know, and he drinks it and he goes, he kind of does a weird face and he goes, what's wrong with you? Like it? And he says, no, I hate this. You know, it's like for the first time, it wasn't about analyzing what's in the composition. It was like, I don't like this. Doesn't taste good. You know, I thought that's a good illustration of what I was thinking about. Is that clean and
Oh, right. You could do like the chemical analysis, but when it gets down to like your true sensory information, you're like, it's something else.
right.
Gotcha. Oh, What does that mean? That the emotional side is more like threaded into other things, like it's more it's like a wider sort of base, you know, like whereas like the analytical chemical is just like ping, ping, ping. It's not really getting dimension.
Well, I mean, I think emotions do tap into something that there's kind of I guess that's actually a like or dislike or good or bad. Emotions kind of help point in that direction. I've always said that. I think emotions don't ground it, the moral or what is good or bad. It doesn't ground it, but it can give you an indicator or a pointer in that direction. So when you see something that, like someone die, you watch somebody die or brutally get murdered, and you have remorse and or disgust or whatever that may come from that, there's an indicator that there's something wrong with it. You know, that's why Data says, "I hate this." It's like a, I mean, in that scenario, it's subjective, but there's an aspect of it too that can point in a direction that tells you there's something wrong with there's something wrong. You know, and so I think it's part of that. Like, it doesn't tell you what something is, but it can tell you that there might be something wrong, you know, or something good. You know, feeling the joy of holding your child, you know, that's something good in that, you know, and or, you know, defending your family, and you have lash out in rage against the evil or whatever, trying to defend your family, or you know, whatever may happen, you know, it seems to be connected in that kind of scenario. Now, when that emotions get skewed, when they're not right, you know, there's nothing guiding those emotions. I think that's where you get psychopaths and people doing really bad things when they get pleasure from inflicting pain. You know, that's when it's skewed.
Psychopaths supposed to have different brain physiology than normal folks.
That's possible. I mean, I don't, but see, I don't know if it can be accounted for just through physiological components, though.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's more to it. It's hard. It's deeper than that.
Yeah, I think what it is I've heard it described by people who are like really good at this kind of stuff, is that like that situation you were saying where you see something horrific, it's the normal person that has to deal with those things and be like, oh man, that was terrible, really, you know. But the psychopath is studying all of the expressions of all the people around him, not really caring about the actual horrific event, just watching people so that they can try to mirror those things to understand what it might be like to have emotional reactions. They'll copy other people's emotional reactions so that they look like they're regular people. Is that crazy?
I've never thought about that, but
that's like a pretty high level like assessment from a few different people who study, like, you know, violent criminals and stuff. There's something built weird wrong with them. Like, they're missing a certain identity of like what it means to connect their own emotions to themselves. They don't do that, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like dysfunction, but it's also physiological, and it might come from other things too.
Well, I mean, sometimes it could be. I mean, I've never really analyzed it down to this level, but sometimes it can come from trauma. So, like, if something happened to that person in their past, and they had to shut off part of who they are, or what, you know, to cope with something, you know, and then that gets kind of locked in the brain, you know, in the brain, so to speak. Like, the pathway is fixed, and there's no way to change it, or it could, you know, which I think everything can be changed in your brain state, because your mind can control your brain, how your brain is. But that takes a lot of work. But I think, yeah, it could be something like that too. But I don't.
Well, or it's almost like, you know, when somebody has something traumatic happen to them and then they don't react to it, it's just like they're in shock. It's almost like that's where a lot of these people just like wake up and go to sleep. They're always in this kind of sense of shock where they're so distant from their own internal things going on, you know. I don't know, man. I ain't no psychologist, but
I ain't either.
such as to say, I'm not even really sure there's like a pure, like, the psychopath, like, in air quotes, like if that's like a standard thing that can be even figured out, you know. Because well, it's like Freud's got a book called like Psychopathology of Everyday Life, but people do a lot of psychopathic things just as part of their regular routines too. We just don't qualify them as being psychotic because we're not trying to like Jack the Ripper somebody or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just idiosyncrasies people have, you know, that might not make any sense, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, or like when I leave the house and I'm like, did I shut the burner off on the stove? Like, I probably did. It's like almost 100% chance I did, you know?
Yeah.
So what is it that makes me like doubt that or think that? Am I just not paying attention when I turn the thing off? Is that like something I could change, you know, rather than like having to think about it when I leave? Just make sure I always am like really good at turning it off. I don't know, man. It's just, yeah, these things pick up though after a while. Like the older we get, the more, like our systems kind of get out of whack, and then they need Sigmund Freud to tell them what's going on.
Yeah.
I guess. Not that I like Sigmund Freud. I think he's a little obsessed with sex or something.
Well, I question a lot of psychological things because it's not really, it's such a subjective, and you could argue that it's science, but it's more of a study of the human nature, and you look for patterns, but I don't know if that's necessarily something, because it gets, and of course they change they change things, like things get added to the psychological book all the time, and one thing at one time may be bad, and then later it becomes good, or whatever. So that's psychology is such a subjective thing. So I don't know,
Yeah. It's weird.
What's the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath?
That's a good question. I don't know. I've not thought about it.
Yeah, I think there's probably crossover as well, right? But like somebody who's sociopathic is just like pretending to be all of those things to try and get into you. I think like you're a victim to their I don't know, like a true sociopath, like somebody who's like I'm like a cape wearing evil sociopath. You know what I mean? Maybe they're playing all kinds of manipulation on other people. You know what I'm saying? Other people might just be kind of very like they might just have a place that they're very social and that's how they work. That might be something, but that's different than what a sociopath is just using it for like little hollow manipulations of other people because that's how they think they can live. I guess, right?
So a psychopath is someone that will like actually go to the extent of hurting other people, whereas a sociopath is just sort of trying to manipulate people to do what they want. Or is that kind of what it is? I've always had trouble distinguishing the two.
Yeah, that's why I think there is a little bit of overlap. I don't think it's like you could categorically. I don't think like a sociopath is going to go murder people. Although there's probably okay.
I just finished watching the entire Better Call Saul series.
Okay.
On Netflix, and it seemed like to me that you would call Saul and his girlfriend or his wife sociopaths in that show.
Mm-hmm. Right, like lawyers. Lawyers are kind of sociopathic a little bit. Salesmen can be a little sociopathic, right? Like, hey, I know you got 2 kids and you need this van. This van is great. This is gonna be, you know what I mean? Like salesmanship in a way is a little bit like getting into the person you're that you don't know, right? Anyway.
Oh, don't say that because Paul's a salesman.
I'm not saying Paul's a sociopath or anything.
No, I just keep fucking with him.
It's the edges of it, though. A little. Okay.
I watched that whole series, and it was like Saul. He was always trying to like get at people and do things not physically, but and what he did ended up hurting all these people. I know it's just fictional, but you could see how that happened. Like I don't know if you watched that series, but they totally screwed with that one lawyer with the blonde hair. I can't remember his name. Howard. And Howard came over to their house to try to understand why they were after him, and he ends up getting murdered. So it was kind of like all the little games that Saul was playing with this guy ended up with him dying anyway. It's just, I don't know. It just made me think a lot about sociopaths and psychopaths. I read a book once. It was written about the Chicago World's Fair.
Nice.
And it was about
First
the psychopath. What's that?
1937.
Yeah, and it was about the psychopath guy that was murdering everyone.
Hello? Little crosstalk going on there. Hey, Bo. Oh,
But yeah,
Nah, I can't watch it no
Ebo.
more.
What's up, Elba?
there was a guy in that book who, and I think he was actually a real, murderer, and he was like a pharmacist or something, and he would kill people and burn them in an incinerator. This was all happening during the Chicago World's Fair. They eventually caught him, but yeah, I guess he had murdered and taken advantage of hundreds of people. Just ruthless psychopathy. Just amazing how evil people can get.
If that's real, I don't know. If it's not like a warning story that we've kind of put out, if there's not
Well,
like
don't you
a
think that like the dehumanization of alternate cosmology, like people that adhere to alternate cosmology, is pretty psychopathic?
huh?
It seems like that could have an effect, but I mean, there must have been psychopaths before the Earth took to a globe cosmology.
I'm just wondering, like, Snacks, what do you think about that? Like, think about the psychology involved in that. You know what I'm saying? The dehumanization, like, I mean, that's like a real thing on the internet. Like you just go watch one of my debates. So I don't know. I think yeah, labeling someone a psychopath is pretty flooded in subjective terms and definitions, but
Yeah, there's a weird thing that goes on, like when you hear somebody that you do, like your mind just kind of hears someone's voice and tune into it, and they can hear all these things, and that might just increase all this cognitus. You know what I mean? Like when probably you're getting like your most inflammatory responses from people that you're half connecting with, and they're still fighting the other half, I guess. So I don't know like what kind of mental situation that is, but there are definitely times when people get like, I don't know, almost like a vigilantism about it, as anti-flat earthers, you know what I mean? And just like, try to like equalize things. I don't know. There's something about that I don't understand. The enforcement, the I don't know, sheepdog type of people out there. You know what I mean?
I think it's pretty
Distractors, well.
psychopathic. I think that like I don't know if that's the word though, but
I guess
that's just
maybe it's like in a way, like I guess I'd maybe call it like idiopathic. Like they're so down for their ideology that nothing is like off the table for them.
But it seems deeper than that for me. Like it's like, who cares if the Earth's a ball? Like that's what we were all told. We've known that forever. Like who cares about that? Like I don't know who would identify through that. Like I think it's deeper than that. I think it's, I don't know what it is, but like to stalk the people, for example, or like I don't know, obsess. It's not really the subject; it's the people. So it's like seemingly deeper than that. It's I don't know. I don't want to get too into it. I don't want to sound like I'm being mean.
No, I mean we're all people. I guess we could all be on either side of this in some manner. I guess if you're lenient on it, right? I mean, depending on your upbringing or your education or things that you held dear. I don't know. Maybe you defend something to the like they do. I try to have sympathy. I try because we'll have a pulse and feelings and stuff, presumably. But why do they go and abuse people if they have feelings,
the
right?
stuff that they do. That's what I'm saying. Like think about the stuff that they do. Like let's just use me for an example. You can go to my channel. I just did a stream called Everything's Connected. I talk about the ether and stuff like that. First comment posted is like, is Witsit still with jobless, rambling on the internet without a job, with the inability to provide for his family when he just had a daughter, and his daughter's gonna grow up without her dad being able to provide for her, seeing that he's a rambling psycho on the internet and is going to be resentful of him. And there are many hundreds of anti-flat earthers that have said that for a long time. You know, I run multiple businesses and stuff like that. It's really weird. If you think about it, it's very weird. So that's just one example. I mean, a lot of the dehumanization is why I'm saying that's got to be pretty psychopathic, right? Like complete void of empathy. Maybe that would be sociopathic. I don't know. Isn't that kind of more sociopathic, like lack of empathy? But basically saying that we shouldn't be allowed to breed.
Well,
it's like
I would say that it's
some
just
of
like
them are
overall,
jokes. So.
like trolling on the internet. Sorry, wait. The trolling on the internet isn't a way sociopathic because it's like a lot of these people actually just do want a regular conversation. They just do want to actually just speak one-on-one with people. And the only way to get their attention is to say terrible things or like attack there's family and stuff like that. There's people that are wired wrong. Absolutely. You know, but you know, this is a part and parcel, I guess, to the internet illness that we kind of have to deal with this way.
Well, think about this. What about this? What about like big, drawn out, elaborate lies to create narratives to harass the people, right? Like that's what I'm saying. I think that is psychopathic, where say that you detach from reality so much so that you get lost in this world of like whatever narrative you craft in your head, you then begin to internalize and believe is reality. Like, isn't that kind of psychopathic? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm not big on the psychological terms personally, but like, that's what I'm saying. Like, for example, they'll create these huge narratives about many flat earthers that they know they made up. And they know that they have to kind of twist and lie to make the narrative. And then they say it, even if they get corrected, they say it for years. To such an extent that it's almost as if they begin to believe it. And then they go talk to other people that affirm it. But the whole time, they must, on some level, be conscious that it's not actual. I think that's psychopathic. I think that's crazy. That's all I'm saying. I think a lot of the people that we're dealing with that fight flat Earth consistently are actually psychopathic. I'm not even trying to be ugly.
I always
Could
wonder
I
about
add into that one?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to add on that last comment. The other day, I like rarely speak in these channels. I just like hearing, the debates and what's new on this stuff. But that one guy, when freaking crypto was debating him, like that was like the largest amount of cogdice or just pure negligence that I've ever seen. Where Crit blatantly asked him, what proof do you have? And the guy says, well, I don't have any myself, but other people do. That was his response. And then he sat there fucking talking to Witsit and was like, pretty much like, you need to give me an answer for this. Like, what's your proof? And like demanding. I was like, buddy, like that's not how this works. And when you're talking about logic manipulation and whatnot, if we're talking about kids growing up wrong, I mean, imagine being that dude's kid and having to deal with that and trying to process that as a kid. I mean, if that's his true mannerisms and he's not just a troll, like I feel bad for, and I hate to, give them shit for giving other people shit, but it's like, I genuinely feel bad for his wife or his kids if they have to deal with that kind of manipulative tactic, where then he just blatantly lies about it, like, oh, I never said that, but anyways, like it was absurd.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was 2 days ago. I remember it. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's weird, man. Like, I don't know, man. It's whatever. We can psychoanalyze the intention all day, but like if you go read, like a good example is just go to modern day debates and just read through the comments of any of my flat Earth debates, or even like my slavery in the Bible debate or my evolution debates. But like, if you go read through the comment section, specifically of my flat Earth debates, that's the best litmus test because I have an anti-flat Earth legion that follows me around the internet. And just go read the stuff they say, bro, and tell me that it's not psychopathic. And then, it just like with the cops, it's like you have the one cop that one time pulled me around the corner and like knees me. Like the other cops know he did that, and they don't say anything. So when all the other ballers or anti-flat earthers see that going on and they never say anything about it, they just sit back and they watch the whole thing, then that shows that they like also enjoy it. So I would be impressed if someone could go read those comments and tell me that they're not psychopathic people there. Like I don't think you could actually leave without that conclusion.
Yeah, with the police, dude, there's different levels of corruption. Like, in all fairness, some cities, some towns, I mean, smaller towns are hit or miss with the police, but the level of psycho, it seems like more government is more psycho, but usually what you see, like Long Island audit, for instance, he's becoming pretty big, and the stuff that he's doing in New York right now is insane, and a lot of the stuff he's posting is like, oh shit. But yeah, a lot of it gets dismissed, and they go, well, not every cop's like that. You see freaking, he shows you, like, you see gangs of cops that, one person will freaking beat somebody up, smack them around, and then you'll have like 5 or 10 cops watching and not doing anything about a violation of rights, a blatant assault, kidnapping, like, and I don't mean that in a slight degree, like by technicalities. I mean, like, these are cops that are, no reasonable suspicion, right? Nothing. They just base it on the color of their skin, pat them down, throw them in the car. That's kidnapping. Pure and simple. That's kidnapping. And they'll dismiss it because only one person did it, but the 10 guys that were around that didn't do anything about it, in a sense, they're the same ones doing it. Like, that makes up most of the fucking police force. Just crazy the way that they go about arguing stuff like that and won't look at the facts.
Well, I would say, yeah, like the same thing happens here. Like, say when Zanik jumps in and runs us through the weeds, or any of the ballers, like not to bring up other names, but even in this room, right, where there has to be some personalization because they interact directly with flat earthers on a daily basis. There's still this like there's just I don't know if it's dehumanization as much as just like blatant disregard for like common respect and courtesy. Like, they will sit here and know damn well that the baller is like playing games, is like dragging us through the mud, or being disingenuous or lying. And half the time they'll come in and just baselessly support their lie. And then once it's called out, they'll just be quiet and they'll wait for the next subject. Then they'll do it again, which means it has to be conscious, which means you're making a conscious decision to do that to other people. I consider that psychopathic, man. To find entertainment through that is pretty psychopathic to me. I don't know.
That's why I wonder about free will sometimes, man. Like, are these people actually exercising free will, or are they just like fucking infected and they just act like this?
Well, I actually do kind of agree with that, actually. I think it may be the latter, right? I think that there's something else that kind of makes it happen. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely weird seeing that level of cog dis and whatever it is.
Well, cog dis is a byproduct, right? So, like, cog dis can cause things, but it's like, what's actually causing such a severe state of cog dis? Right? It's fear.
That's what I'm getting at, yeah.
Yeah, it's fear. And then fear, being such a strong emotion, overrides logic, but it can basically like devolve into degeneracy. That's what I think it is. It's just fear, but it's like not just fear, right? Like if you were so scared of flat Earth, you would just ignore it. Like, you know, like if you're scared of the horror movie, you don't watch it. So it can't just be like fear-induced cognizance. It's like something else psychological. It's like, or maybe it's like what Snacks is saying. There's like some component of this where it's like not conscious, but that seems really wild to me to wrap my mind around. I don't know.
It's like madness of crowds, you know. And if yeah, I don't know, man. I think there is a type of insanity that like group dynamics do have, you know. So whether you want to call that like psychopathic or whatever you might want to call it, it could really be any way. It's like a mob of people, and they all kind of feed off each other. I don't know. It's weird, but it does seem like it's like on automatic. Like that's a weird thing. A lot of these people don't really like. If you made them stop and think about what they're actually doing, like they probably be like, "Wait, why am I doing that?" That maybe some other like lower level consciousness could do that. You know what I mean? I don't like why don't we take the higher road, man.
Yeah, the thing that I see,
Sorry, go ahead.
the thing that I see more often than not is like what you were talking about, the Globers just watching, you know, you guys get dragged or drugged through the mud. It's like you'll see a freaking flurf, you know, call the other one out miles ahead of the conversation for misrepresenting, you know, their evidence and whatnot. Even if it's over minor things like, oh well, no, it was so and so amount of miles, but just so you know, even over minor things, and yet I've seen the same thing time and time again where you'll have like a group of them, right? And they're trying to get their fucking stories straight as if they just committed a crime. You know? Like it's funny. And I've only seen one or two of the ballers that show. And I think two is like a stretch, but I can safely say I've seen one of them at least attempt to say, hey, no, that's not correct. I don't believe in that, part that, I do believe in the ball, but I don't believe in that. And he'll kind of correct the other one. I've only seen one of them versus the almost 90% of, slurfs that would call the other one out. Like I don't know. There's something to be said there, big time.
Yeah, I'm saying we do it every day. We do it every day. Every single time I hear someone talking about the globe and their argument sucks or misrepresents the globe, I immediately stop them, like immediately. And if I hear a conversation between a baller and a flat earther, and the flat earther's like losing and making a bad point, I jump in and say that the glober's correct. Like I do it all the time. But if they're like lying, I'll be like, they didn't. No, he didn't say that. I'm like, Kosher didn't say that. That's not what Xanax said. I say it about all of them, but they never do that. They sit there and watch the whole thing, knowing damn well, right, that it's like they're lying. And I don't know. I find that very crazy to me. Like I wouldn't trust them in my vehicle with $100 in there. Like,
yeah, and I guess the times that it becomes relevant, what I'm talking about is with some of the Globers you guys have made some progress with, and maybe, already kind of concluded with the conversation about gravity not being a force, and then you have another Glober that's trying to still insist that it's a force, and the other one's like, no, we're already past that. Oh man, shit's funny.
I mean, they don't only like not do what I'm saying, because I do it all the time for a fact. But like they actually do the opposite. Like they'll actually jump in and just lie for them. Like I don't know. I don't know. I think it's weird.
Yeah, to an extent. Then the other day there was two of them. The situation I was telling you about, them trying to get their story straight. It's like once they realize they've already kind of been caught, then they just resort to almost like mimicking and gaslighting, right? Like, oh no, I didn't say that. They didn't say that. What are you talking about? No, you're talking to me. And it's like just this confusing shit show of just nonsense.
And it's like recorded and there are multiple witnesses.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I hear you
Well,
guys play some of the scenarios, when
I
it's
noticed
quiet in here. And
I noticed that sometimes, like when Wit, you got them really against the wall, and then it's like all they can do is to try to like bring up some other point and take the L for that because they don't want to take the L that you're giving them. So they'll try to like bring in something else and be like, "Oh, I'll mitigate the loss here." You know what I mean? I'll accept that this remotely different thing is like that, and that you're wrong. You know what I mean? Like I've seen that happen a lot too. It's annoying.
Yeah, so they know they're doing that. That's kind of my point. My point is that it's a conscious thing. You cannot do that without knowing you're doing it, right? Like it's crazy. Or like when they'll just get really quiet. Like once their argument's been refuted, they just get really quiet. They all know what they're doing, dude. Every one of them sit here in that like deafening silence, and they all know what's going on. Like it's so weird.
And another thing to kind of support it just being rather toxic, and this is definitely verifiable. Anybody that's gone to, both servers can, tell the difference. But, with flat earthers, in their Discord, in their community, whatever you want to call it, there's minor hiccups where people won't get along, usually personality clashes. But most of the time, it's like they'll carry on casual conversations with like 5 to 10 people all day. And then in the other server, and you know which one I'm talking about, Witsit, it's like that group of friends that you abandon at high school because they're all toxic, and they end up all freaking, backstabbing one another and becoming toxic, or that relationship that you were in where their whole family's toxic, and you leave that situation and they argue amongst each other, and it's just complete disarray. That's what happens over there. It's like when they don't have a target, like the flat earthers, then they pick on themselves, and they literally freaking ban each other, and it's fucking amusing to say the least. But just toxic people. I don't get it.
Yeah, I
What
don't know.
happens
Like
when you don't have God?
that's true though. To say like yeah, I'm at the gym now, so I will not be always responding. Just so you know, but I will just say like when you talk to people in like real life. I know this isn't real life, but kind of isn't. Like like actual real life interaction. Like it's not like that, bro. If someone acts like that, you're like checking your surroundings. You're like, don't even come close to my family. Like I'll have to hurt you. Like seriously, dude. If people acted the way that they do, like in here, I would actually like be on the defense. I would be like, you need to leave. Like I'm so serious. People just don't do this in real life. I would even be surprised if a lot of these people act like that in real life, like in everyday life. Like would they walk around in public and do that? Like I don't know.
Guess they get knocked the fuck out. No. You
That's what
can't
I'm saying.
respond. You can't be that way. Trust me, I've been on these servers and a specific server that we all know, and you cannot respond or react the way that these guys do, or treat people the way they do, or till they put you out there to try to get you in trouble. The stuff that they fucking do to you on here is brutal. It's not the real world. And it's a lot easier to have conversations outside of this stuff online with real people out in society. But you don't have to go so scientific, because they can't usually out here in the world go so scientific. You have to go back to the basics with them, which is good. You don't need to sit here and debate about fucking space that we can't even, confirm in the first fucking place that exists, because we can't show that. Not in reality. So we're fighting over some dumbass things. And we're fighting with the same people that say the same shit on a constant basis. It's difficult. But that's not the real world. And you've traveled, It gets different when you're out here talking to people, and you could talk about anything, and people are aware that something's wrong. It's
Oh
Yeah, like
yeah.
the
crazy.
anti-flat earthers are a minority. That's the ironic part. Is like their whole motivation is to pretend like they have to be a part of the majority, right? Because they're like, these flat earthers don't know what everyone else knows. Ha, ha. But like they in reality are such a minority, bro. Like people do not behave like that. Like it's not a real thing.
Well, they shouldn't behave that way either. No.
They're basically manifesting their worst fear. They become like a marginalized minority. I think a good example of kind of what you're doing with, like, just if you're ever bored and you're in here or something, like just ask any of the Glovers that frequent this room. You can ask them like this list of basic questions. And I just like, so would there be a sun? Like, could the sunset work on a flat Earth? They'll all say no. Would there be a horizon on a flat Earth? They'll all say no. Would the sun light up the entire Earth if the Earth were flat? They'll all say yes. All right, it's like, so why are you actually here? If you know damn well that's not true, you still say it, then why are you here? Should we see across the entire Earth if the Earth was flat? They'll say yes, or maybe
Yeah,
not
say
technically
that.
the entire Earth, but pretty much. Yeah, it's weird.
I mean, literally, that was the conversation we used to always go back to. The dumbest shit over at gyms. I'm gonna say it. That I should be able to see Japan from here if it's flat. Then I'm like, are you delusional? You actually are wasting my time then because you can't think that logically. Really, please. No, I mean, no wonder you believe in space then. Shit. Or don't. It's all a game to most of these people. I've talked to them. They don't really care two shits about it. Entertainment. Most of you you're going against are just here for the likes of subs and to have a friend, a click. We're
Yeah,
here
they
for
need to
different
feel like
reasons.
they're a part of. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, Witsit, why don't you go over to Gems with One Man Army anymore? That shit's fucking funny, bro.
It's just super toxic. They suck. They don't
No, I
ever let the
know, but
finished stuff
you
say.
had me fucking crying, laughing multiple times. Like that shit's too funny. I wish you'd do that again, but I get it. I know they're toxic. It's just funny. It's funny how you have 10 different people getting defensive at one time.
Yeah, no, it was funny, but it was very draining. It was very toxic, and then I don't know, they'll just mute me a lot there while I'm talking. But what's funny is I deleted it, and then they've come and begged me to come back multiple times. Like said they'll give me mod powers and everything. I'm like, nah, bro, I deleted your channel. I hope it dies.
Good energy.
Yeah, what they do with the muting is once they notice somebody getting involving any level of emotion, any level, like let's say you're all of a sudden becoming more passionate because you know that you have them on the ropes, any level of emotion, and they'll start muting you and in a sense taunting you to get you to become more emotional, and then they'll make people, not you specifically, but they'll make people spiral by doing that. You get what I mean? Because that person is now over involved in their emotions and they don't understand why they're over involved. But that's how they do it. That's one of the tactics, is muting consistently.
Well, they would tactically mute me when I began to make good points. So that they would literally see that I'm making a good point, and whoever's discussing it with me is on the ropes, and they would just mute me. Jim would literally just mute me because I was making a good point. So it got to where there's all they've done is create a way that the truth can't get out there. Now I don't know what it's like now, but that's what it was like with me. As soon as I go in there, you got 30 people spamming memes and hate comments about me. Then you got the whole room ready to jump on me. But then if I talk, they won't let me finish. If I do manage to get points out, 'cause I have to talk fast, then they'll just start to mute me. So it's like, okay, well, I mean, I'm not gonna let these like losers pretend that they have juice where they can like bully me. Where in reality, I would clown them. If I was at school with them, they would never even dare pretend like they were gonna bully me. You know what I'm saying? Like they would never like
Dude,
tell them to
with
come to
it.
the gym with me. Tell them to come play basketball with me. Let's go. You know, like it's just not real life. Yeah, I'm not gonna give those people this illusion that they have some type of juice over another man when in reality they never ever ever would. And so I'm not gonna I'm just not gonna feed into that. It's super toxic. This place gets too toxic for me sometimes, but that place is like engineered to be toxic. It was like not good for my mental health.
Yeah, they degraded you constantly. Pay you to people, talk down to you, didn't tell you to talk, then do it again to you. I see it all the time. Make fun of you for
I
talking
wish
fast, you're taking drugs. I mean, all the shit they could ever do to make you look like a fool, and then post images of you, take your personal life into it. That's not a place that you need to be. You own them in 2 seconds. If you guys were in a school or anything having a debate, they'd look like an idiot. They would not even fuck with you with it. But that's just the only way they can because they're behind a fucking keyboard.
what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say by it has changed a little bit. As long as Jem's in there, he keeps, somewhat of a level of moderation, but it's like him holding back like 300 little chihuahuas. Like, it's pretty fucking annoying. I get you. And they can't control themselves. But like the amusing part, what I'm getting at in reference to like basketball and whatnot, when it comes to the debate, is like you actually holding up a score against 10 other people. Like, if that were put literally and physically in the real world, that's why it's so amusing. You get what I mean? So from a
Oh yeah,
outside
that's why I went in
perspective,
there. Yeah. I went in there because I
it's
took it
it's
as like a
so
personal
fucking
challenge.
entertaining, bro. You have no idea. And if it's draining to you, then cool, great. I totally understand. I mean, having them bring your family into it and trying to dox you and all that kind of shit, I get it. That's uncomfy. But
Yeah,
from
well,
an
I have
outside
a
perspective,
little baby girl now, so I can't even imagine what that room would do right now. Since I've had my little girl, I just she will not be involved in any way in their depravity. You know?
yeah, yeah, I get you on that.
Bro, they even
Yeah.
mute me. I don't even get that technical with them. And then when I'm talking in the middle, Jim always mutes me. I've never gotten a full sentence out in that server yet.
I know that's what they do. Oh, you're saying that Jim like does good moderation. He doesn't though. He just mute you whenever you think you're making a good point, dude. If he thinks you're about to make a good point, he's gonna mute you before you finish it. The only reason I used to go in there and I realized that it was ego and that's why I deleted it was like I would like take it as a challenge to beat them like 10,
Ego
15
chow.
v1. Like yeah, like literally 10 v1. Right. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna destroy this whole room of 25 people and they're gonna tag in and out as I refute them. But yeah, I just realized it was kinda like ego driven. So I'm like, yeah, this is just too toxic and I shouldn't feed into my ego. So I just deleted it.
Damn it. Well, it was fun while it lasted, dude. Honestly, that was like, I don't know. I hardly watch TV or really do much. I mostly like, I don't know, go through shit online, research stuff. But that was the most entertainment I think I've seen in a long time, and it was funny. But if it's not healthy, then by all means, I totally get it. Still funny though. I will say, as toxic as they are, some of the baller Australians in there are funny as shit. Like, I mean, I just wish they weren't freaking degenerates. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of sad, but um, in regards to people spiraling and them using the mute, they definitely do that. I've seen it happen to a few different, flat earthers where they then are so involved with their emotions. I start feeling bad because I'm like, fuck, dude, like, stop letting them take the piss out of you, just fucking leave the conversation. But then once pride's involved and the ego's involved, which you can't blame them because, like you, they're trying to make a point and then they're getting cut off, muted, overtalked, and then manipulated, gaslit. It's fucking confusing.
Yeah, I guess some people just like tyranny.
Hey,
You
Zen,
just
you
got to choose where
recording me?
you invest your energy.
Sorry.
They're a bunch of degenerates. That's a fact. They haven't changed, by the way. If anybody wants a little taste of what these scumbags are like, I went there one day and I asked them, what is a woman? Okay? Now, if you want to hear the most deprived people, sick people talk, just listen to the conversation I had with them. It's unbelievable.
Wait, was this about the debate, like in between, like women's sports, men's sports, and shit like that?
Yeah, stuff like that. Like I
Oh
used to go
shit!
in
I
there.
think I was there for that. That was fucking retarded, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I was
You were
like,
there?
oh boy.
Yeah, so you know, bro. Yeah.
They couldn't concede to anything that you were saying, even though, by all means, and I don't know how they could spew the shit out of their fucking teeth, but I mean, you were saying stuff that like 99% of people would agree with.
Yeah.
I don't get it. That's dumb.
So like Witsit was saying, I used to go in there too. Maybe it's a sense of, yeah, it's the wrong thing, right? It's because it's toxic, but I would go in there myself and there would be like 40 people in there, bro. 40 people, 50 of them. And every single one of them would take turns insulting me on the live chat, in voice, the works. I mean, yeah, they're a bunch of, yeah, stay away from there, man. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, I have to say it. Witsit talks faster than most people. So, like, for you making counter arguments, I mean, versus Witsit that talks like 1,000 miles per hour, he does like triple attacks, and he holds debates with like three separate people with like different topics at hand and their separate arguments that don't align. That's the part that I was getting amusement from, is because you'd have them saying contradicting statements and him picking them apart for it. Like, bro,
Yeah.
it
I
was
definitely can't talk as
so
fast as
fucking
Witsit,
funny.
that's for sure. Yeah.
Just fucking, oh man, it was definitely entertaining. But no, I get you. It's, yeah, that conversation was toxic, bro. That was super dumb.
Well,
See,
that's
the
why
thing to know.
that's why I went there. Is what you're describing. It's like it was like a challenge, because it was like I had to make it to where I could refine my arguments to the most precise and concise arguments, and then constantly like respond to diversions and obfuscations, but keep them all in my mind. So it was like this challenge, you know. It was like sharpening the sword to make the arguments more concise and precise, and then like keeping up with all of them at the same time. It was like a game almost, but that positive, because I think that's a good thing. But that positive was largely outweighed with all the toxicity.
If you
Yeah,
go in
when
there
they're
and you start making a point, right? It's another thing. You know Gem's gonna come out. If you get Gem to come out, you know you've succeeded, and he's gonna start with his yelling and yeah, that's how it works there,
That's
bro.
such a good point, dude. If you start winning the argument, that's when Jim crawls out in his hole, and he's
Yeah,
like, he's got to save the day. He got to save face. He just starts saying a script and then mute you.
Let me
yeah.
finish.
Yes, he would tell me. Yes, Essie, you deserve to be ridiculed. Yes, and he goes
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah,
Yeah, he always says the hero complex thing, dude. He told me the hero complex thing so many times. He's like, you're a flat earther because you needed something to make you feel like you were special and better than the rest of us. I'm like,
yeah.
dude, that's the reason this whole room is here, is to try to feel like they're better than people. Like, that's the only reason a baller would obsessively talk about flat earth online. You know? So.
Yeah, they're projecting. They're obviously projecting when they say that. And the echo chamber thing as well is projection. It's like your entire world is an echo chamber for your belief system. Like, you turn on the TV, it tells you what you already believe. You open the newspaper, it tells you what you already believe. You turn on the internet, YouTube tells you what you already believe. And I live in an echo chamber. Fuck me. But yeah, SE, we were talking about this before, weren't we? There's like a hierarchy of ballers. Like when one baller says something and then it's like if another baller disagrees but he's on a higher level, then the lower level one instantly cucks.
Yes, yes, brother. Yes, exactly.
It's really funny.
It's
Oh,
like
that's
it's
why I'm
so
looking
funny.
to
We
have.
we got them to a point where we almost know what they're gonna say before they say it. And
I'm gonna have like an actual pilot. He's like in the anti-flat Earth circles. He just did a debate with Effie Banjo. Because I'm starting a new series called In the Field, and it's talking to people in their respected fields, you know. And on my YouTube, anyway, I'm gonna have that pilot come on, and all the ballers will immediately cuck to his authority, meaning he's like a military pilot, and he's like an anti-flat earther. So that's like their god at that point. When it comes to planes, he's the gospel, you know. So whatever he says, they're gonna say, and he's obviously gonna acknowledge that the atmosphere would move. I don't want to even say it. I'll talk to him, but yeah, it's just going to be an example of what you said, because like when you see somebody with actual credentials that like stoop down into anti-flat earthism, that they cut to whatever they say immediately. But I guess you're talking about like a perceived like hierarchy within like these little circles here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was more referring to that, but I was interested to hear your point about the cucking to like a pilot as well. I'm sure they would do both, because I think they are just adherents to hierarchies, like way more than we are.
Yeah, like they have MC2, TFE. That's their main ones. Like in here, people seem to like revert to Zanuck or Kosho or like I don't. It's weird. It's hard to even Bacon and Rumpus, but they'll all disagree. But they're
they have
overall to be like Mattoon.
they have each other's back, bro. Like take yesterday for example, right? Who was it? Who was it? Somebody said that it's crazy if one animal doesn't switch into another animal, right? Ever. Like a monkey always gives birth to a monkey, a dog always gives birth to a dog. And as crazy as that sounds, that's anti-evolution, right? Everybody was going with him. I almost freaked out on Left Lane yesterday just for that. Like they were agreeing, yes, but it's like they have each other's back. It's crazy.
You
Yeah.
almost freaked out on Left Lane.
Well, I kind
It
of
was
did.
close.
Well,
Yeah, he sent me some bad DMs. He was swearing at me.
yeah, the fact they always have their back is a strength and a weakness, though, because it's like as soon as you know that that's the game, then it stops being effective. You realize, oh, well, they're never going to criticize each other, so okay, that's the game now, and then you just go from there. Like it used to
Yeah,
wind me up a
that's
little
the liberal
about-
hive mind as well. Yes, sir.
Sorry, it used to wind me up for about 6 months until I realized, oh yeah, they're never going to criticize each other's behavior. It's a team sport to them.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I've asked Left Lane a few times to criticize Ed's behavior, and he just stays silent, just doesn't say.
They
a word.
all do. None of them. I've never heard any of them check him.
Yeah.
Like not in the moment. Maybe one person will utter like a short little critique when he's not talking or he's not here.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's funny because I've muted multiple flat earthers before for bad behavior, and and then they'll say like, "Oh, you just like you're doing team sports," and I'm like, "No. If someone's being an asshole, I just mute them." Like that's, and obviously that's going to be subjective to a certain extent. But for instance, I've muted Demok many times, but that won't count. Like they won't count that as muting a flat earther, right? I don't know. Whatever. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's what's
How
crazy
many
is we were
times
talking
have
about
we
that at
argued
the
with
beginning
each
of
other
this.
in here? Many times
Yeah.
we argue with each other. Yeah.
When I first walked in here, that's what we were talking about. And when I walked in the gym, I remember we were talking about like how I like, for example, like I will check flat earthers so fast. Like if I hear them talking to a Glober and their argument is just wrong, I'll jump in and like say the Glober's right. If the flat earther's strawman the Glober, I'll jump in and be like, that's not what he said. Like this is what he said. Like I do it all the time. Or like if the flat earther just being like unreasonable, I'll check them, you know, and then I equally mute them and tell them to stop interrupting. So that's what's so perplexing is that they don't do that at all. They don't do that at all. They sit back and watch it. It's like they actually must enjoy watching us get dragged through the mud, even if they know the person is being dishonest, or they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't be here watching it
Yeah.
and not saying anything.
It's actually blasphemy for a glober to criticize another glober for being unfair to a flat earther or a stationary topographical plane, because it's blasphemy, because it's their religion. It's actually their religion, and you can't practice blasphemy against against your fellow glober.
Interesting. Hey, Whitset, I saw your movie yesterday.
Oh, that's what's up. It's not my movie. Sorry, I was curling. Yeah, yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. I like the way they added the NASA protest at that local council meeting. That was brilliant. I love that because I've been telling Americans to protest NASA for 3 years now, in all forums and on all these other channels. And finally, I saw this guy protesting NASA. I went, yes, love it. I love this guy.
Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff that was exclusive that's in there. Like there's that Justin talking to the council meeting, and then there's where he talks face to face with the astronaut and calls her out. And then there's the where they went and found Judith Resnick from the Challenger at her university.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
It's some brilliant footage in that. You guys should see it. I recommend it. There's a lot of good stuff in there.
Flat Earth is a very hard crowd to satisfy, though. They know, because everyone has their own like opinions they're passionate about. So like, wait, did he say the sky could be flat? You know, like whatever it is, like it's very hard to make flat earthers happy. I know this firsthand. You really can't do it. So it's just kind of you just have to accept like that's the thing. I mean, you seem to be somewhat satisfied, so that's good. But I don't even really ask for much feedback because I know how it goes. Making content for the truthers is very grueling.
Yeah, it's like you don't get rewarded either way. Like your detractors will be even more violent than usual, and your supporters will have some nitpicky criticisms.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like this feedback isn't worth it.
I find what Austin gives to us, and I've told Austin this before in front of others, he gives us a tremendous sense of humor. I call them witticisms. He gives us a tremendous sense of humor, and he gives us permission to go scientific with these globers to actually, I'm not going to take anything away from Dave and Mark Sargent, but Austin's the first one that I know of that actually says, "Hey guys, go up against the PhDs and take them down if you can." And that's what I appreciate about Austin. He gives us permission to go beyond what most people hadn't gone before in the quote flat Earth movement, and that's great.
Oh, you're gonna like my new show, dude. I'm launching a show called In the Field on Fridays, and it's about just talking to people in their respective fields. PhDs, master degrees, whatever. So that should be cool.
Alan turned me on to about 4 or 5 videos that I started watching last night about a guy who's taken down quantum mechanics, and he takes it down one step at a time and goes back into the person that developed it and the people that have promoted it. Schwarzenegger and other people. I forget the other guy's name, starts with an H. And it just takes quantum mechanics, quantum field theory, and just destroys it. And I'm gonna make it my own, and I'm gonna try to get it along with special and general relativity. And I have to thank Austin for starting that journey for me.
So wait, who's this guy? He's got some type of credentials, because maybe I can get him on.
Yes, I will look it up. I'm out right now. I will look it up and I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you on Telegram.
Cool. Thank you.
We've got a fan in the chat, Inside Out Earth, who's deliberately misunderstanding what we've been saying about Globers. So if you fancy coming in and talking to us, then we're right here, bro.
He's big. He's big on the chat strawman. That's his forte.
Oh, right, fair enough. I guess I shouldn't expect anything more than that then. I would say to Jim, though, like, obviously, I appreciate Austin's work, and there's a few people in the movement whose work I really appreciate. But I'm not sure like the use of the word permission. Like, what do you mean by gives us permission to be scientific? Like, you had that already.
Well, maybe I put that wrong, but from what I see, I've only been 16, 17 months into this. From what I see, previously the 2014, 2015 crowd, and after that, nobody that I know of, that got famous. Maybe you did, so I apologize if I left anybody out. But
No.
until Austin came out talking to Bryant, last September, last October, I hadn't heard of anybody who was prominent. And when I mean prominent, I mean Dave Weiss, and I mean Mark and stuff like that, and Alan too. But Austin, gave me permission to become more than what I was before.
Sorry, Jim, I don't know what that means. What do you mean gave?
I go out, and I'm not like Austin and Houston and Mount Rushmore and St. Louis, but I'm getting close. And I never ever thought about physics. I never thought about physics until I saw Austin talk about it. So he gave me permission intellectually, one-on-one, through some sort of medium, to go, hey, go have fun with these people, laugh at them, and at the same time learn something about what they think they know.
I think the word would maybe be like encouragement or something. Like I didn't.
Yeah, maybe,
Like I'm not the arbiter of what you're allowed to do.
No,
but I know what you're saying. He's saying like intellectual permission, meaning that like someone that's out making videos that are decently seen was, and that's fair. There aren't many people that do it. Like there aren't many people that go straight at the credentials or get hyper technical in the like flat Earth online content realm, right? It's like flat Earth clues 101,
I think a lot of it is kind of etheric in a way. I understand what you mean. It's like I suppose Mark Sargent's like a storyteller really rather than a scientist. He loves to tell these, oh, what if there was a world which was like this? It's like, okay, cool. That's not really that's not hard facts and maths, and I see what you're saying. That I suppose that was kind of frustrating for me when I first got into it, slightly frustrating, but like you also have to understand it in context. Like you're talking about, if it's true that the Earth's flat, it's literally the biggest lie possible. So the people who have figured it out aren't going to have all the answers, So I think in that context, it's not really that big a deal. But I don't know. Maybe I took issue with the word permission a bit too much, but because I feel like everyone's got permission to question whatever the fuck they want. Like that's the essence of freedom of thought, right? Freedom of expression.
I don't know, Crypto. Do you think that we abdicate a lot of our credit, or I don't know, like if you don't have the college degree to back it up, it's like a lot of people feel as though that it's an unapproachable.
That's a straw man argument, isn't it?
That's what I'm getting at. But you don't have to like give permission to the college to give yourself permission to do the thing. Just because you have the degree, it doesn't give you. You know what I mean? You have confidence in it. I just think it's difficult for people to kind of grow the set of confidence balls that they need.
There you go. Yeah, just take what he's saying in good faith. Like this is actually why I do this, by the way, is because, and I've told Kai this many times. I've told Bob this whenever he talks me into doing it, and then I ended up telling him that I'm glad he did. I explained this to him. I think that my lane, and so I can be like overly assertive, and like I can even come across not particularly likable, I think, at times. And I'm just a bit much, like I'm like in your face, and I'm not for everyone. But like my lane in flat Earth is a lane that was not fulfilled, in my opinion, for like people making content and like really getting seen. And it's just like hyper technicality, like overload of substantive specificity, right? Where it's like you can't walk away convincing yourself that flat earthers are just a bunch of stupid people. You can't. You cannot. You would have to intentionally go out of your way to lie to yourself, and that's just kind of the way I see it. It's like my goal is literally just to break through the cognitus and the fear that people have to even really look into flat Earth, because they think that it automatically makes you look stupid. Like that's really that's why I do it. Actually, that's like the only reason. If I felt that there were people doing that enough, I probably wouldn't have ever done it.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. I mean, I've had people say to me, and you probably have people say a lot more to you, that they thought flat earthers were stupid until they talked to me. Right? I've had people say it to me many times. And I think what's happened is obviously you've got this brainwashing going on, where we're just a bunch of crazy nutcases on the internet and we're stupid and all the rest, and we get called stupid all the time. And I think what's happening is where one of these kind of globers will call us stupid, and a reasonable person is watching that, they'll be like, "Oh, but they're clearly not stupid. So why is he calling them stupid?" And that creates an interesting dynamic with the listener, I think.
Yeah, I've in the last 3-4 weeks, I've sent Moody Bible Institute in Chicago, Christian, has 22 religion professors. I've emailed them every single one the exact same email saying I'd like to talk to a stationary topographical planer or as a flat earther to anybody, because Moody Bible has two ways that you can go through their radio station and be interviewed, or you can go through their classes, through their professors and be interviewed. I also got hold of Wheaton College, where my two sisters went, where Billy Graham went to school in Chicago. And they got back with me and they said, they're finishing up their school year, but maybe in the fall, they'll talk to you. And I said, that's great. And so it's just fascinating. And I've literally gone over to Notre Dame, which is 35 miles from here, walked in their science department and talked to two professors. And I'm going to tell you one thing. I would never have done that if it wasn't for Austin's intellectual encouragement. And I find that fascinating. And no matter whatever I might disagree with Austin on, which I don't, but if I ever do, I will always remember his stance on health, with his baby girl, with his fact that he's funnier than all get out, and the fact that he gave me intellectual permission to go out and be more than I thought I could be.
Great.
No, thanks for the kind words. Like I will say this, to kind of prove the point that he's making about the lack of this, or the point I was making also, right? It's like, if you think about it, very respected, credentialed people that are on record, that's the important part. Being confronted with this conversation, immediately like wakey pops up in your head, and then there's like nothing. And the fact that what it pops in everyone's head is from years ago is kind of making the point that I'm trying to make, right? Like it's there's a huge lack. That's why I'm literally starting a show called In the Field, where only people with credentials will be on there. And I will only be talking about what they're supposedly experts in and tying it to this conversation. The first one, you guys have heard of him, the PhD Professor Parks. He'll probably be the first guest, but that'll be like the whole. I think that's so important. I think that's so important. Like my conversation with Brian Myers made it abundantly clear that piece of paper doesn't mean anything. And that's what people need, right? People need that because they think these conversations are too nuanced and complex for me, but there are people that are smarter than me that have figured this out. And that's how we know the Earth's a globe. They need that shattered. It's very important. I think that we literally win.
Yeah.
If we get enough people with credentials on the record just like getting destroyed in intellectual exchange, like that's just, we win. Like we always had it to fall on, and people will end up seeing it, and it's over.
It comes from
part of the
tradition as
reason
well,
why
because people went to college to get a degree in a select field, yeah. But now with the internet, you can search anything, and you can become an expert or not qualified, but knowledgeable in any subject you want over a period of time, yeah. So that's why, the piece of paper is not worth anything anymore.
part of the reason why they think we're dumb is it's designed, right? The word flat earther, right? The president spoke it. It's designed that way for them to think you're stupid. It's a de facto, it's a default position. You're a flat earther, you're stupid.
Yeah, it does sound kind of insane.
That's why I just ask people politely, I hope, to just consider something different than FE or flat Earth. True Earth is great. I picked stationary topographical plane because Austin said it one time on his podcast, and I really liked it, so I went with it.
Bro, you got a
STP.
crush on Austin or something? You know he's married, right?
He's 31 years old. Happy belated birthday, Austin.
He even knows his birthday. Oh my
Someone
god,
get this guy a bib,
that's
dude.
fucking bad, bro.
Him and
And
Kai.
napkin.
Him and Kai are the perfect couple. Their baby Aaliyah was born December 21st, 2022. She has the best parents ever, and so
Holy
we go
shit,
from
you're
there.
scaring me, dude. You're really scaring me.
You're scaring
know,
me too. Stop
I'm
scaring
scary.
everybody.
I'm scary. I'm going to tell you what. When COVID started, I looked for somebody to stand out and stand up against, the health, Nazis who told us to stay away from each other and to get vaccinated. I never,
Yeah,
ever,
go ahead and
ever.
talk
I
about
never,
this.
I never
you're
found
hammering.
one. I never found one. And then I came to the Earth debate, and here comes this 30-year-old giving me permission to get a little bit intellectual, where I thought flat earthers were the stupidest people alive May 1st of 2021.
Bro, you need another man. You need another man to give you permission to do something, bro. You hear yourself talk.
I tell you what, I'll look for another person, man or woman, who can go up against who can be a Michael Jordan 2.0. But until then, it's fine.
Bro, there's no question that Austin stands above most people, right? But the way you talk, bro, it's like scary. Like it's like you don't have a mind of your own or something.
Hey, Witsy, I've got a gentleman. You're talking about your new show and only credentialed individuals. Quincy, his name is Quincy Carr, Carr. He's a flight instructor out in California. He's a flat earther, and he's a legitimate flat earth pilot, and he would probably be a good guest for your show.
Oh, cool. Thank you, man. Quincy Carr. I'll try to remember that. I'm driving, but thank you.
Right.
Thank you for that, Left Lane. Appreciate that. Yeah,
Is
I
it
mean,
KARS, Cars for Kids, or is it just like CAR?
probably CARR, I'd imagine. It's normally how that's spelled.
All right, sounds good.
By the
I
way,
mean-
of course, I'm not just having flat earthers with credentials, right? I'm obviously having like hostile witnesses. Crypto, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, obviously, SC, what you just said, I was trying to say in a slightly softer way, which is probably typical of both our styles.
I can't
anyway.
help myself.
But yeah, I agree. I like, obviously, that's why I kind of backed off a little bit, because I didn't want it to seem like I was trying to piss on the praise for Witsu, which he deserves. But like, yeah, I don't like. For me, I've never felt like I needed anyone's permission to think for myself. Like, it's always just been really obvious to me. Like, oh, so someone wants to control what I think. Well, then I don't need to listen to that person, and that's just automatic for me. So I don't need
I just
anyone.
don't think that's what I think that is not necessarily what he's saying, though, right? Like, I don't think he's literally saying that, like, I had to allow him to think.
I
Yeah,
thought
but
I heard him
that's
say, "Thank
stupid,
you, Daddy."
man. Come on.
Austin gave me. I'm gonna lay it out. Austin gave me permission to look into special and general relativity in quantum mechanics, and not to recoil when somebody says, "I'm a PhD in physics," because so many people do. I don't anymore. I enjoy the opportunity to discuss with them. So anyway, hey, SC, I love you. I love you to death, SC. I have daughters who are 31, 28, Austin's age. They go along with the narrative. One of them's been stabbed. The other one is going to stab their 1-year-old daughter May 4th with the MMR varicella chickenpox vaccine. And
bro,
so,
let's not talk about that. Listen, I didn't mean to come too harsh off on you. I just
cool.
wanna, like, I love you too, bro, but I just want to show you you're an independent man, bro. You need to think for yourself. You don't need to, like, I like Witsit too, right? And I'll say it, like, he's one smart cookie, right? But bro, you got to think for yourself.
Did you just call me a cookie, bro? Are you gay? Like, I'm just.
Come on, man.
I'm just like, he's clearly just saying like confidence or encouragement. You should replace the word permission. And no, I understand what you're saying. I'm taking it in good faith to understand what you're saying. It's like confidence. It's just like whenever you see Wakey talk to that astrophysicist and just like tie her up in a knot, it gives you confidence where you're like, wait, these people with credentials is a facade. The alleged complexity and profundity of relativity is a facade, right? Like when you have
Bro, I hear
someone that
you.
kind of shatters that for you. That's what he's
Bro, I
saying.
hear
He's
you.
not
Don't
saying
take
that.
this. What's it? I hear you, bro. Don't take this the wrong way. But way before I met you, I had this confidence and I was calling out Einstein and all these guys. So don't take it the wrong way,
That's
bro.
good. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, but Jim's saying that. Yeah, Jim's saying that he got that from Witsit's content, which is good as well. Yeah, we can move on. Everyone's been complimented.
Yeah,
Everyone's happy. We can move on.
Yeah, let's give ourselves
You can
permission
throw
to move on.
compliments
Wait,
at
you guys
me
need
if
to
you like.
compliment
That's
me.
really fun.
Well,
I
you
appreciate you,
are
Crypto. I appreciate you, Crypto, for giving us the permission to move on to another topic.
that is okay.
I took everything I learned from crypto. I gotta say it from now. I follow crypto everywhere.
God.
Dude, I learned everything I know
Yeah.
from SE, dude. When that dude brought up the freaking O-rings, man, I felt like I could actually go out there and challenge ISS. I just want to thank you, SE, for the permission that you granted me to go out there and to challenge the ISS O-rings. And without you, I don't know where I would be.
You're welcome, brother. And I gotta give you permission for granting me the wisdom to look at the ether. And if it wasn't for you, I would have never looked at it, bro. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I'm in line. I want permission from both you guys to do something, please.
Hey, I want
Well, we
permission.
don't like you. So.
Hey, I want permission to go to the beach today. Do I have your permission?
I think I'll allow it. I'll allow it, yeah. That's what Dave Weiss always says to me. He says, I'll allow it. It's pretty I will say, dude, if SE, if you're ever like bored, I know you kill time in here probably, but I did just do a stream called Everything is Connected, where I go through my Flattoberfest presentation, and it's pretty high level stuff, but I think it's definitely an accurate depiction of physics. And yeah, it's higher level, and I go kind of fast, so I didn't get started till late, and I just was not trying to stay on the internet forever. But anyway, if you're interested, it's pretty. If you want to know what I truly think about all of it, like what positive and negative charges and all of that.
What do you call
I
it?
think
What's
that
the thing?
it's called Everything is Connected. It's like my most recent stream.
All right, I'll check it out.
You don't have to, but it's just an hour, and maybe you could go. I don't know if you could go 1.5 actually, because it was one of those days, where I was talking really fast. But you don't have to. It doesn't matter. You probably heard most of what I think already anyway.
Oh yeah, look, I'll say this, right? If anybody's been to a gym, right, or if you joined a dojo or anything, right, there's always gonna be somebody in there that's gonna be better than you, right? Always. So, you gotta understand that no matter who you are, and I'm not speaking to you, I'm speaking to everybody, right? There's always gonna be somebody that's gonna be up there in the upper echelon, and there's always gonna be people that are lesser than, right? So you got to understand where you fit in that ladder, and you got to not get upset or jealous or all that stuff, right? And that's what I mean. Like, and obviously, Witsit stands out in a room of flat earthers, right? There's no denying that. Certain people are just better doing stuff than others are. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, but like I personally I have a few people that have reached out to me that are young, and I'm like, oh, you're gonna blow me out of the water. You're 22 or you're 20, and you're like wrapping your mind around some of these technicalities, and they're the kind of people that are like, oh, did Witsit bring up discharges, waves, and impulses? I said that in mixed up, but by Charles Porter Steinmetz, and they go start reading the book, right? Or like they just start researching all the papers I invoke, and I'm like, oh, you're one of you're what this movement is actually standing upon. Like, it's actually like the young people that are going to be coming next. And yeah, so that's how I view it. I just view it like the next generation is going to blow us all out of the water.
Look,
We
let's
can
say
only
you're
hope,
playing
right?
football, right? And you have a group of people, right? You know who the best guy is there, right? Obviously. Let's say you're doing weights. There's always going to be a guy that's better than you, right? Let's say you're shooting. Oh, it's Jim that's better, right? There's always somebody that's better than somebody else
I don't
at
think it has
anything.
to do with that though. It has to do with passing the torch, right? Like Witsit was saying, like future generations that are to come haven't even came across the topic yet. Maybe they're not at the age yet, but eventually they will be, and eventually we'll be long gone. And it's the hopes that these people are going to grab onto this information and pass the torch down to the future generations before them, or after them.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't just talk about it like I live it. I would encourage everyone else to kind of do that because, like, I'm a very busy person. Like the amount of stuff I'm trying to do is actually kind of stupid. It's like actually probably detrimental. But anyway, when a couple of these guys that I kind of see that potential in, they reach out to me consistently, asking me very complex questions. I take the time to like type out long, thorough responses to them and go back and forth with them consistently because I think it's that important, right? I think it's super important. Actually, Caleb from TikTok is one of the people. Well, Caleb is reaching. He has millions and millions of views on TikTok, and he's reaching the young generation. So we need that guy to be refined. And he's one of those people that will go read all the papers. He's like literally makes like a job out of it. And we should find the people that are that passionate about it, that are smart, that are younger, and we should facilitate them this information. Contrary to what the anti-flat earthers will have you believe, flat earthers are very intelligent people, and the amount of information involved in this conversation is mind-blowing. And like the amount of research I've done blows almost every anti-flat earther out the water. So we need people that are like super dedicated to that truth, right, in the younger generation, so they can help facilitate the information. I think that should be one of our main goals. That shattering the illusion that credentials make you right, and then breaking the censorship, and those three things will ultimately help us achieve the goal, right, of the paradigm shift. So anyway.
We need like a MacArthur Fellowship grant for people like this.
Well, I think Pandora's box is open, so it's only
like in a perfect world, MacArthur Fellowship would be supporting flat Earth people anyway. But whatever.
I see.
Ain't nobody gonna support us, bro. Ain't nobody gonna support us.
Well, like, okay, so wait, what do you guys think about the Overton window?
The what?
I think you're getting a little interruption, signal problems there. But
yeah, sorry, there's like a 10-second span that I run out of service. So you should hear me now, though, right? Yeah, like, what do you guys think we are in terms of the Overton window?
You broke up there in terms of the over what?
Overton window. Do you not know what the Overton window is?
Nope. What is that?
Okay, so it's basically the window of politically allowed or politically accepted speech. So like, and what's not just politically accepted, but what's politically accepted by normies, for lack of a better.
Do you think there are like Venetian blinds on this?
General consensus, essentially, is what you're saying.
No,
the societal acceptance of the conversation, like the normalcy of the conversation, and political meaning like the societal environment around it, not necessarily like politics specifically, right? But like just like where
when you say normal. When you say
I don't
normal,
that consensus there though. I don't think the word consensus is right. It's a range. There's a range of politically allowable opinions, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a range rather than a consensus.
Yeah, like normalcy is a pretty good word, right? Like it's just an accepted interpretation or position societally.
Yeah. It's like Christianity is in the Overton window, whether whether it's accepted or not. It's in the Overton window. It's not crazy to say I'm a Christian, right? But if you were to say I'm a Taoist or whatever, people might think that's a bit strange. Just as an example.
Yeah, like Scientology hasn't really breached the Overton window. So
that's a good example.
Yeah, what do you guys think? I think that we're very, very close. I don't think that flat Earth is there yet, but I think it's very close. I think that we're literally in the process of picking our foot up and we're about to drop it and shatter the window. I think that we're like actually in the process of the foot coming down.
Well, when you said flat earthers are really smart, I can't disagree with that, but I think there's a little more to that. I think that flat earthers were able to weigh in upon what they thought they knew, right? Their beliefs against what logic and rationale states. And they were able to adapt to what logic and reasoning presented rather than their own personal incredulities, which is a special individual to be able to separate themselves from what they've asserted themselves upon incorrectly and accept that. And that takes a specific individual.
Yeah, but also to do with all the psychological tactics as well. Like that's another layer to it as well, you know.
Sometimes I feel flat Earth to bridge the gap. It's like we'd have to go to geocentrism first, and then present flat Earth.
Okay, well, geocentrism also isn't in the Overton window.
That's true. That's true. If we could get there first, I feel like then flat Earth would be.
Well, no,
the door
I
would
agree.
be
I
open.
agree. I've been harping on that for so long. I'm like, I think that when you talk to people, one of the first things you should talk about is motion, and you should break the heliocentric spell. You should show them that not only is geocentrism a viable alternative, it's actually more viable. All the evidence says that. It's the empirical position. It's the default position. It's the Occam Razor's position. It's just the actual evidence. Then you explain what the heliocentric model says. It's just a giant illusion that matter physically contracts in motion. Time spreads out and physically gets wider and slows down to make you look like we're at the center, even though it always looks like we're at the center when we look at the sky. No matter where you are in the universe, it looked like it's at the center. They changed all physics to try to comport to heliocentrism. But people acknowledge that it's a philosophical decision based on the Copernican principle because they hate God. And like, if you can really break that down to them, that's like the biggest step. And what you're fighting against is not like, does the Earth measure flat? You're fighting against like the cognizance of going against the accepted model, the mainstream model, period. It's just the model must be true. It must be tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving, flying through space. Everything that it says must be true. That's what you're fighting against. That's why I think that geocentrism is the first step, in my opinion.
When George Wald said in 1954, Nobel Prize winner, said in Scientific American that Pasteur, Spallanzani, Reddy, debunked spontaneous evolution. That only leaves the creative act of God of why we're here. And then he goes, I will not accept that because I don't want to believe in God. I would rather believe in something that is scientifically impossible than to believe in God.
Yeah, but you said it yourself. You said it yourself. It's all about separating your beliefs from the fact, the logic, and the rational evidence that expresses itself to you through reality. Like, that's the whole point. Like, yeah, I'm sure we all kind of have beliefs. It's kind of part of human nature. But when you can set those beliefs aside, right, despite what the evidence is showing, then you're on your way to becoming a flat earther.
Well, you're on your way to becoming somebody who knows what the truth is, which makes you free, which gives you liberty to know that you're not necessarily a flat earther. You can become a geocentrist, you can become a stationary topographical planer, and you can actually know the truth. Because the globe, I firmly believe this, some people may disagree, the globe is a satanic invention that was actually invented in the pits of hell. If that's too strong, I'm sorry.
I don't know about
that. I don't think that men consciously made it in the sense of satanic. I think that they were in such a state of delusion in grandeur, or whatever the word is, grandeur. I don't know how to pronounce the word, but they were just deluded. And that's why they started making this model. And then that would have had like a satanic metaphysical catalyst, basically, right? Like it's not like a bunch of Satanists got together in a room like, let's talk. They were just deluded degenerates, and they don't like the idea of moral accountability. They want to be God, and so that's what I think. I think they come up with the philosophy that there is no God per se. You can be God. And it's called apostasy.
Yeah. It's called self-righteousness, and this is exactly what the Freemasonry teaches: is to become self-righteous instead of having a righteous authority above you.
If we
just
look
to prove
at
this point, you're not going to real fast. I have to go to this meeting. I was going to say, like, to prove the geocentric point, you're not going to find one baller in here that is willing to let go of the spin or the orbits. So you're fighting against just the model as a whole. It's a bundled package. It's not, don't even, to normal people, just start with the motion. Like every single baller in here will die before they say the Earth could be geocentric.
Yeah, the motion is very good. You can tell people they're going at 1.5 million miles an hour. Their eyeball is like, what? And also of water. Water, too, I find is a very, very good thing to make people think.
I kind of think we should be challenging a lot of these preachers and pastors.
Yes.
I mean, I really do, because it's like they're part of this delusion and deception. The fact that, they believe in a higher power, but yet they still have adapted into their methodologies and ideology this disillusion, and they're promoting that. And we really need to be driving that home, whether these guys are verbatim or just subjective as to how they perceive or interpret God's word.
You are 100% correct. You hit it on the nose. We need to go in to the Bible readers, the people that say, I pick up my Bible and I read. Well, when you pick up your Bible and you read, what do you read?
Right. It's all about verbatim, and if they can't accept God's word verbatim, and they're gonna include their own personal, thoughts on the matter, then are they really following God's word, or are they
Does
just
it
twisting
say in the
God's
Bible,
word?
though?
Yeah, it
Does
says
it?
in the Bible multiple times. It points to and depicts a geostationary.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, multiple times. Not even in the Christian Bible, but in many Abrahamic religions, including the Quran, and I think there's some stuff in the Talmud and Torah.
Oh, the Bible is all over: foundations, pillars, four corners, ends of the earth, all over it, and shall not be moved. I mean, it's all over the Bible. I mean, I have 21, 22, 8x11 sheets, printed out, from Omar Trebow in the Church of Philadelphia, Church of the Hebrew in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that, that he went over that 6 hours, 25 minutes, 5-part series in 2018. I mean, the Bible is all over a stationary topographical plane or geocentrism. I mean, literally, they have to go to the Jesuit Bible, 1610, that was translated from the Latin Vulgate, that the Catholic Church had somebody write, that the Latin Vulgate, which was terrible, didn't even mention in Isaiah 40:22 the globe of the earth. It was the Jesuits in 1610 that put the globe of the earth in Isaiah 40:22, and then of course the King James came out 1 year later in 1611 and had nothing like that. So it's literally, and Loon McToon, you go to his website, he goes Isaiah 40:22, globe of the earth, and he has on the left hand side, he has reference Douay Rheims. He goes over and does Job 26:7. The earth hangs on nothing. Well, the globe says the earth hangs on gravity. But he says over there, Douay Rheims. You remove the Douay Rheims, the Jesuit Bible 1610, which was even worse than the Latin Vulgate. They got nothing spiritually, biblically, in other words.
Hey, Inside Out, why don't you come in? We'll have a discussion of how the body detects motion. Has this guy ever spoken, Inside Out? Have we ever heard him? Why don't you come on in, pal? Show us how motion works. Tell me how I won't be able to feel it because our body doesn't have anything to detect motion.
Yeah, we destroyed Coriolis effect yesterday.
Oh, yeah, big time.
It's over.
I think we did in evolution too.
Hey, SC.
Yo.
Hey, I just wanted to say, yesterday with the evolution deal, it really opened my eyes to how crazy the indoctrination is of, I guess, university or all these educated people, how they could be brainwashed into believing the whole evolution deal. You totally had them all of them double speaking, and it's so crazy that they've been taught or they've been brainwashed to believe that something came from nothing, but yet their own principle of nothing can create anything else, but everything changed from something else at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, my words aren't great, but
No, that's exactly it, bro. Yeah, they have a dualism. They have a dialetheism. They think that they can say two things in the same sentence and we're going to just let it go, right? You know, there is no proof in the fossil record of this happening. I mean, there just isn't. I mean, you can't change that, you know, and it's not hard to once you know these things to argue it.
yeah, it's so ridiculous. That's all I want to say, my bad.
Oh, cool. Thanks, bro. I mean, yeah. It's not like it's a hard thing to do, right? Because in their own paradigm, right? We started in a pool, right? Two molecules, however they started, and then they say lightning hit and started the spark of life. And from their own admission, everything started from one single organism. So for them to say after that things don't change into other things is just complete nonsense. I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't. There's no scientific or physical or logical avenue that you can take with this. You know.
Well, things change at a population scale in evolution. It's not like one animal evolves into a different type of animal and now it has that kind of offspring. It's always going to have the same kind of offspring.
Yeah. Then how does evolution work?
So it happens within one lifespan. They change into something else in one lifespan.
I don't think that's what evolution claims.
Well, how do they get from one kind to a different kind then?
Well, so we'd have to first define what you mean by kind. Are you using the biblical term kind? K-I-N-D? Because in science there are no kinds. Okay, we have taxonomy, classification for stuff like that, but there aren't kinds with a K. That's a biblical assertion.
Okay, so
let me explain you this. Is a fish?
Get this though. Even in that though, so Noah's Ark has all of animal kind. Okay, so all they had to do was bring two cat kinds onto the ship. They didn't need all different types of tigers. They just needed a little baby tiger or a baby cat kind that eventually evolved into all the other types of cats that are out there. That's macroevolution straight from the Bible.
I don't know about that because
No,
we've
that's
got
how else do you
we've got
explain all the different kinds of animals that
we've
they only
got
brought two
we've
of
got
each?
cats. Yeah, we've got cats that are like very very different from other cats. Like for example, the cheetah. The cheetah's closer to a dog than it is a cat, being that it doesn't have retractable claws. It's got the
Yeah,
same.
but it's still feline. Like if you looked at its DNA, it would still be feline. And like Dr. Kent Hovind and a lot of the younger creationists would point to you and say that there was only one cat kind on the ship. They only needed one cat kind. And those are what evolved into
So how
all
do
the
you get
other
a
like
half cat, half dog?
macroevolutions. Huh?
How do you get a half cat, half dog, i.e., a cheetah from a
Well,
cat?
it does. Well, you show me where there's canid DNA inside a cheetah, and then we'll have that discussion.
Well, that's the whole
Because
point.
giraffes look like long-necked dinosaurs. How do we? How did that happen? Like, how do we know that they're not just long-necked dinosaurs just because they look like it? That means we look at the DNA, not what something looks like to
But
classify it.
where can you show me? Where can you show me any animal or insect or anything that's changed within our lifetime that we can see
Yeah,
that there's evidence
that's
of?
not what evolution claims. So you're
What does
asking me to
evolution
show
claim?
you a thing. Okay, evolution claims that there's a change in allele frequency over many, many, many years. So populations evolve. You'll have it where like a population splits essentially, and one of them continues to pass on one set of traits. Whereas as they spread out or they move around a different region, they will change how those traits are expressed. And when they pass those on through their genes, you now have a mutated, essentially, portion of a population that's separated from the other portion of the population. And over enough
That's a
time,
cool
there will be a
story.
change in allele frequencies where they can no longer reproduce. And that's
That's
how
a cool
you get.
story,
Yeah, I mean,
but
but
that's all that is.
that's provable. No, that's provable. Have you ever heard of ring
Where? How?
species? I'll tell you, man. Ring species in birds. Right? They found as these birds moved around the outside of of this mountain range, and they began to produce and all that. The species on one side of the mountain are almost genetically the same. They came from the same lineage, but they can no longer reproduce. So they're their own kind of bird by that point.
So that bird
I
is
mean, that's
eventually going to be
observable.
a human?
No, like again, science evolution never says one animal will be another animal. No cat will ever turn into a dog. It's never going to happen. Evolution never claims that.
So how does one species become another?
It doesn't. It's always the same species. Just like we are old apes. We are humans,
Yeah,
but we
but
are still old apes.
the problem with that is apes have a specific set of chromosomes and genomes, and we don't see those changing. We don't see the genomes and the chromosomes. Someone's hot micing, dude. Can you
Crypto.
not? Yeah,
Oh,
crypto. Can you not, bro? You're like singing and shit
sorry.
while I'm trying to talk.
Oh,
Yeah. So anyhow, we don't see genomes and chromosomes changing throughout your evolutionary cycles. They remain the same, just like
Well,
apes have the same. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you do in the fruit fly experiments that they do, they can actually see an expression change over a few generations, and that's within our lifetime. Okay, I mean, so we've seen that in the lab. But when you ask for one animal turning into another, that's not the claim from science or evolution. That's the claim from the Bible. All right,
Well,
and
no, I
I'd
was
say
pretty
that's the one that's
specific.
not backed up.
I was pretty specific with
Wait,
the chromosomes and the genomes, and you gave a fruit fly example, but you didn't specify what the change was within the genomes and the chromosomes.
Oh, we could pull up the paper and read it together. I mean, I've seen it before, and that's
I'm
the in a
familiar with that.
lab. Yeah, that's the in a lab experiment I can point to. But a change in allele frequency is such a long process. We aren't going to witness that inside of a lab, which is why we use the fruit flies.
Let me
'Cause
speak to that, please, because I'm a
go
little bit
for it.
familiar. Yeah. So the fruit fly experiment, like you're saying, right? I read about this a while back. Now, if I remember correctly, they were able to make some changes, right? But Left alone after those fruit flies, right, that had the changes, after a while, they reverted back to their original thing, if I remember correctly. That they never kept those man-made changes.
Well, and here's
Is
a
that correct?
question.
Am I remembering correctly?
That'd be interesting. I don't recall that, but I guess the explanation for that would be that if you've got a system that you're putting pressure on an evolutionary chain, like they're picking from and selecting, if you take that pressure away, yeah, I mean, it's possible that there wasn't enough time for the genetic changes to be more permanent, and they continue using the other genes that are expressed that better represent their environment. It's all
Yeah,
based on environment.
in other words, the DNA code that you try to change reverts back to itself. Because they use the fruit flies because they have fast reproduction and they can see the changes more rapidly. So what they observed was after they stopped the stresses that you said, they reverted back to being regular fruit flies.
Well, can I talk about these environmental changes for a second? Let's talk about that for a second. Are humans under environmental changes? Are they?
Oh yeah, more so than ever.
Exactly. So we got Inuits that live in Alaska. They're in a very cold climate. They eat specific dietary things because of that climate. You've got people living in a city, a suburb. You've got people living in a city. You've got people living in the desert. You've got people living that are constant. And this is constant throughout the world. Now, the question is, why don't we see their genome changing? Because you've got environmental pressures, and you've also got food differential because the foods are different. You should see the very thing you're claiming in humans, but you don't.
We do see that though. We do see that though. So fuck, I dare you to go try and live in Alaska and not be called a pussy because you have to wear a jacket during times when they don't.
Yeah,
right?
That's different. That's different though. See now hold on a second, Dysel. That's different. He's talking about allele changes, like in the genes. He says the environmental pressures will cause the genome, in the glials of the human. You should see that change. Adapting to the environment, we all do. Okay, I lived in Maine for 2 years, and it got coldest it got was negative 30 degrees, and I lived in Las Vegas. And yes, you can adapt. I see people playing football
within the body.
Yeah, but my genome did not change under those environmental pressures.
Right, and so the kind of change for the fruit flies thing, we would need several million more years. Like, we've really not been here that long to have changed as much as we could. So I could definitely see that. Oh, what?
How long have the Inuits been living in Alaska? How long have they been living there? Or the Indians living in the Amazon rainforest? How long have they been living there?
For as long as the records indicate, they actually claim they came from the North Pole, from within the North Pole out. So they've been there since as far as records can date back.
Right, so that could be thousands of years.
Yeah, it's been a long time. We find whale bones and stuff that have carvings in them, and the patina's tested if you believe in all the carbon-14 dating and whatnot. And yeah, these people are ancient.
Paul, I'll do you one better, bro. I'll give you something for your quiver. If you want old population, nothing beats the Aborigines of Australia. 50,000 year history.
Well, and what kind of climate do they live in? Is it not arid, dry?
Yeah, desert-like.
Climate?
Yeah.
Desert-like. Got Inuits in the north living in cold climate. Environmental pressure. And please tell me that's not wrong. Or how about the people that live on an island out in the middle of the ocean? Should they start developing lungs or something that they can start swimming in the water?
Are you expecting them to become something other than human by living somewhere where there's environmental pressure?
We want to see changes.
For evolution, evolution to be. We talk about these allele changes. What they say, you got one species adapting to its environment, becoming another species. That's what you have to have in evolution. Are you saying that's not true?
Yeah, I'm saying one species does not become another species in evolution. That's not the claim at all. That's just wrong. That's not what's claimed at all.
Then tell me, how do we get from a single cell organism to a human? Explain the
Well,
process.
here, put the phone up to your daughter and I'll tell her.
Just leave my daughter out of this, or I'll have one of the mods mute you.
Yeah, well,
Seriously.
it's kind of hard to talk to you with that. Well, yeah, I'll just wait.
Yeah, just mute yourself, Paul, when you're not talking.
Yeah, so the needing to change from one animal into another is a biblical claim. It's not one science makes. How do you get from one single cell into another? They change uh, as a population. So a population of them can start evolving, whereas the rest of the population remains in the area where their genes and their whatever is best expressed. So as things move and spread out over time, and we're talking the time frame here is fucking mind-boggling. You can't fathom the amount of time it would take. Like, and that's why a lot of this is hard to even comprehend. Like, it's just a number, really, but like, it's really hard for even me to wrap my head around what that would even look like, But that's the explanation: is change in allele frequency over time, and I mean long, long time.
See what's
I didn't mean
happening
to put your
here? The
daughter in
more
this,
and more.
Dad.
Wait a minute. Okay, she's quiet. I can talk. She's okay. Let's talk about this for a second. So you're saying when a species from a single cell organism to a human being, there's nothing changed.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by change?
Okay, well, a single cell organism, which means it has no multiple cells like a specialized cells like a human being does, right? And you can call there's different bacteria that are different so-called species of bacteria or germs or whatever. You're saying that a bacteria is the same as a human being, and you're saying that evolution doesn't and say that something changes from a single cell organism to a human being. That doesn't happen.
Well, I'll answer the one. I'll say that no, a bacteria is not a human being. And I will say that yes, science claims and evolution claims that one organism does not change into a different kind of organism. It evolves.
So how do we
it's still a big organism.
Okay, then explain to me again. I'll ask the question very clearly. From what I understand from abiogenesis, you had to have a first single cell replicating organism or molecule. From that, abiogenesis is we came from chemistry. So from chemistry, we through under evolutionary theory how from a first single cell organism, whatever that may be, we got a human being. Walk me through the process of that.
But why do y'all always go from one thing turning into something else all the way back to the single cell, and you don't discuss the in-betweens that could sort of lend some clarity and understanding to the situation?
Well, I'm asking, how do you get there? I'm asking in the middle. Okay, how did we? Where did life come from? Where did the first life come from, and how did it evolve from the first life to the human being?
If we're talking about evolution, we're going to leave abiogenesis out of it. Like, we can have that conversation, but it's separate from evolution.
I'm saying you got the first replicating cell. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. From that, I don't know why this is so hard. From that,
well, it's ridiculously complicated.
So you don't know. So that's your answer. You don't know.
Well, I mean,
no, it's not. It's not a matter of don't know. It's a matter of mind-blowing process that for me is just completely difficult to talk about. But I mean, if you want to talk about evolution, you could talk about a circumstance that could cause a population to be separated into two groups, and how those two groups could diverge away, and there's separation between those two groups going on. Then you got four groups, and at some point over 1 million years, that there's so much changes happen between the two that they become not able to interbreed. So they're now two species.
I explained this with ring species. Hold on. I explained this with ring species already, and then they went to, but we have all these different humans all over the globe. Why aren't they evolving gills and shit? It's because that time thing. It's very much still a factor, and it hasn't been enough of it.
Okay, so it's an unfalsified theory. You can't falsify it.
No, it's falsified by the claims you do or the tests you can do in the lab.
Did humans come from a less complex organism, or did they not?
Well, I guess if it came from God, would God be more complex than humans or not?
Why are you evading the question?
Because your question's a MacGuffin. You're trying to get me to answer something that nobody could answer. Nobody could know that. Like this is the best theory for evolution.
So God is a possible, since you don't know that, yeah. God is a possible explanation. So why are you calling that out?
I say God's an explanation. Yeah.
I think if evolution is true, God is the best explanation for evolution, not some natural process, some law, forces of nature imposing itself onto that to bring us about a very complex system of organisms. Well, I think God at least would be a better explanation than something that's going against entropy.
Couldn't he have just made evolution a thing?
Nothing to do with entropy either.
Okay, does things decay? Does energy run out?
No, energy does not
energy
run
runs out, but energy is put in to reverse entropy.
Do things decay? Do things decay?
Yes.
Reverse entropy?
Okay, yeah, so you can get something that somehow overcomes all the environmental dangers. Like, if you have a reaction, you gotta stop other reactions from occurring as well. So somehow these chemical processes in this evolutionary theory had to overcome that. They had to overcome, somehow they survived. They went from surviving in vents to all of a sudden being able to step out of the vents and create the necessary ATP that it needs to function outside the vents. And then it moved on to further and begin to work together with other organisms, overcoming other environmental problems. I mean, to me,
you see personal incredulity right there. I can't see all this.
This is the story. This is the story.
And because
this is the story of
credible
evolution.
to you, right? Because your incredulity is what's going to determine whether or not it's factual. Then, because that's what you're doing. You're saying it seems unlikely to me, so I'm just going to say it's wrong.
Okay, if I leave something in the environment, like if I stick something out on my deck right now, a living organism out on the deck, nothing else, just the environmental pressures of the rain, sun, and heat, what will happen to that eventually?
What's the point that you're trying to make?
That's the environmental pressures you're talking about. And you're saying somehow, magically, through evolution, see, the thing is, it's like you don't even acknowledge your own theory. Abiogenesis is how it started. And I actually gave you the single cell organism, which means you've already got life.
How do you know God didn't just create everything, start evolution, and step back?
I just said, at least if you bring God, hold on a second. I just said if evolution is true and God exists, then that's a better explanation than natural forces, chemical processes brought about a human being.
Yeah, well, how do you know God didn't just set those chemical forces and all that shit you can't comprehend into being?
I don't know. I never said that I didn't, but I mean,
disregard it then. If you're saying that it's possible through God and we have science to explain it, why are you turning away from it?
Because I think there's people that I think there's problems with evolution that nobody really wants to talk about, and the evolutionary theories don't even look at the potential problems with it. Like, okay, what's ATP? Let me ask you a question. What is ATP?
I don't know. What, we ought to unabbreviate it for me?
It's adenosine triphosphate.
Right. It's the energy currency of the cell.
The energy. Yes.
And for a single cell organism, which every life form, every cell, every plant, every being, every human, every animal uses ATP. Okay. And you have to have a mechanism.
Where does that come
from? The body. There's a mechanism within the body that makes it. You have to have certain proteins.
On the cellular level, where does it come from? Do you know that? And I'm not challenging you. I'm just asking.
I don't know the specifics, but I understand that. I know that there's different proteins on the cell wall that have to create. That's called a proton pump that create a gradient, and part of that gradient is actually part of the production of ATP. And there's other mechanisms, other proteins inside the cell that process that to be able to get it. And then you have to have loads of it. It's not just one. You don't, like having one little ATP. You have to have bulk loads of it in the cell
Yeah.
for a cell to function. Now, here's the question: which came first, the protein that produced the ATP or the ATP?
Chicken or the
Well,
egg?
the thing is that the mitochondria within the cell is where the ATP comes from. It's a set of chemical reactions that produce one molecule into another that we call ATP, which is used for energy in the cell. And there's also a theory, and I bring this up specifically. There's a theory that the mitochondria that's in the multi-cell organisms actually resulted maybe from a symbiotic relationship from maybe a single cell bacteria or that one cell incorporated and took advantage of its ability to produce the ATP. And that's an interesting topic on itself.
Okay.
Where
Let me
did
ask
the
you this question.
mitochondria come from?
Well, then I'll take it a step further. Which came first, the DNA or the protein?
Yeah, we get I feel like that's a whole other conversation that would
I know, but
really
you have.
muddy the waters.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. To produce for a single cell, this new cell that you talk about that somehow magically gained the ability to produce ATP, and then it kind of went over. Well, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to call it. Hold on, just whatever you want to call it. Something we don't understand can be called magic. You don't understand it.
It is understood.
It's understood. Oh, so you've seen. Hold on a second. So you've seen a cell cannibalize from another cell and incorporate that into itself. You've actually seen that happen.
Now that's a theory. That's a different thing.
That's a theory. So you don't know. So back to my original statement. You don't know.
That's a plausible possible explanation for it.
Okay. Again, back to my original question.
That's a whole other conversation.
This is all part of the this is the problems with evolutionary theory. This is every bit of it. It's problematic.
I haven't seen
I'm
any
telling you.
problems
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm not done.
Hold on, guys. Let Paul and Left go at it. They seem to know their stuff. Please, guys, let Paul and Left Lane go at it for a couple of minutes.
Well, for that new mitochondrial thing, whatever you call it, I didn't catch everything you said. To be able to produce ATP, it has to have the mechanisms within itself to produce it. Would you disagree or disagree with that?
But see, the thing is about going into that, Paul. If we're talking about evolution, you're nitpicking and trying to go into a whole other conversation that really, I mean, building blocks and this has to happen before that happens, and we could go all the way back to questioning the single cell organism and how it became a human. But that's such a muddy conversation that we can't make any clarity. We can't discuss things, sensibly that we could have understanding about it.
Well, if you want to talk about how things function now, like when you have life, that's fine. But to get to life, and everything I've ever read and heard and seen and talked and discussed and learned in school is that evolution means that from the single cell organism, through mutation, environmental pressure, and through diet, we have the different species, everything from plants, animals, seals, fish, everything.
Yeah.
You're telling me that's not true. Just tell me, is that not true?
Is everything you know about evolution from high school? Is everything you know about evolution from high school?
No, I went to college, by the way. Don't assume I went to college. But this is the thing, though.
College did you take on evolution and biology? I'm just wondering.
Okay. What my educational background is irrelevant to this conversation. Now, so you're going to use that as a means to say.
If you had studying in biology, it would be very relevant to this. It would be very relevant.
Well, I did take anatomy in college, and we did study how the cell works. We did study how proteins work. We did study a lot of that stuff. I may not have a specifics in evolutionary theory, but I have a decent grasp of how cells function and how genetic code is transmitted. I get all that, how the code is transmitted, is copied and then transmitted and produce a protein. I get a good understanding of that. So if you want to go down that road, go ahead.
Paul, these guys are big up on this allele.
What's that?
Hey, Paul, do you get what the alleles are and why they keep bringing them up or whatever?
I don't know. I'd have to do some digging on that. I've heard them talk about that before, but obviously it's something in genetic code. It's in the genetic. So whether I know specifically what it is, I know what the genetic code is for. The genetic code is for the production of proteins in the cell. Everything from the proton pumps that's necessary for the production of ATP to everything from the testosterone hormone to estrogen. It's in the genetic code.
It's a little bit
I may
mixed
not.
up. That's a
What's
little
wrong?
bit
What's mixed
mixed
up?
up.
How's that mixed up?
Well,
Tell me how I'm.
proton pumps, and yeah, that's a protein. Everything's built out of proteins. I mean, amino acids. The amino acids are the building blocks of the proteins, and proteins, their form and function are, individually responsible for different things. My point is that is muddying the conversation about evolution.
Okay, then tell me what an allele is. What is that? Then explain it to me if I don't understand.
Allele refers to the genetic code. Allele pairs represent where you've got your dominant and recessive genes, which you got heterozygous and homozygous expression, which really gets complicated. I mean, if you know about Punnett squares and how to set them up and predicting offspring and things like that, we could have that conversation too. Muddies the
Let's
water
talk
about
about that.
evolution, though.
No, it doesn't, because you're saying those are changing. Okay, if I change something, you said the alleles is genetic code. So what will change? Let's get a little bit more specific. Okay, so if you change the genetic code, what will happen within the cell? Like, will a specific protein change? Will a specific what will happen?
An allele is a specific part of your genetic code that's responsible for some phenotypic or physical expression of that gene.
Is that what causes change?
Expression. Hold on. Physical expression of a gene. So what does a gene do? What does a gene do in the system? What does it do?
It directs the production of proteins.
Oh, so I'm not too far off.
No, you're not too far off, but it's not. I mean, what you were saying, you was talking about protein pumps and this thing and that thing, and I mean that's non-specific.
But here's the thing. Okay, well, let's get specific. Well, if a slight change in allele change the function of a protein pump in the system, what will that do to the protein pump?
Well, it could be a deleterious mutation that would inhibit the ability for the pump to function, which will kill you.
Exactly.
And
most mutations are deadly.
No. Well, see, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that statement, but there are mutations that are beneficial.
Absolutely.
Maybe it would enable you to produce an enzyme that enables you to digest a food that the rest of the population can't. So that allows you to have a whole new resource, and you don't have any competition. So you're able to have a whole big patch of something that you can eat that everybody else can't. Then your offspring, then you're able to, your offspring inherits that ability to digest that whole new food source. So before long, you end up with two separate groups that's maybe initiate a speciation event, and over 1 million years, that same process going on over time results in speciation.
Okay, let's think about this for a second. So you're somehow magically through this process. Magically means we don't fully understand it. So don't get me saying it's magic, but it is a level of understanding. Hold on a second. We know majority of the time. Okay, I already told you magic can be determined as a means to say that we don't understand fully. Okay?
I'm gonna start using it when I respond to you. That hope it doesn't anger you.
I mean, magic is a specific
thing.
You could just say it's the unknown. You could just say it's the unknown, Paul. You don't have to. There's no spellcraft.
Okay. Somehow, this is the beauty. Okay, I'll say this. This is the beauty of evolution in this theory. We have these massive mutations that are deadly, but somehow, some way, life figures out, in a few cases here and there, over the course of 1 billion years, that life can become a human being. because we had the right genetic mutation to get us where we are. That's what you're saying.
That's such a broad.
Is that wrong?
It's such a no. Yeah, I would. Wouldn't say it's wrong. I just think it's a very unsensible, dishonest approach to discussing evolution.
Okay, if an idea can't be pressed down into its base form, then I think it's too complex. If it's too complex to understand, anybody can understand it. My daughter, a 3-year-old, can understand, then it's too complex. And if it's too complex, that's why I get down to this brass tacks about the proteins, because when you start to get into this, mutations in a protein can most of the time are detrimental. That's why we have cancer. That's why we have radiation problems. That's why this all happens. What's that?
Can your daughter understand the circuitry? And could you explain how Wi-Fi works to your 3-year-old?
It's in a simple form, yes. There is a signal in the air. Hold on a second. There is a signal in the air that is being transmitted from this location to your tablet to cause it to work. That's so you just say magic.
And that's all.
No, I didn't say magic. I did not say magic. There's no magic in that.
You just explained magic to me right there. A signal in the air transfers over to your tablet. Sounds like magic to me.
Because she won't understand it, and her idea would be magic because there is a little bit more to it. I get that. But we're being a little bit pedantic here. I'm just trying to say, I tried to sum up the overall concept of evolution, and you're saying that's all that, because you know why? When you open it up that way, it shows you that there might be something else going on.
But let me ask you,
go ahead.
Let's try to keep it on track. I feel like that I presented an easy to understand concept that how speciation might occur. And you immediately went back to abiogenesis or one cell to humans, and I'm trying to get away from that. I don't think that's that's so ultra completely mind-blowingly complex that it muddies the conversation. So if I talk about the speciation event, what would be a fair rebuttal against that besides going back to the one cell becoming a human talk?
Well, the thing is, though, okay. If you take your idea of the human, whatever, your speciation in the sense of environmental pressures, food, slight mutation in the genes that cause it, you're describing the mechanism. That's what you're describing.
Yes.
Now, if that's the mechanism, that means that mechanism has to start from the single cell organism all the way to a human being.
See that? When you take that left turn right there, I'm staying back here at the intersection. I'm not going to go down that road. I'm just not going to go down that road because it's impossible. It's impossible to have that discussion when we're just talking about speciation.
This is where they choke, Paul. Right here. This is what they did yesterday.
I'm making a point. Okay. You go from something we can talk about and make. No, we talk about something we can make sense of, and you take it to something that we can't make sense of.
Okay,
it's like trying to talk about the mechanics of a vehicle and then comparing it to aesthetics and stuff. And so, it's a blue car. I don't know. It's like you're kind of.
Well, no. Here's the thing: is evolution how we get all the different life forms we have today?
Whoa! But like maybe
is evolution how we got all the species all the life forms we have today? Why is that such a hard question to answer?
They can't answer that. They won't go there. This is where they choke. This is where the conversation ends. Right here, Paul. Right here.
Unfortunately, yes, I see it does, because it goes from being able to understand a simple concept to making it so complicated that we can't even talk about it. It's okay. I don't. That's why
we can't talk about the conflict without getting interrupted. Can I make a 30-second thing without getting interrupted? Thanks. This is what happened yesterday, Paul. They go up to this point, right? You tell them, look, your evolution starts with a single cell organism. I went through this with them yesterday painstakingly, okay? From one cell, it divides, it becomes another one. Then it turns into amoeba, and then it turns more complex, then a fish. Then the fish has to crawl out of the water and become something else. And I told them, nothing anywhere in history do we have any proof of this. And they just buckle. They will not see the truth. They will not accept it. It's as simple as that.
Well, the thing is, it's like it's a. I mean, like I'm not an evolutionary biologist, and I'll admit that I'm not. But I do have a fairly good grasp of a lot of the stuff because I took it in college, and I was looked at it, I read it, and I watched videos on it. I watched what people teach on it. I have a good, I mean, a pretty decent. I probably have a high school level, maybe potentially freshman level understanding. Can I know all the terminology? Probably not. But one of the things, my strengths when I was in anatomy class, I understood concepts very well. And my study partner knew terms very well. So we studied really good together because I helped her understand concepts and she helped me remember the terminology. And I think understanding concept, and I think understanding a concept is sometimes better than understanding the word itself. So go ahead.
You ever hear, give me the first miracle? Give me the first miracle. This is what they want. They want that life form there. And from there, they, in their brain, they want to explain it, which they can't even do that, right?
But I gave it to them, Essie.
They don't go to A. They go to D right away.
Well, because to get to D, you had to go through A, B, C to get there. But if you can't go from A to B, how can you get to C and how can you get to D? I agree.
Exactly.
That's why I go here.
Well, how do we get to giraffes? You know what I mean? Like giraffes are kind of like a special case. They seem like an evolutionary dead end. Do you think that sometimes things just get to be dead ended? Like they're just bottlenecked. There's just like too much whatever information there. It's not gonna. It can't really become anything else because it's kind of become the full expression of what it was supposed to be, right? So it won't. Why would it change what it is? Right?
Walk me through the process of how it got. Walk me through the beginning. Like, what was the ancestor of the elephant?
Okay, we'll start with grass and we'll go all the way to corn. Right.
Exactly, though. But you're assuming
but it's not going to turn back into grass.
Hold on a second. You are assuming evolution, and then when I press you on how we got the giraffe,
the amount of genetic information different between a grass and a corn is all of those copy things. There's all kinds of extra syntax and shit in there that I don't know anything about. But why is the genetic sequence much longer in corn than it is in grass? But they're essentially related. Dig.
Here, let's walk through a giraffe. Let's talk about evolution of a giraffe. Let's talk about giraffe.
How does giraffe
let's talk about it. Well, I don't know, but I think it's interesting because there's a lot of things about a giraffe that's really evolutionary crazy. Because for one, there has to be valves in place in the giraffe's blood because as soon as it because you have to have enough blood pressure, the heart has to pump strong enough to get the blood from the heart all the way to the top of the giraffe's head.
Right.
And if the giraffe bends its head down, if there wasn't valves in place within the neck of the giraffe, his head would explode.
Okay. How about camels?
So
how about llamas? Any other long neck?
Exactly. Right?
So
I know
all uniquely adapted for that situation to have a long neck. Right?
Adapted.
They already have that shit in place.
You're assuming evolution. They adapted. I could say they were designed that way.
If you're saying that they can't be like that, and then that they are like that, that's diluting.
I think I think the first time that a giraffe had a heart strong enough to pump the blood to its head, but it did not have the valves in place to keep the blood from flowing back to it. When it bent its head down, it would have died, and all the genetic code that would have had. Let me just give you this.
Can I just tie the bow up on this little thing, and then somebody else can talk? But it's like you take a camel and a llama, and you can get a cama out of that. It's bigger than a llama. It's not quite as big as a camel. It has some traits of both. It's a hybrid. Along this idea, if stable, real hybrids start happening, right, and there's a population that can court them and produce offspring, then that's how we get to a pressure cooker situation where you have this giraffe happen, and it's stable, and it just does its giraffe thing. And really, probably the conditions met to create giraffe will never be approximated again in the random shuffle of these cards.
Good story, bro. Good story proof. Good story,
but
bro.
But it's not evolution. It's not evolution that I described to you.
The thing about the giraffe. Hold on. The thing about the giraffe is the recurrent laryngeal nerve connects the brain and the larynx. The nerve used to be in a more direct route in our fish-like ancestors, but as we evolved into vertebrates, the nerve loops down from the head and it has to go back up around the aorta and back to the larynx. It's a poor design. So if it were created, why would it be created with old tech if it weren't evolution?
Oh, well, see, there's a problem with that. When people start saying it was poorly designed, To say something is poorly designed, you have to know what its original intent was. You know, my tablet that I have 2 tablets for my girls. They are poorly designed to run massive computing power, but they're perfectly designed for playing games or getting on the internet. To say something's poorly designed, you have to know its intent. If you don't know its intent, making that argument falls apart.
So anyway, I didn't describe evolution to you, but I can do what evolution does through hybridization.
I understand what you're saying now, Snacks. That made it clear. I didn't know what you were talking about, but I see what you're saying.
Thanks, sir. Okay. But I'm not an evolutionist. I'm more just about love overcomes these physical conditions. Cross speciation. Also other things too, like just diet will affect a population. It will cause like things to normalize. Climate, acclimatization happens to plants. That's why you can like raise certain plants to grow in an atmosphere they're not used to. You know what I mean? Over a given amount of generations, they'll figure it the fuck out. That's what life does, though. Life does figure it the fuck out. That's what Jeff Goldblum said in Jurassic Park, and he ain't wrong.
So we're back to the Inuit, the Aboriginal, Islander. So you're saying, so with enough environmental pressure and different types of environment, then the Inuits, the Aboriginal, and the Pacific Islanders should be speciated by now and be completely different than what they are.
I don't think you could say that, but you did.
But that's what you argued. I just applied it to a different species. You're saying that's what plants did. That's what this did. I applied it to humans.
Where did I get to where people were fucking horses? I didn't do that. I didn't say centaurs could reproduce. No.
No, you were saying, you just said environmental pressure.
Hybridization.
Well, but a minute ago you said that this is how species adapt.
I said nature works it out.
Nature works it out. So nature's your God. So nature's your God.
Don't even do that.
Okay.
I don't have a concept of either necessarily. I'm just saying, like, how does something become something else? It can't be the same copy of a copy of a copy. We have to fuck it up. It's got to be a glitch in the system, or else you get no variation. Ain't I right, Demon Stride? Come on. Like, none of this shit makes sense. Little gradual changes will affect something like a desert fox, which I think, like, it's growing extra hair out of its paw pads to cover its fucking paw pads from hot sand. That's like a trait, like a gene dip switch that gets flipped on. Let's grow more fucking hair out of here. That's not something that.
Let's walk me through this. It's the little changes.
Go ahead.
Let's walk me through this. Walk me through this then. You said it's the little. Go back to what Left Lane said. It's the little changes. Let's talk about the mechanism of this going on.
Come on. You want to go to micromutations, right? So things like ultraviolet light and infrared light can cause these.
Walk me through it. Oh, so ultraviolet light affects the gene to cause the foot pads of the.
It can cause copying errors. It can cause different things like that. But to the
organism, a copying error will cause the foot pads on the fox to grow hair.
Why is your hair turn gray, for fuck's sake, Paul? You copying errors? Yes. Okay.
See, now you're attacking me. You're attacking me. I'm asking you to go down into the specifics on how ultraviolet rays mutate the gene to cause the hair on the foot pads to grow. Walk me through that. If not, it's just telling me a cool story, bro. Cool story.
Okay.
That's all it is. It's a story.
No, I mean, I'm sure you got a better handle on this, Paul. Why should I try to explain it to you? You know what you know, all right? Nobody can tell you any different. Paul, go ahead. I ain't attacking you.
Well, I'm not attacking you either. I'm attacking your argument. I'm attacking what you're telling me. I'm not attacking you.
All I know is, like, I was in, like, off the charts infrared and ultraviolet and shit like that in the desert for, like, a whole summer, right? And my hair changed. Like, it's curly now. It's not like that. All my life, it's straight. Why that happened? I don't know. I seem to feel like it does things to, like, I don't know, dissolve these sorts of, like, barriers to change.
Well, here's the thing. Let's talk about that for a second. So then you should be able to, this would be good scientific proof for you, buddy. Okay, you have a kid It grows straight hair. I go to the desert. And all of a sudden now my hair's curly. Well, the next kid I have would have curly hair because I passed that genetic code on to the child.
Yeah,
And
maybe
now
I'll do
he
that
has curly
experiment. I'll
hair.
see if I can do that. Or maybe it won't happen until later.
That's a good.
Well, why do I have? I mean, does that mean at some point in my genetic line somebody had curlier hair than me, and it just like I never knew
Or
that?
the
Do you know what I'm
sun,
saying?
or the sun somehow damaged the hair follicles, and now your hair. Because you know why your hair's curly?
That's really possible.
Anybody know? Do you know why? Do you know why people's hair is curly? I do.
Do you think
Because I
that
learned in
ultraviolet
anatomy
rays
class.
can? Do you now believe that they can damage genes or change the way that they reproduce?
The thing is, I asked the question. I
See,
already said I know
here's what
know
I think
why
is
hair
that
is curly.
you have the
Can
belief
you
that
listen?
evolution is striving to make these changes. What my belief
No,
is
that's what
no,
you're
it
saying.
doesn't. Right, but a broken clock can be right, and sometimes nature makes the right broken clock for the purpose. There's nothing
He
divine
doesn't want
about
to
it
have a
necessarily.
conversation. He doesn't want to answer anything. You guys can have at him. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna step
Have
back a
at
little bit.
me? What?
Yeah.
I'm not
Because
even
you're
arguing
not really
their
wanting.
point, bro.
Well, I mean, you're telling me your genetic code changed because of the
Oh,
sun. That's what you just said. My genetic
it's
code changed
it's
because of the
gene
sun. I'm telling
expression,
you,
right?
probably
Like, do I have to use your
no.
retarded
That's not
terminology to
probably why.
describe my
That's
mind? Is
probably
that
not.
what it is? No.
I'm trying to tell you that's probably not why your hair went curly. The reason people have curly and straight hair is because of the hair follicles. As the hair grows out of the hair follicles, if it's more like a oval shape, then you're going to have more curly hair. If it's more round shape, you're going to have straight hair. So more than likely, what happened is being out in the sun too much damaged your
Oh,
hair follicles, and now you have curly hair because of that. Not
those guys
because
don't
your
want to have a
gene expression
conversation.
changed. I did. I'm just trying to tell you what I think happened. It is a conversation.
All right. Anybody else?
Not gene expression changed. I don't think your gene expression changed because of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I happen to believe that experiences impact our genetic expression. You know, you
Well,
go through
that's a good.
intense things, right? Or periods of starvation. These leave prints on your shit and passed on for sure. I don't know
Well, I
why
don't know
you
if
would discount that.
I don't know. I mean, well, I don't know if I cause. I mean, I think your diet can change to a certain extent. I do believe that to a certain degree, and I don't see. I'm not discounting. And I actually said that. I think I don't discount that things can, and your diet can affect things, and I don't deny that. But to say that process brought us to human beings, I think that's
Okay.
that's a stretch to me.
But like in some way, like the mother cow, it's got taking care of the baby cow. Baby cow doesn't know how to eat grass yet, and especially where this little patch of grass is that they are, right? But mom cow has some kind of milk. The colostrum in the milk normalizes the pathways in the little baby calf. If the baby calf doesn't have that colostrum, it can't process the same thing that mommy cow can. So that's mutation that's helpful, and it's caused by the colostrum. Colostrum is a mutagen. Other things in the environment can be that too. I don't know why you would discount that. This is a big, crazy chemistry lab we're in. For some fucking reason, a desert fox has little hairs that go over the paws. I don't know why. Maybe it just got lucky. That's possible too. But it didn't directively say like, "Oh man, I'm just gonna grow some more hair here" because like I'm thinking that. That's not what's good. These are all like subtle processes that would go on with cells. Anyway, the one, let's say it's just a mutant. It's a freak of nature, right? It's just got extra hairs on it. Or maybe they come from something farther back where they were much hairier, and it's just they're pulling old files and be like, "Yo, let's pull up this one. This is a good one. Hair over the. We'll play that in this environment." I don't know how the body computes these things or how gene expression is all computed, man. It's a very complicated process. So I'm willing to talk about it. I don't have like a presumption of an evolutionary, like. I mean, I really feel like I've tried to arrive at my own ideas here, but whatever. I'm just one of them to you because I don't agree with your side. That makes me feel bad, Paul. Real bad.
No, I'm just questioning your premises. I'm questioning what you said. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: if you've been on here and heard me say this, and I'll say it again for 1,000th time, if what you're saying is true, then no amount of scrutiny to that will stop it or back it down.
No, I
'Cause
got food allergies, man. You know, certain things.
Okay, well,
Are you got
that's
food
fine.
allergies?
I've got allergies.
There you go.
So,
They're
but is
passed
that
on
because of
from somebody
evolution?
else.
Is that because of evolution, or is there something other factor involved? I mean,
Ask your parents.
How do I know?
Why
I
do you
mean,
have allergies?
they don't. They may not know. But you going to
They
tell me
made your
evolution is
body.
causing me having allergies? Is that
They
what you're
made your
saying?
body. The two of them. They conspired to do it.
How does it? Oh, so they had sex. Now they had sex together. They know why I have allergies. Okay.
I don't know. Like if we're just the same over and over and over again, then they possibly could have known that, or it runs in your family. Some people will say. I don't know.
Well, there can be also factors like, and I've actually read this on a vaccine insert. Well, I'm sorry, I better say that, but on the jab insert, that hay fever is a side effect of those things. I've
Okay,
actually read that. So maybe
don't
I
go
have
in
hay
hay.
fever because I got the jab.
There you go. Okay. So that did something. So little things can do things to organisms. I don't know. Can that change how your genetic expression is? Maybe it is. Maybe that fucking has actually happened, you know, because of what maybe like all types of things flip on little dip switches of genes, you know, whether it's something I'm allergic to or not allergic to, right? I believe in genes. I can't see them. You know what I mean? Like I see things with traits. I believe that they're caused by some kind of thing that's somehow fixed but mutable. You know, that's dialetheism right there. I don't know. Like, what can I say? It's a confounding thing. Life is as such. If it wasn't, I don't think we would care much about it. I think it's good to not know. I'm not trying to know everything. I just my idea of evolution doesn't work on a line like they show. I think a lot of things are going on behind the scenes. That's what I think.
Well, then I will apologize if I did this. If when you said evolution, if you have a different definition of evolution than the standard globe person that comes in here and talks about evolution, then I do apologize.
I think that there are blueprints that are dropped off for a lot of these basic components. That's what I mean, I believe that. I can't prove that. I have no science book telling me that. But like, how else does the schematic of the fucking organism arrive? And how is that made? I have no answer to that. You could say God. I mean, whatever. I'm still in the game. I'm still got my head in the game trying to figure out what the fuck could be going on. And is it related somehow to like the heavens above? Is that somehow related to it? Like, is something just dropping off smart dust that turns into things? I how would we know that? You know? And so I keep that as a maybe. You know, I keep a lot of things as maybes. There are only some concrete things, and there are only. I mean, you know, there's a given amount of things I can't even fucking get into because like there's no language to talk about it, right? I'm gonna be like dealing with terminologies for a while, and then you're gonna think I'm full of shit for a while, and then maybe we'll get to some gainful conversation. But anyway, it's a difficult thing to speculate about on your own for sure, because you have to be kind of couched in all of the terminologies that describe genetics, evolution, all that stuff. You already have to be familiar with that shit to kind of like reject it. That's what I'm trying to do that as best I can. But I don't have any leanings towards like why all of it. You know, I don't have any philosophical underpinnings of it. You know. Anyway, it was fun talking with you. Maybe we'll pick it up again another time. We'll have something interesting to get into. But I just feel like it's unfair trying to put all that shit. Whatever. Maybe we'll give Left Lane all the shit you can. But like, I'm just kidding. But you're trying to talk about the original cells, the original like beginnings of life, and then try to compare it to, you know, your zillion of years ahead of time. Now talking about giraffes and platypus and stuff like that. It's a you're just choking them. You know what I mean? As far as like being able to get the information out.
Well, but the thing is, and this is back to the thing is though, Left Lane and even him, if you're saying the mechanism of evolution to cause life to be what it is, then it has to start from the beginning and work its all the way to where we are. And if you don't want to talk about that process, that tells me that your stance and your position is not as strong as you think it is.
No, I just believe it's a whole different conversation. That it makes the conversation about evolution, specifically speciation, impossible.
No, because I mean, if you have a single cell organism, it may have been photosensitive, but then you got to figure out how to get it from being photosensitive. Of course, hang on a second.
Just got back. What happened to the conversation?
Oh, Paul was talking. His daughter was tugging at him, I think.
Okay. Where'd you guys
But I
leave
mean,
off?
well, let me finish. She's content now for the second anyway. I said just a second. Hang on a second. I'll be right back.
Where'd you guys leave off, Demon Strike? Are you still on how a single-celled organism
Well,
evolved
here,
into the complex?
well, that's. I was going to talk to Left Lane about that, Dyslo. I mean, most evolutionary people say that the first single cell organisms were probably at vents at the bottom of the ocean, at the volcanic vents, because they can cannibalize or actually use the heat coming from those vents to be able to metabolize and to function and live. Well,
No, they're running off sulfur.
What's that?
The sulfur vents are the hydrobenothermal benothermic vents. They're venting out sulfur out of sub-ocean floor sources, and the creatures that swim through that, little microorganisms, are grabbing. They're like immune to heat, and they're able to just grab the sulfur and then begin the kind of a little food chain out of there. And then there's tube worms.
Right. Well, that's what I'm.
There's crabs.
Right. Well, I'm talking. We're talking about. Don't go down the tube worms trail yet, because that's a tube worm is a complex organism. We're talking about the first single cell organism. First one. There's no tube worms. There's no other fish.
Okay.
There's no crabs. There's nothing.
Real quick.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, real quick. I just wanted to say, the conditions to have life to begin with would have had to have been ideal, which means that the surface would have had to cool down a lot faster than what the Big Bang cosmology would indicate. And go ahead with your single-celled organism.
Well, I mean, we can go into how we got the first single cell organisms, which we could do that too, because then you got all kinds of problems to even get there, which we could talk about that. But I want to give them the single cell organism, because they're talking about evolution and how speciation occurs. So let's give them the first one. So I'm gonna reach in my back pocket magically and say, here's your first single cell. Now, for speciation, as Left Lane and this other guy was describing, that means the cannibalization of that, or the thermal vents from this organism, will then somehow it has to figure out mutationally to gain a feature that it never had before, because it has to go to that first organism that left it had to somehow come up with the proteins necessary to manufacture, instead of cannibalizing from the environment, to be able to figure out to manufacture internally inside the cell, so that it can leave that thermal vent. It's got to be able to leave that thermal vent for other life to start to form. Now, the thing is, to go from one step to the next, like I heard, I think it was Doofus, I think was on here a while back when we were talking about this before. It's getting the energy from the thermal vent. Well, when you leave the thermal vent, you've got to have some mechanism internally to be able to produce the energy, but you still got to scavenge from the environment to take what's in the environment, pull it in, turn it around, and actually manufacture something it needs internally to function. Well, what mechanisms?
That's just food.
I know, but you got to have a mechanism. I can hand you. Hold on a second.
At the time of this early evolution, there wasn't even a breathable atmosphere. It was all just water.
Well, as long as there isn't any critters that need to breathe at that time, that doesn't matter.
Exactly. It all, single-celled organisms aren't breathing oxygen.
Right.
Hold on. Are you saying single-celled organisms don't require oxygen?
Said aren't breathing oxygen.
Yeah, they're not breathing.
Well, I mean, that all depends on what you mean by breathing, but nonetheless,
like air.
do they require oxygen?
Air is what I'm saying.
Everybody knows what breathing is.
Well, again, when I say requires oxygen versus breathing, that that doesn't negate the fact that oxygen is a necessity for life.
Yeah,
Not
part
all
of
life, though.
the organic molecule.
Not
Part
all
of
life. Trees
part
don't
of
need any
being
oxygen. No,
organic.
trees don't need any oxygen. You know, they all they require is carbon dioxide. They can live in an oxygen free environment and have zero problems.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. I mean, yeah, if you have like if you have a higher rate of CO2, that's advantageous only to about 12,000 parts per million.
Are you
You
telling me that
exceed that.
trees use
Hold on,
oxygen?
I wasn't finished. Yeah, if you exceed that and you just introduce pure carbon rich environment, that plant will die.
Can I get back before we go down too far? I
Well,
want
but
to go
isn't
back
there
to this.
oxygen in CO2? Sorry.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, let's
Absolutely.
find. Help me understand this. Is thermal heat energy? Right, it is energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is ATP energy?
ATP itself, it provides the energy.
Right. So it takes the
You
it
have
somehow.
to
Go
go
ahead.
through the Krebs cycle. You have to go talk about all the chemical processes that go on that cause ATP to produce energy.
Okay, now let's think about this for a second. Sunlight is energy, right? Can I use sunlight to charge my battery on my phone? If I take my
Sure.
phone outside, right? But can I go and just lay it out in the sun? Will it
No.
charge my phone?
No.
So you got to have a mechanism.
the mechanism. Yeah.
Okay, so if a single cell organism that doesn't produce ATP, okay, but it's living in a thermal vent, getting the energy that's necessary for it to function, somehow magically, it's got to figure out how to get the Krebs cycle. What are all the necessary proteins for the Krebs cycle?
Oh, I don't. I would. That's pretty complicated. I don't have that memorized. It's been 20-something years.
Okay, so if a cell does not have ATP, which means it's getting it from the environment, but then it has to leave that environment, it has to be able to have the energy in another form to be able to carry it, store it, transmit it. You have to have the necessary mechanisms in place to produce that, right?
Well, it makes ATP inside the cell. It doesn't. It doesn't
Okay,
grab ATP from the atmosphere. It
I
makes it.
know, I know, but okay, let's say did the first living cell have ATP production in it?
See, I don't know. I really don't. I don't know.
I've actually had evolutionists say they didn't. They got it just from the environment. They got the energy from the environment. Okay, so
Well,
but I mean,
they have to. They have to get energy in the form of what we would call their food, what they
I
consume
know,
to live.
right? But it's like I can take. There's all kinds of energy in my charcoal grill, and I could take that heat from that grill and charge my phone with it. But I have to have a mechanism in place to convert that energy from the grill, the heat from the grill, to be able to charge my phone. I just can't go lay my phone on the grill and say, charge my phone or the sun.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, so you like, what are you trying to get to, though?
I'm just saying that for the first single cell organism, okay, this is the first step, and this is even a speciation issue. Because you got it living in an environment, getting its energy from a specific environment in a specific way that it is adapted to do. Let's say it has the necessary mechanisms in that place, but you want to move it from that environment to be able to get energy in a different form, in a different way, to survive in that environment. So even to have the first single cell organism, you got to have all kinds of mechanisms in place for that single cell organism to be able to process the energy in the environment.
Well, it's organic
compounds.
It's organic compounds, and I really don't. I'm not at all. I don't even know a little bit enough to talk about abiogenesis and what's required. And you got the formation of organic compounds organized in such a way that sort of happenstance into something that's able to be called single cell prokaryote.
Well, let's think about this for a second. Yeah. Let's look at it a different way. Okay, I've actually talked to other evolutionists to say that you can actually get certain proteins just from the environment. You don't need DNA, you don't need RNA, don't need none of that. Okay, let's say magically in this environment, I'm going to use magic because we don't understand it. So don't take this the wrong. We don't understand
No,
how this happened.
I
So
understand
I'm
what you
talking about
say
the
when
other
you say
guy.
magic, but it's a trigger word for biologists.
That's fine. Let it be that way. But somehow you had this protein had no means. There's nothing. It just randomly appeared in the environment. Somehow the cell grabbed it and it became part of the cell. But now wait a minute. For that to carry that on to the next generation, you've got to be able to copy that protein, embed the genetic code into the gene so that now the genes can replicate that protein so that it can carry it on to the next generation. Now think about this for a second.
Didn't have genes. The first cells did not have genes.
They
were
didn't.
autocatalytic cycles of organic molecules.
That's okay. You're a little bit more educated in this. So somehow
this
though,
stuff is well known. It's not like a mystery.
It's well known. It's well known. How did you know? How did you go back 45 billion years ago to know that this is well known?
Because it's not a requirement of science to do superhuman feats like time travel. That's kind of silly.
I know, but you're saying that's what happened several million years ago, right?
Yeah. Autocatalytic cycles and autocatalysis has been demonstrated in the lab and in the
so how do you get
conditions in the field, and it's been observed that these precursor molecules will build into organic compounds, which will build into self-replicating biomolecules, which can then become encapsulated just naturally in the environment, but also in laboratory conditions. And these encapsulated autocatalytic molecules are what would be considered protocells.
Okay, well then okay, that's fine. You get a little more technical than I was. I was trying to keep it simple. Where did the first proteins come from? Where did the first proteins come from? Where did the first proteins come from? Proteins. Where did the first proteins come from?
Well,
everybody knows this.
You can, it's been observed both amino acid sequences and RNA or nucleotide sequences, primarily RNA, being encapsulated in these lipid membranes and phospholipids and whatnot, right? So whether you want to go down the amino acid sequence, right, those would be primitive proteins, right? If you have over about 10 amino acids passing oligoptide, that's basically a small protein. But the more to get more advanced proteins, right, those would come from RNA, where RNA, the sequence of the RNA that's encapsulated in these protocells would begin to start to have an effect on sequestering amino acids to build the proteins. Based on that RNA sequence, it can act functionally to sequester amino acids and then string them together, right? Because the thing that builds proteins in your cells right now in the modern day is it's mostly RNA. There's a small portion of a protein, but the thing that actually does the chemical reaction to build the protein is the RNA part, right? So the RNA can sequester amino acids, perform the peptide bond linkage, and form proteins.
See, this is the problem about talking about complex stuff that most people have no clue about, right? If you go down this route, you let chirality do what he just did, right? Which is confuse everybody, right? Jace, I'm sorry.
Yeah, chirality. Nate.
All you gotta do is don't give him step one, Paul. Ask Mr. Expert, where did the first cell come from? And did that cell have to... Did that cell... Don't interrupt me. Just gotta take me 15 seconds, bro. And did that cell have to become another cell, which became another cell combined, made an animal, and that animal became a fish, and then that fish had to crawl out of the water? Is that correct, Mr. Expert?
Why don't we just stick to abiogenesis, since the evolution debate ultimately goes back to abiogenesis? Your explanation for why evolution can't happen is because of abiogenesis. Let's just fucking go there. What
That
caused
was
the first
Jace. I wanted
cell?
Jace to answer
Yeah.
Yeah, I only have a couple minutes to talk because I'm just running
that.
behind hard and I got to get back to work. But right, so I already answered this question, right? There's a physical chemical continuum, right? You have precursor molecules like water, ammonia,
Hold on, you
methane,
just went a step
carbon
deep, bro. Whoa,
dioxide.
whoa. That's not the question.
Yeah, because you're
The
interrupting
question
me.
was, where did the first cell come from?
Yeah, you're
That's what he's
interrupting the
saying,
answer.
Se. That's what he's talking about.
It comes from a physical chemical continuum, right? Where you
Where
have
did the chemicals come from?
precursor
You think you're gonna
molecules.
get away? Oh my God, bro. You
You
serious?
have
Se,
precursor
let him talk.
molecules. You have
Oh, so now he
precursor
wants to know how the
molecules.
Big Bang happened and where all of everything came from. So abiogenesis
Yeah,
isn't
that's
far
not
enough. Let's go back to the
abiogenesis.
beginning of fucking time.
Demon Stride, hey, good morning. I've never heard you talk like this. What is happening?
Sorry,
Yeah, let's
it's
let
my
him
birthday
finish.
and I got
Let's
bad
let him
news
finish.
today, so I'm fucking a
Well,
little on
Oh,
edge.
I mean,
sorry to
I
hear
mean,
that.
here's the problem, and this is why I didn't want to get into the single cell becoming a human. We were talking about speciation specifically, and I laid out a scenario in which that could be understood. Immediately went to the
Yeah,
one cell becoming a human, and now we're into abiogenesis, and we never even got back to the speciation conversation.
No, let me correct you. I brought this up and
you,
we started off with evolution, sir. Don't try to muddy the waters. You guys want
yeah,
to
but
forego step
there's no
A and go
basis for
to and
speciation.
interrupt, of course, every time because you
So how
know,
can
right?
what are you talking about?
Well, I was answering the
Speciation.
question.
He was trying to.
But what topic do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk
Step
about
A.
evolution? Do you want to
I
talk
want to
about
talk about step
abiogenesis?
A.
Do you want to talk about like planetary and solar system formation, galactic formation, galaxy cluster formation, the Big Bang? Like how far?
I can destroy you on any one of those topics, bro. Don't try to act smart. Right now, we're talking about
That's hilarious.
abiogenesis, how a single cell started, how it evolved to become a more complex than a fish, then crawl out of the water into land. Evolution. Do you know anything about that?
Well,
That's about a 3D.
abiogenesis is not evolution. The formation
Yeah,
of the
which one do
first
you
cell
want?
is
Do you
not
want the Big Bang,
evolutionary.
abiogenesis, or evolution? You got to pick
Start
one. You
from the
can't be like
beginning.
all of them.
Start from the
The Big
single
Bang?
cell. Single cell. Start from there. How did it happen?
Yeah. So as I was talking about before, right? There's a physical chemical continuum, right? You have precursor molecules like ammonia, methane, carbon dioxide, water, etc. Simple molecules like that. Due to entropic and enthalpic processes, right? There's energy gradients that cause those to start to build more complex structures. Doesn't always result in organic molecules. Sometimes inorganic complexes can form. But you have some inorganic complexes, some organic molecules, right? And that process continues where you have amino acids, the simple monomers
Yeah, don't,
of
don't go on, bro. You
biomolecules,
started
which
off
are
with
organic
chemicals, bro.
compounds.
You're not gonna get
Yeah,
away
because
with this.
this
Not
is how
talking
the
with me,
first
bro. You
cell is
started off
built,
with
SC.
chemicals. Where
Moderator.
did the chemicals? But we're
Yeah,
gonna
didn't
just
you
let him
bitch
go
that
on
he
and on. He's
interrupted
not
you, but you're
answering
just
the
gonna fucking
question.
interrupt him all the time? Jesus Christ, be quiet, man.
Because if you want a full answer, right, it's going to take a minute or two, right? It's
Yeah,
not
but
like a
start from the
simple thing.
question. Start from what I asked you.
You're
Don't
asking
start with
about the
chemicals.
first cell. It starts with chemicals. That's where
No,
the
where did the
first cell
chemicals start
starts.
from? Where did
That's
they
not
come from?
abiogenesis, then. That's stellar nucleosynthesis and Big Bang nucleosynthesis has nothing to do with
Call it whatever
abiogenesis.
you want. I want you to explain to me where the first life form started, right? How?
And that's what I was doing.
You're being ridiculous, Se.
I mean,
Oh
I
man,
could go
okay.
through the
I'll be
whole
quiet. I'll be
process
quiet.
of Big Bang nucleosynthesis, right? That would be like a 30-minute to an hour-long lecture just to give you the simple version of going from Big Bang nucleosynthesis to the formation of the first cell, covering all the relevant steps. It would take forever.
You think you know this, bro. You're being arrogant, bro. You have no clue what you're talking about.
See, let me ask him a
I think
question.
you know more than myself and other researchers that spend all our time in the lab and in the field.
Yeah, I'll call you all out,
researching
bro.
these
Yeah,
things.
Let me
none
ask
of
him a
When
you
you
question,
know how
sit
actually.
on
how life
Discord
started. I'll
all
call
day
all of
and
you
you
out.
think you know better than us, it's
Jace, let me ask
hilarious.
you.
No,
Jace, let
I
me ask
don't
you a
think you know
question.
better. I know better. I think you don't know how life
Why don't
started,
you just
and you're
explain
being
how it works
Can I ask him?
then?
sanctimonious.
Let me ask him a question.
Sacrimonious.
Well,
Let me ask
I've
him a question.
posted research papers of people like David Demers and his team observing protocells forming naturally in the environment and in the lab. RNA polymers being formed through natural processes starting from precursor molecules like ammonia and water, and then being encapsulated into a lipid membrane in autocatalytic self-replicating cycles, becoming protocells just naturally in the environment.
Let me ask you a question about this. These protocells, did you able to replicate those and then put them in different environments to show how they can evolve to change into more complex organisms? And also, next question, how many proteins on these protocells, how many proteins are on the outside that you was able to get on the outside to be able to process and control the environment within the cell?
So you're doing
How
it
many?
again, Paul. You're giving him. You were
I'm not,
talking
well,
with
I'm
him
asking
for
him the
two
next
hours now,
step.
Paul, right? You
I
were
know, but
talking with him.
I'm asking him the next step. They
Yeah,
form
but you're
protocells.
bypassing what I'm trying to get out of them now. Don't you see? You've been talking for 2 hours now, right? I'm trying to
Okay,
prove a point. I'm trying to prove the point that they have no idea how life started. But yet, he's saying, well, if I had a half an hour to explain abiogenesis to you, dude, if you had 1 billion years, you couldn't explain it. You know
So
why?
how did life
Because
start?
it doesn't happen.
I just told you that
So how did life start, Essie?
protocell formation has been observed both in the field and in the lab. So this notion that we don't know how life started
Yeah, but
is
where
just
did your lab
false.
come
We've
from?
literally watched cells form spontaneously in nature. What is the base unit of life? It's the cell. Cells are alive. Therefore, we've watched life form.
Yeah, you can say that all you want, bro. My point is this. We were talking about evolution. Now, I don't know what you think you know before that, right? We're talking about evolution, right? And we came to the single cell, which that's what evolution explains. I don't care how smart you think you are, how many courses you took, right? This is your model. Evolution started in a pond, single cell, that cell divided, eventually became a fish, then it crawled out of the water. You don't have to like that. You can squirm all day about it. This is what
That's
we're
not
talking
the
about.
scientific
You see how
theory
that's
of
a straw man?
evolution.
Yeah, that's a straw man of the position. It's so easy to say, look how ridiculous this inaccurate explanation is of this stupid thing I disagree with and have a bias against.
Yeah, and I challenge you to show proof of your claim.
Well,
Go
so
on.
people like David Demers, as I mentioned before, he's one of the groups that does this kind of research. And so they witnessed protocells forming, like I said, in nature. And then after he published the paper about that, how they were the how RNA polymers were encapsulated into lipid membranes and started self-replicating. So after they published that paper, the next paper they published was how these colonies of protocells that they witnessed form started to undergo evolution by natural selection, where they replicated, and the ones that were better suited had beneficial changes in the RNA code and the molecules that they were sequestering to perform biological processes. The ones that were more efficient at that were able to survive better in the environment, aka natural selection was occurring to these protocells.
Where are they now? Where are these cells now?
I think he did this in it was somewhere in both in Australia and these were like rivers and lakes in Australia and somewhere in the northern United States, like the northeastern United States, either like Cleveland area, I want to say. Could be wrong about that, but somewhere in that region. That's where
Okay, unlike
he
you guys,
did
I'm
this
not gonna poo-poo
research.
the thing. I'd like to see the papers and all that, but
Yeah,
that doesn't
I've
save you, bro.
posted
Hold on.
them. If you just search in the live, if you search in this live stream text chat, my name plus David Demers, you'll see I've posted those papers a few times here in this
Okay,
chat.
very good. And I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the knowledge. Now, that still doesn't get you off the hook, right? You still have to explain how a single cell or organism started in a pond, then replicated itself, became a conscience, well, not a conscience, became an animal that was able to reproduce. That animal reproduced something else eventually, right? Made a fish, and that fish crawled out of the water and made everything: rats, cockroaches, dinosaurs, everything. You have to show
Right.
that. I say that's a fantasy story. You don't have a lick of
That's
proof.
all been explained.
Nobody. I challenge you. I challenge anybody,
Where'd
any
you hear that story,
scientist
by the way?
alive.
Where did you hear that explanation of evolution from? Was it from a pastor?
Are you serious? Do you
I'm asking
deny
where you.
do you
No,
deny
no, I'm
that's what
asking.
evolution
I'm
is?
asking you where you heard that story from, because from like-minded individuals like you, I've heard that almost verbatim explanation of your single-celled organism came out of a pond, turned into a fish, and then crawled out of the water. And it's like that ridiculous straw man of the situation. Somehow that one thing is where everything came from. Yeah, it's funny to knock down because it sounds stupid. Where did you hear it from?
Okay, correct. Where did I hear it from? Everywhere.
Where?
From every time I heard evolution, everything I read, everything I saw on Nova, on everything that I've ever witnessed, that's the explanation of evolution. Now
Okay,
you tell
what's
me
your
what the correct
explanation?
version is,
Yeah,
if you
why don't you
disagree with
tell
that.
me what the correct version is? Because I'm
No,
dying to know.
you
No, no,
vote,
we've
right?
already told
Now
you.
you
We've
tell
already
us
told
the correct
you. We've
version.
already told you over and over. I want to know what your explanation is for it.
Dude, you just challenged me. You asked me where I heard it, and I told you. Now I'm going to ask you again,
Yeah.
what is the correct version if you disagree with that version? Go ahead.
Life evolved and changed over time. It became what it is now over millions and millions of years. It wasn't just one fish. It wasn't just one population of fish. Um, I don't know. It was lots of different organisms evolving over a very, very vast amount of time that you can't comprehend.
So you
Now I'd like
don't
to know what
even know.
no. You can just hand wave shit away and say you're, poo poo this, poo poo that. I'd like to know what your explanation is, though, because we've been talking about it now for like an hour and a half. So
Dude, I
what is
just came
your
into the
explanation?
convo, right?
That's
What you
fine.
just said, right? Now it's my turn, right? Do you mind? What you just said is the wrong explanation of evolution. You don't even know of what you speak. This is what really kills me, man. You come in here, we have to teach you what your model is, and then go
Why don't
from
you
there.
teach me then? Why
It's
don't you teach me what
comical.
it is then? Because it wasn't what you said. So go ahead
It's
and let's
exactly
hear
what
it.
I said. That's your
It's
model.
not. That's a
Exactly
straw
what I
man of the
said, and you don't
model.
have
No,
to
it's not
like it.
exactly. If you went to like, let's say a college and you asked like an evolutionary biologist, they're gonna tell you that dumb fucking thing you just said. Is that the
Exactly.
way they
Yep.
would explain it?
Yep.
Wow,
They would
really?
have to.
Okay.
I'll call them out. I challenge anyone. Yeah, that's the theory, my friend. And if you don't know it,
It's
that's
not.
on you.
I've watched evolutionary biologists talk, and not once have I heard them say, "We like that, like explain it in the stupid way you explained it with." Yeah, it's a little
I've
more nuanced than just becoming a fish, crawling out of the water, and turning into everything else.
I've
Dude,
published in
it's not my
phylogenetics of
problem.
viruses, right? So I've I have some experience with this, especially the one that's kind of famous right now. And yeah, that what SC what you said, that's not what like serious scientists publish in the primary literature. It may be like a simplified explanation they'll give to the media or the common person when asked about it. But when you read the primary literature from people who do the work in these fields, it's way far more complex than that. Like just going from a single cell to multicellularity is an extremely complicated mechanism involved with endosymbiosis and the acquisition of mitochondria and chloroplasts and how those relationships
Yeah, we
develop.
can get into the
It's
minutia
like
and all the complex words. Yeah, no worries, bro. I'll tip my
You're
hat
getting
to
it
you.
off.
You know way more about this than I do, right? So you should know better than I am what I'm trying to tell you, right? There is no record of what you're saying. There is no record of one animal turning into another animal. You can laugh all you want, bro. You have nothing.
God damn.
There's like oodles upon oodles of different, cladistic progressions that have been published for things like cetaceans and equines and
Yeah, but he wants you to
whales.
have a dog turning into a cat and show that, because that's what evolution says.
No, not even
And because
close.
you're refuting that, you're stupid. You don't even know what your model is. Your model says that cats turn into dogs over enough time. It's fucking
So we
hard
have
to even have this
billions of years
conversation
of
with you.
evolution.
Oh my
Right?
god.
We have billions of years of evolution without one proof of different like species, like one turning slowly into another one. Like not even a hinge, not even a smidge of proof.
Well,
Doesn't
that's
that,
not how
you
it
professional
works.
guys that seem to know everything, doesn't that strike you as odd?
You've been told over and over that's not how it works.
You can say it all you want, bro, and I love it when you say it because
And you
I
just
know
keep
that's your
reverting
model.
back. Does that not mean
Right.
anything? Does it not mean that maybe you misunderstand the model? Maybe you're misrepresenting it?
No, if you pull 99 people outside in the street right now, they're going to repeat what I told you. That's what they teach people. Now, if you think that upper echelon scientists know better or think differently, that's on you. But the evolutionary aspect, that's what everybody believes.
I already told you they do, right? That's not at all what's in the primary literature about evolution, and that's why most evolutionary biologists and scientists who deal with this stuff don't take these arguments seriously, because you can't even describe the thing you're arguing against properly. When corrected, you don't correct yourself. You just keep putting up the straw man. And
You
it's
see,
like, why would they
that's it.
waste their
Listen,
time?
you can't do the sophistry properly. That's where we are. You can't do the sophistry properly.
Jason,
Come on.
let me
It's
ask him a question.
not
Let me ask you.
one species transforming into another. That's not
Jesus,
what
do you even
evolution
know how
is.
full of shit you are, Jace? You even know? Jesus.
Well, hang on a second. Let me ask
Close to
Chase a
home,
question.
bro.
Let me ask Chase. What is a protocell?
You're going down their road again, Paul.
No.
That's what he wants you to do, bro. He's going to outwit you in this.
No. He said it's not how it works. He's saying that no life did not come from a single cell organism. He said it's not how it works.
That's not what he said.
Not what I said.
Okay.
I said
So
it's
somehow,
not one
that's fine.
organism transforming into another. That's not how it works.
Okay. Oh, so a single cell organism doesn't transform through processes into another type of single cell organism.
No, individual organisms don't evolve. Populations evolve.
Okay, so a population of single cell. Hold on a second. So a population of single cell organisms, when it's put under environmental pressures, cut off from other sources, will change into another type of single cell organism.
Sure.
Okay, so what SC's asking and what I'm talking about is not wrong. And I just posted a paper from National Geographic saying all life came from single cell organisms for one, too. If you want to say that it didn't, it did.
I said that wasn't correct. I said the straw man of
That's what you were saying all along.
Metamorphing into another organism is not correct.
Well, wait. Yes, it is. You just said it. We have a single cell organisms. Yes, and listen to me. I was very clear. I said you got a bunch of the first single cell organisms. A population of those, a group of those, were isolated from the other group, and then that group became a different type of single cell organism. You agreed with that, and you said yes, that's what happened. And then more groups of those single cell organisms through population broke off, and those became more specialized. Right? Is that wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. Obviously, the silence tells it all that I'm right. So SC is right.
I'm talking to someone who's at the NMR with me right now. So give me a minute.
I was actually trying, as you saw, I'm trying to help you. That's all I was trying to
I
do.
hear. Thank you, bro. You calm me down a bit. It's very frustrating talking to these guys. Like you got to hold your tongue, you know?
Well, when you start holding their feet to the fire to their claims, and you start, well, if you're saying it's this way now, but it wasn't this way then, that's pretty much what he's saying. But then somehow we got from it wasn't working that way then, but that's the way it works now. Then what happened in between? You know what I mean? So what happened in between? How did it work in between? That's why I use the Inuit and the Eskimos and all these. Those are environmental pressures separated from each other. Everything they're arguing is right there in the world to see. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll let you keep it. When he comes back, I'll go back silent.
No, bro. As a matter of fact, you did a world of good today because you brought it a little bit down to the technical level, right? And they started with the DNA and all that, which is fine, like for the people to hear. But the thing is, the argument is so simple, and I was waiting for you when you were going to ask, because I knew you were going to ask it eventually, right? The first organism, right? And how it evolved from there. That's where the conversation dies with them, and they start double talking and getting, they start saying ridiculous things. And you showed that again today, like I did yesterday. So it worked out great, actually.
Well, and here's the thing: when he starts talking about protocells, you need to press him. That's why I started going deeper. You got to get technical. He was getting technical, but you got to even be more technical. For a single cell, here's the thing about a cell membrane. Let's say you get a cell membrane. Okay, a cell membrane can be very porous, right? Which means things can come in and flow across that. And that's why I asked him how many proteins were on the first protocell. Because you know what? Those proteins on the protocell do certain things to the cell. They protect the cell. They maintain gradients. They maintain keeping the good things in and the bad things out. And they also make sure you let the good things in that you need, let it in, and also let the bad things out that needs to be let out. Because diffusion within chemistry, then everything will flow in or everything will flow out, even with the cell membrane. So you got to press him like how many proteins were on the exterior of the cell and where did those proteins come from? And you're going to go into the RNA stuff, but even in that, those proteins just can't be random. They have to have a specific function. You know what I mean? You got to press him even harder. The protocell is, and I've watched videos on the protocell, and you can put a bunch of lipids together in a tank, and they're going to form into a cell membrane. But that doesn't prove necessarily that you're going to the next from that to a human being if you've not got there yet. So,
yeah, that's why I asked him. Okay, what happened to those things that they claimed they formed, right?
Yeah, that was a good question too. And actually, I don't think he heard you because I think I know where he's going. I knew where you were going in the question. Like, did they evolve? Did they become other things? I mean, where are they at now? Were they cannibalized by the environment? Because if you every living system needs fatty acid. So you have a lipid. You have this first protocell form in this soup wherever they found it. If the bacteria down the street needs it, he's going to go cannibalize it. He's going to go eat it because he needs it. You know what I mean? So, I mean, anyway. Go ahead.
And I didn't even get into irreducible complexity, right? That's the number one killer. I didn't even get into that yet.
Well, go back to that. Yeah. This is a good question. This is a good question for Left Lane, because if you understand the Krebs cycle that Left Lane was talking about, there is multiple proteins with specific functions that are necessary to be in place to produce ATP. And it's irreducibly complex.
But you see 90% of the people that, including myself, right, just didn't understand what ATP and that relationship is, right? Like, you got to be like really into this stuff to understand it, right? That's why I try to keep it simple. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand DNA and what they say when a ray hits it and disturbs it and all that. But how many people really understand that? And that's where these guys with the fancy talk get skirt around the issue, right? So unless you really know how this stuff works, you know what I'm saying? Like, I try to keep it simple and tell them, look, a mousetrap. You can't evolve. A mousetrap needs 3 things. You need the wood, right? You need the metal, the spring, and you need the cheese, right? Now, any one of those things missing, the mousetrap doesn't work. Now, that's easy for somebody to understand, right? You can relate that to a body has to be made with all the functioning parts, the brain, the heart, the liver. Everybody could easily understand that. So that's the way I try to do it. Simple.
Yeah, we kept it real simple last night. You know, they said it was a law, or it would have broke all kinds of rules if a dog gave something else to something else other than a dog, or a
Yeah, bro,
chicken
that's
gave
part
birth
of
to
it.
something other than a chicken. So if you only have dogs, if it's the rule, the law, where dogs always have to give birth to dogs, I don't care how many years go by. If dogs always give birth to dogs, after 1 trillion years, guess what you got? Dogs giving birth to dogs.
That's right. That's all you gotta say. A simple thing like that. That's what it all started from. Yeah.
They admitted that though last night. That wasn't something I made up. That was something they came up with. They all agreed, yes, that's how it works. Dogs always give birth to dogs.
That's right. That was Kool-Aid, I think. Yeah.
And
This is getting very circular and
silliness. Were you saying?
kind of frustrating.
What I said, left lane co-signed it. That's how it works. You know, you always got a dog will always give birth to a dog.
Well, I had a caveat with that. If there were no genetic change over those million years, yes, you would still have the same critter you started with.
Okay, so Kool-Aid was wrong. The dogs can give birth to something other than dogs.
No, that isn't what that says.
So dogs are always going to give birth to dogs. So 1 trillion years down the line, they're always going to be giving birth to dogs. Dogs give birth to a dog. Then that dog has another dog. That dog always dogs the whole way down the line, right?
So if at the end of the million years and we incorporated the genetic mutations and
hold on, someone's
all
over talking you. Hold on.
I think Chase is maybe
Go ahead, left lane. Go ahead.
If you go that million years and you incorporate all the genetic mutations and environmental pressures and different things that happen, would you be able to bring that million-year-old dog back? Would they still be the same thing?
I don't know. So you're saying someday the dog's gonna be not a dog. It's gonna eventually there's gonna be a dog. There's gonna be some point where there's gonna be a dog that gives birth, and it's gonna be not a dog.
No.
No, it's always gonna be a dog. No shit.
Unless it has a cat.
Meow.
This evolution stuff is really tough.
Yeah, this is called defending the undefensible.
I'm still a Smith. I'm a Smith, not a Jones. You don't grow out of your ancestry.
You can't prove anything, guys.
And
That's the
not
problem.
what evolution proposes, right? It's actually a violation of evolution of the law of monophyly.
Look,
but what does
Yeah,
happen?
we know they always got to give birth to dogs.
Look,
we know.
what
Oh, my
does
bad.
happen-
I thought you were done. I thought you were done. My bad.
What
Look,
does happen?
I've got a
is
suggestion. Just give me 30 seconds.
Hold on, let Jace finish.
already
He's gonna
talking.
monologue a little bit. Hold on, let Jace
suggestions.
finish. You can go next.
What does happen is each new generation that's born has very minuscule differences, be it either mutation or recombination in their genetics, right? And as time goes on, those changes by each generation start to add up, and then you can have populations that are isolated from each other, right? So now you have two separate populations, and it's just called cladogenesis. It's a type of speciation, right? And that can happen again to both of those populations. Subsets of those two populations can then become isolated from each other. Now you have four.
You got to keep it short, bro. You can't be monologuing.
If you were to
There's
look,
no monologuing
if you
in
were
here.
to look at
Jace.
It's
Can you
not a
just let
monologue.
me
It's interesting.
finish,
God,
man?
I'm going to hear this.
No, there's no monologuing. That was
Well,
that
he was
took
talking.
forever. I don't know. I didn't have the time clock on him or anything, but we're not going to just sit here and let you guys fucking monologue all over us. So
Well, he was saying what I was saying.
Oh my God, that was like
we're getting into circular arguments around in circles. How about everybody
Oh,
go
boy.
away for 1 week
Jace,
and
thank
research
you
the
for that,
topic
though, by the way.
and set a date? It just goes on and on and on. You're not
It
achieving
didn't. It was actually really. It had a lot of It was logically put together. He put almost like he wrote
Okay,
that down
fine.
before.
So let's just continue.
Oh
Then.
my God, you can't even stop talking, Blanc, can't you? I
Yeah,
was
that
enjoying
was
that. That
silly
was actually
bullshit.
interesting. My
That
God.
was silly bullshit. There's no monologuing here, okay? Sorry, you got to keep it concise. You
Wasn't
can't just go on
monologue.
and on and
Jeremy, was
on.
that
And
monologue? Do you
now
think that was
interrupt me.
monologuing?
And now interrupt me, Joe. Zanuck, you're getting a warning. All right.
When? Now?
Right now, yes. There's Jace. There's
Well,
no monologuing. Sorry, I didn't make the rules, bud. You just can't monologue. So you need to keep it concise.
Wasn't
well,
monologuing.
You were going on for a very long time. I don't know what you want to call that, but very long time. You can't do that.
well, he was
Yeah,
basically describing what I was saying.
the things that prove your arguments silly and ridiculous. Can't let people say them.
No, you can say it all you want. You just said, but you said it in the beginning. You said that it's monotheism or something. Something where the dog's always going to give birth to a dog.
Yeah, you
I don't
didn't
want to
let
hear.
me
I'm not really
finish.
interested in arguing with you because you monologue a lot. So I'm just gonna go. I got stuff to do. But if anyone else
Good.
wants to,
Go.
go ahead. No monologuing.
Anyways, so you have the 4 separate populations, and now if you were to look at, say, one dog from the 4th population compared to the 1st population, you would see those distinct differences. You could tell that they were from different populations. They still came from the same original population, but now they're different species.
When does the dog become the giraffe?
And it's still a fucking At the end of the day, it's still a dog. You said that was the rule yourself. Dogs always give birth to dogs. Never gonna not give birth to a dog. So in order for your evolution bullshit to work, you need a dog. You need a dog that eventually turn into something else.
No, because a dog is a modern day species.
You need the animal to you need the animals to eventually one day give birth to different animals. Otherwise, we don't get different animals. It's really that simple. Like you can try to double speak your way out of it and monologue and say a lot of fancy words. And maybe people think you're right, but in the end of the day, you have to admit that the animal will only give birth to its own kind.
Well, he kind of in his own.
Good posturing,
Well, actually,
but the dog is the
Dude, shut the
modern
fuck
day
up with your posturing. I'm
result
not.
of that.
No, I'm sick of you. I'm absolutely sick of you, dude. I'm not
well,
posturing. Stop saying that shit. Nobody's fucking
Just
posturing.
let me
This is the
speak.
argument you guys said about the animals have to give birth to their own kind.
Yeah, so
Maybe,
the
maybe tell
dog.
people I'm posturing and use your bullshit fucking tactics. Yo, straight up, this is just some. We're doing an event. I'm going to get in the shower and we're doing an event on 9/11 or something. So you got like 5 minutes.
I feel your pain, bro. I've been going through it now 2 days. I feel your pain. They
so
have
let me
no
say something.
sense. They have no integrity. They have no humility. It's astonishing.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what he's saying. This
How about
mechanism
let me
works.
say it?
Well, I'm going to repeat what I heard, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. You're saying now
hell.
species are pretty much locked in. They do not speciate anymore.
No,
But
not
because
even
when he's a
close.
dog, but you said dogs can't do that.
Yeah,
So dogs
because
don't
a
speciate anymore.
dog is the modern day result of this process. This process happening over and over with species that you wouldn't consider colloquially as a dog, but they are still in the order of carnivora, right? That they're genetically linked by and fossily linked to modern day dogs.
Okay, fair enough. When does carnivora turn into giraffe aurora?
They don't.
Want to get technical and smarty? They're talking. I can do the same thing.
Giraffe aurora isn't a real thing, and giraffes and dogs aren't descendant from each other. They're modern day animals coming from 2 different lineages that would branch apart at the family of mammals.
Well, here's
Okay,
the thing. Let me ask you this question.
show us some evidence of that. Show us one example of this, sir. You're a learned man, way more learned than me, degrees and all. Show us one example of this happening in the 4 billion years of the fossil record. Please go ahead.
There's many. Which one specifically would you like?
Let's start off with a fish turning into, I don't know, a rat, for example.
Fish don't turn into rats.
So how did things come out of the ocean where they started and go into land? Please, learned one.
Sorry, say that again.
So how did the first fish crawl out of the water and go into the land? What did it look like? How is it? Can you please show us that at least?
Well, there's things like Tiktaalik and Eusthenopteron and that lineage.
You have you're gonna show me a picture of one, and I know what it's gonna look like. If you post it, I'm gonna start laughing. Right? It's a cartoon of this long thing, half in the water and half out of the water. Is that what you're gonna show as your proof?
Well, no. If I had,
Please
right,
post it.
like I said, I'm in the lab right now doing NMRs and stuff. But later on, I could go get you the primary research articles of the fossil finds of
I don't want
Tiktaalik and
research articles.
Eusthenopteron. And
No. I don't want
that's
writings. I
where
want
the
to see a
fossils
record.
are.
Sorry, my bad. I interrupted you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, that's where the fossils are. That's where they publish them in the research, not into Google image searches.
But let's get this straight now. You're gonna, when you come back, you're gonna show me a fossil record of one creature turning into another creature, an ocean creature turning into a land creature. Correct?
It's not turning into. It's a population of Tiktaalik organisms being speciated through either peripatric or pluripatric or allopatric or sympatric speciation into Eusthenopteron, right? It's not the one singular organism changing into Eusthenopteron. It's a population that became isolated, and the genetic changes as that occurred would allow us to distinguish it as a different species with a whole different suite of characteristics now, different population of species.
So not what I asked for. Not even close, right?
Oh, yeah, because that's not how evolution works. It works the way I was saying, where you have a population of things like Tiktaalik. They become geographically isolated or sexually reproductively isolated in some way, and the genetic changes that accrue during those isolations allow you to then identify a new species that has a whole different suite of characteristics in that population compared to the old population of Tiktaalik. And we would call that new population, the species name we give it is Eusthenopteron.
Right. Listen,
Well,
I want you to know
let's
something. We're immune to fancy talk, right? So I repeat, you cannot show one example in 4 billion years of evolution of an ocean-dwelling creature turning into a land-dwelling creature. Correct?
It's broken. It's
I
just
just
hopeless.
explained it to you, dude.
No, you didn't. You just said a bunch of words
Fucking
with
hopeless.
colonies and blah, blah, blah. Now, you
Go
thought
read
you
up on it,
impressed somebody
Odysee.
with that. You did
It
not.
is, and I do have to go now. So you can have
Yes,
fun in your
okay.
little
Thank you.
fantasy world, Odysee.
Yeah,
See
no,
ya.
that's your
Well,
fantasy, my friend. I'm exposing the
All right,
fantasy.
shut the fuck up and get out then.
well, here's the thing. Let me get. I love this. I mean, so what he's saying is there was these fish that were living, that were water breathing. Somehow they got separated from the rest of the water breathing fish into another environment somehow, and then somehow through being in that environment, which is slightly different than the other environment, they were able to develop lungs and be able to start walking on the land through just
Not
purely
even close,
environmental
but he
pressure.
tried. Yeah, not
I mean,
even
we
close.
That's what he's
currently
saying.
we
That's what he's saying.
we currently have a lungfish that lives today that's exhibiting these characteristics.
Okay, because you see something today, it doesn't necessarily follow that it could have been designed that way, but that doesn't necessarily follow that that's how it evolved or we evolved or lung breathing mammals and reptiles evolved from that thing. Doesn't follow.
I guess
Because
if you don't follow the I mean it's a big subject, and if you follow the logic and you read up on it, like read a book on it, and I don't mean just read a headline of an article. There is logic in it.
Why do we have to read a book? I mean, seriously, why do we have to read a book? You guys are so trusting to the people that lie to us. There's agendas afoot, and
Okay.
I just don't understand it. Logic says there has to be a creator. Look at how the human body is. Look about
Did you read the Bible? Do you put faith in the Bible? It's a book.
yeah, but I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
about creation. I don't need to learn about my well, the Bible is teaching me about creation and about him and what he wants. And he says that I mean, it's like it'd be better off for you guys to say, you know what? I don't believe in a creator. I don't care if there's a creator. I don't care. I don't care. It would be so much more authentic if you guys just said that because it
Well,
sounds
it's not that I don't care. It's that in just I don't know in the best way I can sum it up. For me, these explanations they're very complex, but these explanations of how this might have happened is much more plausible to me than poof, there's a man.
well, it wasn't poof, there was a man. God
It
spoke.
basically is.
Well,
Yeah.
no, God spoke, right? So, and he created through
Okay.
his word.
It's same thing. It's much more plausible to follow the scientific explanations of how this might have happened rather than saying God spoke and
There,
poof, there's a man.
there is no scientific explanation. It's both just theory and basically faith. But you're saying it's
Okay.
more plausible. Yeah, hang on 1 second. You're just excited. It's more plausible. You're saying that because you trust the scientists who have come up with this theory, and then you're going to use a word like poof, like in your theory, it's no creator, right? Created something. Actually, no creator created everything. And then you're going to have the gall to say poof when she mentions that a creator, which she calls God, created everything. It's disingenuous,
Well,
man.
the thing is that now my point is, Rakia, that she was talking about trusting these guys that write these books. That's what draw me in to the other
Yeah,
statement.
you put your faith in their theories that they've written down in books that you read, that they'll stand in front of a podium in a white coat and preach to you, and you trust it. That's fine. No one
No
argues with
preaching.
that. Yeah, they preach,
No,
sir. They write. Yes,
You
I know
can
you
call it
get.
that. I don't.
I know you get triggered, and you don't like to call it. So you, in your mind, you can justify it however you want. But they're coming up with their theory, just like other religions do, and say a man created it, or it came from a single point, or whatever. And they're writing it down in their books, and they're reading it to you, and justifying it because of their authority over you, just like a priest. And you're going, I believe in that, although I don't have any hard factual evidence. That's why I put my faith in these people that have authority over me. And I don't believe your poof theory, which isn't a poof theory at all. It's a creator theory.
They don't have any authority over me.
Sure they do. You're sure they do. You're
No, they
believing what
don't.
they say. Yes, they do. You're repeating. You're trying to tell us what you've heard from them. That's authority, sir.
Because I'm presented with something that's supported by evidence, and I choose to
Not
accept
supported by
that
evidence.
logically. That means that individual has authority over me.
Yes, you're not logically deducing
That's
that the
strange.
evidence came up with a non-poof, non-creator idea. You're just believing the theory that they came up with and calling it evidence, and then saying they're not writing it down in books to preach to me in their white coats in front of a stage and lectures, and I'm believing it as I went to school. So you don't want to call that religion. You want to call that education. It's just learning about another man's theory that you're now coming here and telling us that that's the one that you put your faith in, and probably we should too if we look at it.
No,
Because
I don't. I'm not trying to coax you at all. I'm not trying to change your faith. You believe what you believe, and I respect that.
well, maybe
It's
call
just
them scientists one more time. Like
that
maybe call them scientists.
arguing against something with a particular point in which is sort of hypocritical. That needs to be brought out.
Yeah, maybe use
If the
poof and
bulls want to be
scientists.
monkeys, let them be monkeys.
Why don't
That's
you
it.
just use theorist? Like, wouldn't that be a better term for someone who tries to teach a grown man such as yourself what happened billions of light years ago? Wouldn't it just be a theorist, not a scientist? See, you lump them into scientists, which give them authority over everyone, which you presume gives them authority over yourself, and then deny that they have authority over you. They've taught you.
Authority.
Yeah, it is. I know you have a problem with these keywords.
No authority.
Yeah, you're your own man. You're just here repeating what you've learned. No, you've learned that from another man. You've learned that. Did you make this shit up yourself? Did you make this shit up yourself? Well, then what do you call it?
It doesn't give him authority over
Then
me.
what do
He
you
doesn't have
call it?
any control over whether I accept what he says or what I don't accept what he
use your
says
word.
or
Fair
how I
enough.
live my life or what I believe.
Right.
He has zero authority over me.
Right. He seems to have authority over you because you've come here today to try and teach whoever will listen what you've learned from another man. What do you call that?
I'm not teaching anybody. I'm not teaching
What do
anybody.
you
You're
call
completely
repeating?
misrepresenting.
What do you call it then? I'm asking you, and you're not answering. You're just wanting to turn it back on me.
Talking
No,
about things.
No, that's not the part I
Just
asked you.
talking.
That's not the part I asked you. I know we're having a discussion, Howard. We're not stupid here. You're trusting another man. See, when I trust my preacher and what he's learned in the schooling and seminary and all the study he's done on the old ancient texts and all that, and he's relaying the word of what we believe is Creator God to me, I put my faith in that man and he's doing it honorably and he's done his research, right? There's no different in what you're doing. No difference whatsoever,
like I
except for
said,
you're denying. Except you're denying the authority that he has over you.
I'm not criticizing you, Rakia. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just representing why I believe what I do.
I'm not misrepresenting. I just proved to you exactly what you're doing. Instead of going to a church, you're going to a school. And instead of reading a book written by another man, you're reading a book written by another man. Instead of trusting what that man has interpreted his theories to be, you're just trusting what that man's theories to be and then repeating them back to us, just like I do when I claim my faith is this: God created everything, and that's what I believe. You can believe it or not. You're not doing anything different except denying that you're doing it.
No.
Be proud,
if you deny
sir.
the evidence,
Dude,
then I
Rocky
can't help
just
you with
nailed it.
that.
Rocky destroyed everybody.
If you deny the
But
wait a minute.
I'm not
wait a minute.
denying any evidence.
If you deny the evidence, I can't speak.
I'm not denying any evidence.
What evidence is there left?
Yeah.
There's no evidence for evolution.
Y'all can have it now. I just had to speak my piece. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Rakia, that was brilliant. Very good job.
Rakia just exposed him, and the last thing he said is, "You're doing the exact same thing as us, but just denying that you're doing it."
Yep.
And guess what the response was? It was literally no, denying it. Fucking hit it on the nail, Rakia.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I have reasons. I have reasons. I have reasons for belief.
The word no came out right after he said that.
The way that I believe, okay, you're not gonna let me. You're not gonna fucking let me speak. I just shut up.
Because you lied, so I had to correct you. Because that's exactly what you said. You said quote unquote no after Rakia said that you do the exact same thing as me, but you.
I don't even know what you're talking about at this point. I'm being so completely misrepresented as always. Just shut up.
No, we didn't misrepresent anything. You're just saying that you have evidence. I have
you
evidence.
are. You're saying I said something I didn't say. You're
cutting
misrepresenting
me off, sir. You're cutting me off.
I've been cut off. I haven't gotten up. I hadn't got 3 words out, Rakia.
I was on mute, sir.
Fucking hell.
I was on mute, sir, while you're cussing and getting so aggravated because you can't
and
handle.
I'm still being cut off.
Yeah. No, you're not. I'm trying to get my first words out. I came off a mute. You're just wrong again. So when you say you have evidence, well, I have evidence also. There's evidence all around you that there's creation, that a creator has created everything that exists to you, known to mankind, except for nature. And you deny the evidence that points to a creator. That's fine with me. I don't give a shit what you believe, actually, because I think I just think people just choose that way because it's easier. That's fine. I don't really care that, but don't preach to me and then deny that you're preaching. Don't tell me you have evidence.
I'm not preaching to you.
Yeah, you don't have to cut in when I say trigger words. Just rebut it when.
Well, would you let me speak?
Yeah,
you're
I'll
just
let
fucking
you speak.
Rambling, man.
Yeah, now you're gonna say I'm rambling. Just go by the script, Howard. You'll have plenty of time. 24/7, you're allowed to come here, and you want me to get cut off like after a minute. Go ahead, sir. Preach to us some more, buddy, and then claim you're not preaching.
Not
Left lane, let
Well, the
Rakia
thing
finish,
about
man,
it,
and then you
since
can go, bro. Come on. Let's be
yeah,
adults here.
man. I mean, since yeah, thank you, SE. I mean, since Blaze talked, I haven't been able to respond to anybody.
That's a lie.
And Blaze and I were back and forth. Blaze and I went
Hurry
back and
up.
forth. We had a little exchange, and
Hurry up. Make a point.
and civil, but fucking hell, man.
Using
I'm
poof
just so
isn't
frustrated
civil.
with it.
Yeah,
You guys were all
putting
getting
her down and
heated.
using poof, poof, and saying it over and over again isn't civil. It's being
You said it
like,
more than I have.
yeah, I said it because you said it, pointing out that you said it. So see what you got to do? Yeah, turn it around on me when it was.
We
Yeah,
lost you.
did I yeah, I think I preempted that. I don't, and when I said that, I said I don't mean to like
Look,
make it sarcastic or anything, but just in a nutshell, that this is why I think the way that I do, and like I said, I
okay,
respect
tell me
other
why
people's
you think
beliefs.
the way you do, Left Lane. Let's break this down.
I respect other people's beliefs, and I think it's fine to have those, and we should be able to talk about them without screaming at one another.
Okay,
And
so you admit that you have a belief system in all this evolution, round Earth stuff. That's it. It's a belief, an idea.
yeah, supported logically with a line of evidence that when you put it all together, it makes sense.
Yeah, you
But you
haven't.
don't
I
have
mean,
any evidence.
Yeah, you have
I
not
could have
Well,
eaten
presented
I'm,
that.
25 cheeseburgers, but I didn't do it because it's going to kill
That
me.
there's this. You claim that there's this great preponderance of evidence for evolution, but when we actually ask you for the evidence, you never actually give it. You just give us why you believe the experts. So no, you don't have that. You're just claiming you have that. An empty
well, I
claim.
mean, the evidence exists. You can go search it. You mean you can read about it. There's plenty of information on it. I mean, what do you want me to show you? And you're going to tell me like SE does, show me one animal turning into another animal. Well, that doesn't exist because that's not what evolution is.
It's closed. Someone clip that.
It's just
You
repeating the
literally
script,
just said,
man. Just
someone
yeah.
clip that, dude. Someone clip that. And one animal not becoming another. You just admitted it.
Over and over, they've been doing it for the past 2 days, and then in the next sentence, he's going to proceed to tell you how a group of animals, over a period of time, will change so that they can give birth to. They can't crossbreed. That's the script. This is it. I'm
That's
telling
double
you.
speaking. That's
I
when
mean,
you say
Yeah.
one thing. When you say one thing that directly contradicts another, that's double speaking.
yeah. And the reason why I popped in, I was just like, why don't you guys just say you don't believe in a creator? There's people, kind of on this side too. That, hey, like, who cares if there's a creator or not? But just say it. Why get into that whole scientific, blah, 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 extensive, ridiculous explanation? Because it's not repeatable. Sure, like Rakia said, we have a book that we believe it's supernaturally written, over thousands of years. So, okay, so that's good. That's fine. I mean, it's been proven, but you don't have to believe it. Just be honest. Either you're mad at the creator or you don't believe in him. Like that. It's so
No,
simple.
no, I'm not. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at the creator or the idea of the creator. I was raised in a Nazarene / Baptist environment.
Yeah.
But
And I wanted to talk to you about that. I'm not.
yeah, and
I'm
I
sorry.
grew my place I am today grew from my investigation into everything, and I'm not against. I'm truly agnostic. I think the human body and biology is so amazing and complex that I really have difficulty imagining that it happens spontaneously, just like you guys. But the way that I see it being made would require a team of engineers and led by, we could say, God and his team of engineers that put all this together. Like this is going to do this and this is going to do that and it's going to produce that. And that's an ultra simplistic idea of what's going on in our cells right now. But so I do believe that there possibly is a creator. I don't know what it, I don't, going beyond that, I don't know what to think about it.
So are you part of this scientism movement that's happening left? Involved
I
in
don't call it scientism. I believe in science and the endeavor to gain knowledge about our world around us, and
Can you define?
investigation and experiment and observation.
You said
Huh?
you believe in science. Can you define
Yes.
the word science for us?
Yeah, it's the endeavor to discover the nature of reality, our world around us.
So couldn't I do that by reading the Bible?
No,
Wait,
not in my
so
opinion.
wait. You gave a definition of what you believe in. Then I gave an example that perfectly matches your definition, but that doesn't work. So either your definition is incomplete or incorrect. Maybe you should try again
No,
and try to define a little better what your actual belief is in. It seems like you don't even
no,
know what you believe in.
no, I do. I said something about it, the endeavor to discover how our reality
Right.
works, our
So
world
would that
around us.
not be
And you
science?
said read the Bible. That's not a
Yeah, would that
rebuttal.
not be science? Would that not be an endeavor? Would that
No,
not be
I don't.
research?
I mean, just
With me going into a book filled with writings of other men who've lived throughout the centuries, who have been shown to be wise men, would that not be an endeavor into how the world works? If for me to read the
it
wisdom
doesn't.
of wise men from thousands of years ago?
Yeah, yeah. The Bible doesn't talk about physics and biology
Are
and
you
how cells
redefining the
work
definition now?
and
Are
chemistry. It
you
doesn't. The
redefining
Bible
it now?
doesn't talk about all that. I don't know
So are
why
you
you're doing that.
redefining what you said you believed in? You said you believed in science, and science is the endeavor of man to figure out how the world works. But now you're
Yeah.
adding extra. Now you're adding on to the definition that those
Okay.
areas of research or endeavor have to be chemistry, physics, or biology. That everything else is non-scientific now. So you're adding to your original definition. It wasn't a
Now
good
you.
definition to begin with.
No, you're just twisting what I said into a mishmash or something I don't recognize.
Now you're just bullshitting me. I'm not
No,
twisting anything
you're
you're saying. I'm
trying.
repeating back to you exactly what you said. I'm asking you for a clear definition. The first definition you gave
Okay,
didn't
you're not
seem to
going to
work
get one.
out. So now I'm trying to clarify again. I'm not twisting anything. You're just not good at properly defining things.
I
No,
was
he's
pretty clear,
trolling
and
you.
I'm
He's
gonna
a
rest on
No,
it.
troll.
you
He
weren't.
doesn't believe anything he says.
No,
He
you
just
weren't
thinks
because
he's good. This is
yeah,
ridiculous.
you weren't
I
clear about
mean,
the definition.
is
You weren't
there
clear about the
someone
definition because I used
on
it.
the
Because I used your definition, your first definition, perfectly, and you said no, that's not science, and then you added to the definition by saying it had to be chemistry, physics, or biology. So no, you were not clear, or else you wouldn't have to clarify after the fact.
Okay, what I said was my definition of what science is the endeavor in discovering the nature of our reality and the world around us. And that
Right.
includes, and then you said the Bible. And I said, well, the Bible doesn't have
Yeah.
biology, it doesn't have physics, it doesn't have ecology, it doesn't have zoology, all these different divisions that are known as science in the Bible. So how am I going to gain that knowledge if that information's not in there?
If you said that science is the endeavor to discover how the world works, and wisdom on how the world works is in the book, then it would be science. Unless that definition you're giving is not specific and clear enough.
No, the information in the disciplines we call science are not in the Bible.
So now you're adding to it. You're saying that you're saying
No, I'm not
you
adding
know
to it.
all
I'm
the
just
disciplines.
saying the same
Yes,
thing.
you are. Yes, you are. You are
No, I'm
adding to
not.
it. Is the
No, I'm
endeavor
not.
to just yes, you are.
I
Let me
just,
finish my point. No, it's not. When I
yeah,
say
you
yes,
finish
you
your
say no,
point.
and interrupts my actual content of what I'm going to say. That's not how it works. It's not how debate works. You said the endeavor to discover how this world works. If there is wisdom in a book on how the world works, then me researching, i.e., reading the book and what these men said, would be an endeavor on how the world works and the principles therein. Therefore, directly matching your definition of science, unless you have not clearly defined science and there's something you're leaving out, i.e., different fields of science that certain types of wisdom are not included in. So either your first definition was bullshit and you just don't want to admit you were wrong, or there is no definition of science and what you believe in is actually just a popularity contest.
Yeah, this is a disingenuous conversation. You're misrepresenting what I said, and I'm
I'm being
disengaging.
fully ingenuous.
No, this is definitely disingenuous. There's a disingenuous party that's been happening generally overall in this whole argument. I would agree, left lane.
Yes,
I agree with that too.
you muted way too long.
So you're saying I'm not repeating exactly what he's saying, Jeremy? Or are you thinking that someone else is the disingenuous party?
I think he was talking about himself.
Heads know who I'm talking about. Not you, Noah.
Yeah, because I've just been repeating what the other guy is saying, drawing logical conclusions from it, and then he's saying that I'm lying and being disingenuous. When I'm practicing fucking Socratic method. I'm being completely genuine.
You're cutting out, mate.
Big decision for me. I've been here since we started. Am I? Yeah. Now.
It's bad.
Like, let's not use the Bible. Let's use a shaman. So is it not science if I go into a jungle and meet a shaman and talk to him about what the plants do and what their general principles are in medicine? Is that not science now?
That's right.
I mean, dude, you got to fucking make your definitions a little better and then not lie after you get caught up in them.
Talking to a shaman about medicine is not science.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's definitely scientific application in what what shamans do. Would you say
and what
that
shamans do, but talking to a shaman though isn't science. Talking to a scientist isn't science.
Yeah, you guys still don't have a
talking, just having a
Left Lane's
conversation isn't
definition
science.
was clearly bullshit because he can't stand behind it. So maybe you guys want to try and define it.
I think he gave a pretty good explanation, you know.
Okay, so shamanism and reading the Bible is part of science. Thank you.
I don't think they would fit in. I don't think reading the Bible alone would fall into Left Lane's definition.
Well, they definitely would by his strict definition.
No.
Of
maybe practicing shamanism.
Yeah,
maybe practicing.
It's trying to discover how this world works, and you're researching what other people have written down over the ages on how the world works and its fundamental laws. That would be endeavoring to discover how the world works. That would directly match his definition. So yes, it would be his definition of science. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a lot in this definition that you leaving out. You know, I mean, he said all of this should be based on evidence, right? So I mean, for the Bible, there's a lot of evidence lacking. Shamanism could definitely fall within the realms of science. I don't know if I would.
You're saying there's a lot of evidence lacking the most important book ever written, the most historically acclaimed book ever written, and the first book ever printed.
Is it the most
You're saying that there's no
historically
evidence
acclaimed?
for that.
Is it the most historically acclaimed?
Do you believe that there was an ancient Roman Empire? Do you believe that there was an ancient Persian Empire? Do you believe that there was an ancient Assyrian Empire? Do you believe that there was an ancient Israelite kingdom? Do you believe that there was an ancient Babylonian Empire? Like, do you think these events happened or not? Because it's recorded in one of the fundamental historical documents of Western civilization, the Bible.
All right. So to answer all of your questions, yes, I do believe all of these ancient civilizations existed, but I found out about them from. Come on, man. I'm trying to answer you. Know, I found out about them from other books, not the Bible. Number one. Number two, the Bible wasn't the first book ever written, so I don't know where you got that.
First book ever printed. You're not listening to my word.
You said written, but if it's printed, then yeah, it definitely was the Bible.
I said printed, but
all right. Well, if the Bible, even if it was the first book ever printed, I don't see what the significance in that is, since there were older books written before it, just with hand instead of like a printed machine.
Book ever written. It's the most historically claimed document. It's the first book ever printed.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
I don't
extra
see
significance.
the
It's a very
significance in it
significant book.
being.
It's like if I said the Quran was not significant whatsoever. I don't see the
Then
significance of
that's
the
your
Quran.
opinion,
No, it's
Noah. You
not.
know,
Well,
That's
that's
like,
your
like,
opinion.
that's
like,
not
I
the same
really don't
thing.
care. Yeah, but Noah, you gotta
Saying
let us
something's not
respond to you,
significant
bro.
whatsoever.
Sorry, go ahead, Coach.
Go ahead, man.
Go
I'm just
for
saying
it. You
it's saying
respond.
two different things. 'Cause obviously, they're both significant books, but you're claiming one is the most significant book. That's not the same thing as claiming that the other one is not significant. Just because you say it's not the most significant book, I would have to say it's probably top three at least. That's just me.
It is definitely the most significant book. For the past 2,000 years, we've lived in the shadow of it.
I wouldn't say
What is
that
that?
because you got to remember it's not to say everyone in the world knew about the Bible or read it or believed in it. There were
They do
parts
now.
of the world that had their own major religions that didn't revolve around the Bible or Christianity. Definitely, I agree with Kosher that it's a very significant major book. You know, especially today, it's definitely one of the top three most important books today. But to say it's historically significant or accurate, or to try and say because it's the first book ever printed, that adds validity to its historical accuracy, or it, you know, gives it more evidence. I don't agree with that.
You can't say just because it touches on true topics and true events that means that the text is true. The Mixed Bastards touches on a true event, you know, and obviously, you know, change the story. So.
Yeah, I mean, how can you say the Bible is accurate when it keeps changing? You know, the things in it keep changing. One book gets taken out and put back in. Like, I don't know. Unless you want to say it's updating with new evidence being provided. I don't know.
Evidence to a more significant document, please. Please present the more significant document in history, please.
Declaration.
In terms of
I'll be waiting.
a
I'll be
book being
waiting
more
for a document
significant
that's more
than the
significant
Bible,
than the Bible, please. Thank you.
The Ten Commandments.
I could
That's part of
present
the Bible, sir.
I could present the Quran. I could present so many books. I could
The Quran's based on the
present
Bible,
what
sorry.
it's not based on the Bible. No, it's based on the
It most
Torah.
definitely
Actually,
is. It's
it's
an
based
Abrahamic
more
religion.
on the Torah than it is on the Bible. The Torah is an
So you
older
have
book than the
no
Bible.
actual
The
document
Bible
to
is
refute
actually
my point.
based on,
You have
you
no
know, like
actual
half of the. Bro, I'm
refutation of my
talking.
point.
I'm
My
talking,
point, yeah,
Noah.
but
You
you're not
can't.
refuting my point.
But you
You're
can't. I
monologuing
am
about
refuting your
something
point.
else.
I'm
No, you're
literally
not.
I'm
No, you're
refuting it.
not. But go ahead.
Well, if you don't let me finish and you just sit there saying no, you're not, then I don't think we can have this conversation, right?
You're
Maybe
still
you're not
not
ready
refuting my
for it.
point. You're
I
still not
was,
refuting
but
my
now
point.
I'm not.
Come on,
Definitely,
man.
I'm not
Give
anymore
Nate.
because there's no point with you, bro.
Yeah, because
Give
you have
Nate a
no
chance,
Like
actual
you're
man.
spazzing
document
out.
that's going to
You're
go
being
head to
weird.
head.
I know
You
that
have no
he's slow,
actual
open
document
speech,
that's
and
going to
his
go head
mind,
to
but
head with that book. Sorry. You
Yeah,
don't. You
he's
have
just
no
gonna
book.
overtalk us, Kosher. There's no point engaging with
Go
him.
ahead.
yeah,
That's all
everybody
you're
should
doing
get a
is
full turn.
bitching. I never hear any evidence.
Yeah, look at him
Speak.
overtalking you again, Kosher. He's just gonna keep doing this.
Dude, now you're just bitching. You're concerned trolling. Shut up.
I'm not
Make a
concerned
point or
trolling.
shut
I'm
up.
just telling you to stop
Yes, you
overtalking
are.
people.
Yes, you are.
I mean,
You just made
should
a
I
point.
overtalk you as well?
Could you make a
Like,
point?
calm down,
Could you
control
make a
yourself.
point?
I
You're not
will
making
if
a
you
point.
stop overtalking me. If you just
I'm
stay
gonna go
muted
on mute,
for
but
Hey,
five.
I'm gonna
guys.
go
Okay,
on mute
cool.
for
All
5
right.
seconds
There's
and watch how
other
you don't make a
people
point.
listening, you guys. So thanks. Maybe we need
He
to.
just
Okay.
went on mute. He did not make a point.
All right. Because Blaze was talking. Should I overtalk her? Like, don't be stupid, bro.
And you're still not
Jesus.
making a point.
Guys, at the end of the day, we're humans, and there's got to be something that we agree on. And we've had I guess there was the Bible talk yesterday, creation, evolution, and all that stuff, and it was going on today. And maybe we just need, like Jeremy said, a conversation change or something, because at the end of the day,
Because
have
they have
one.
no refutations and they've lost and they've assigned themselves to concern trolling and double speaking. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's what's
He's
happening. I
right.
mean, Left Lane did agree that he may think in the creator, or he can see it that way. That's a step forward. I mean, that's something I didn't know about him, but it just stands to logic. If he wants to use logic and reasoning, then everything we see that is created or that exists had to be created. Everything we see is that we create has a creator. So you would think that they would point towards a creator. Now, if you want to point towards a man's theory about that, then that's what you have to do no matter what. That's what I have to do. So to each their own. But I have a topic we can try and find someone that's, there's 6 or 8 billion people on the planet. I would just like to, now that we've discovered that you can extend a straight line segment, I would like to know the name or video or channel that one of those 8 billion people on the planet have extended a straight line segment over static water and measured down to that water curving, if anyone could provide that.
The only ones we know about are those 2 facilities that we mentioned.
Okay, fair
They
enough.
haven't been done. They haven't done. They haven't. Hold on. Can I
I
finish?
heard you.
I know. I didn't. I'm not going to repeat it. I'm just going to add to a sentence. So what you can do with those 2 structures is measure non-parallel plumb lines. That would be equivalent to what you want to do. But there are no structures that are straight built over water like that.
Okay, but do you agree that we could use the same technique that they use to create these straight line segments extended over distance and do it ourselves over static water and then measure down to the curved water?
Absolutely, no question.
And what method did they use or that we could use? Is it available to us?
Of course it is. It's called geometry.
Okay, so what method did they survey? There's surveying methods. What method and tools did they use? And are we able to go buy these tools or rent them and do the same method that they did?
It's called a machine shop and machining tools that make structures that have perfectly flat surfaces that bind each other in succession for a distance to create a straight object. And along its path, that can be verified using short distance, less than 20 feet, laser tools, laser distancing and measuring and aligning tools.
But when you move that tool, you're following the curvature of the earth. How would you know they machined it right and put it together right to be straight?
You're not. Why would you say that? No.
No, that's what y'all say.
No, that's not what I say. You have a tube that has finely machined ends that are perfectly flat and perpendicular to the longitudinal lengths of it, and then those are joined, and then they are using lasers inside to make sure that laser, the bottom surface, top surface, side surface are aligned perfectly straight, not level, not bubbles, not any kind of surveying equipment whatsoever. We're talking about mechanical.
Can I clarify that they're not curving?
They are not curving.
Yes, so they're horizontal.
These tunnels, these small tunnels, which are 5 to 6 inches in diameter, are tunnels that are not curving. These are perfectly straight.
Yeah.
Why do you feel compelled to do this?
We're just talking, Zanuck. Just chill out.
I know, but just give me. I understand. I'm not going to be.
Said your piece. I'm trying to clarify, if you don't mind. So from end to end, as you stated, these things are the same elevation. They're horizontal. They're not deviating from straight and not curving. Correct?
They're not curving. They're totally straight.
Okay.
And they're not building
and what
them in
method
reference to
did
the
they
ground.
use? What surveying method did they use?
There's no surveying method. They're using laser to make sure that they are perfectly straight.
Method.
No, not when they built the structure. The structure hasn't been. Wow.
Okay. Well, okay, I got you. You built it. You don't have to say that they built the structure. You've already stated that, dude. You're repeating yourself. But I'm asking, how did they measure to make sure that it's not curving? And you're saying they're using a laser.
Perfect.
Okay, so we can use a laser over static water.
No, inside the tube.
Why does it have to be inside a tube? Why can't it be?
Because inside the tube allows you to eliminate any kind of artifacts or errors that could be generated by measuring something outside the tube.
I got you. So it needs to be in a vacuum tube.
No, not vacuum, just inside the tube.
The tube has atmosphere inside of it?
It has air inside of it, but it's going to be a lot different than, in a lot more controlled than things outside of it. For example, if you're over water, for example.
Gotcha. Climate control, temperature, and all that's controlled?
That doesn't mean controlled, just need to be relatively consistent. And by the way, it wouldn't matter even if you're outside of it, if you're measuring short distances, because refraction doesn't work over short distances like that, and it wouldn't work over a surface like that as well.
So they're measuring short distances with this laser or another surveying method?
No, just this with the laser. We're not using surveying methods, which are using plumb lines and things. That's what surveyors use. We're just measuring to make sure this thing is assured to be straight.
You sure,
use
man?
a tape. You could. No
You sure
surveying,
they built
dude.
this
If I
thing?
have a metal, listen, God damn it. If I have a
Well,
metal 100, just stop. Rakia, control
trying to
yourself
teach me
for
about
10 seconds.
surveying
Rakia, I'm
when
begging
they
you,
didn't use
just out of
surveying
the
on this tube.
urgence to not go fucking ballistic. Just
No, I'm
stop
not going
talking for 10
ballistic. You're
seconds.
teaching
Okay.
Just
people
try
that
to stop talking for
they
10
didn't
seconds.
use
Yeah,
surveying to
Can you
hold
build
on,
be
these
Zanik.
tubes.
quiet?
Zanik, hold on. Yeah, this is true, Rakia. You asked him a question. You gotta let him at least answer the questions.
What question did I ask him, Kosha?
Rakia.
But you asked him about the curved water and if anyone's ever
No, I
measured it
didn't.
before
He
or
already
not.
answered that. He said we could
Yeah, I know,
just
but you
let
guys
me
are in a
say,
conversation. Let him
I
just.
don't know why you're
Kosho
butting in,
and
Kosha.
Rakia, everyone needs to be quiet for 10 seconds. All you need to use is a steel measuring tape. Let's say 100 foot. And we'll do this in 50-foot sections. We put that measuring tape on the four corners or four sides of the structure. It can be square or round. And we measure the top, the bottom, and the sides with the steel measuring tape to make sure that it is exactly the same length on top, bottom, and the sides. And we continue to build that. It's basically forcing the line. We don't
I
use
got you.
surveying equipment. We just make this thing straight. At the
Can you
end of
use
this
surveying
construction,
equipment?
you can't help yourself, can you?
Well,
I
I'm
was
just
almost
asking
done.
you.
And I said
Can
at
you
the
use?
end, and then you won't let me finish the end. Brecca, you got a serious problem. I'm just
No,
saying.
I think you just going on and on about using measuring tapes to create 20 or 50-foot sections and extend those all the way out for how long, Zanik? Without using surveying methods to double check your work? Are you sure you want to go down this route? Because you sound stupid. There is no way, okay, let me speak my piece. There is no way they built anything like what you're talking about. Straight as an arrow, not curving, not deviating from straight, with a tape measure 100 foot long and not using surveying methods. So if you want to teach people here that that's what happened in these places that you're talking about, go right ahead. But I'm going to tell them that there is no way they did that. They used surveying methods, and you just don't know
No,
them
they didn't.
or don't want to tell us.
And I can show you the pictures and the descriptions and the methodologies that they did use to make the structure. You will deny it because you have no clue, because you're stuck in a rut of understanding things the way you understand and the way you've seen these things be done. They're
I've never
done
seen a
not.
project ever
They're
without
not.
a surveyor.
Can I, Rocky? This is the 7th time I've tried to finish a 2 conjunctive sentences without you interrupting me,
Maybe
which is
just
impossible.
do one. Maybe
So
just do one.
You know what, Rakia? I'm going to say one last thing, and I'm not going to talk to
Okay.
you anymore.
Okay, see you
The
later.
building of slack. You can't even help yourself. When I say I'm going to talk for a second, you can't even help yourself. You have a serious issue. You should get it looked at
All
by a
this time I was
psychologist.
quiet while you were
Okay, you know what?
badgering on about me.
Okay,
I
I'm not
just said,
going. I'm
see
not
you
going
later.
to finish. But
Your
say one
P's
last
and
thing.
P's.
One
Later.
last thing. When they built these slack, they built, and as you could do this yourself, they used 20-foot sections of 5 to 6 inches diameter tubes. They finely machined these copper tubes to have a surface that was near perfectly flat. They joined every one of these sections in succession, and every time they joined one, they verified whether they were straight or not with lasers and measuring tools. Could be a tape measure, but they didn't use tape, they used lasers. And then they continued to build these things out without serving equipment. At the end of the day, 2 miles long, this tube was perfectly straight within 20 thousandths of an inch. You can measure that with lasers inside. Pull a vacuum in there as well, 10 to the minus 6, and also measure that that is true. And then you can measure it reference to plumb lines, but over water, you can measure it reference to water, and you'll see that the water curves underneath it. Thank you. I'm done. I've given you all the
Okay,
information
see
you
you
need.
later.
Help yourself.
See you later. Does anybody want to take up where he left off, where there's no surveying through the, what did he say, thousandths of an inch or whatever he said, over 2 miles, and no surveyor double check that work? Anybody? Hey,
I would
20
have.
Kosho.
I would
thousandths
have
of an
gone it.
inch over 2 miles. 20 thousandths
Yeah,
of an
no
inch over 2 miles.
surveyor.
I know these are
Yeah, no.
hard
I
numbers to
thought you were
remember.
leaving, dude.
Tried it.
I thought you were done.
No, I said what I said.
No,
You
I
couldn't
didn't
even
do
remember
anything to you. I asked
the
anybody
one
else.
value
Now
I
you're
gave
still
you. You couldn't
talking.
even remember it.
Why are
Idiot.
you interrupting me? It doesn't matter if it's thousandths of an inch or 20 thousandths of an inch or a centimeter or a millimeter or an inch or a foot. A surveyor is going to do his work and tell you what it's off by, or if it's within the parameters or whatever. You're saying there wasn't surveyors involved, that they just used measuring tapes and fine tuning in the machine shop to grind these things down and put them together in a field 2 miles long without a surveyor. That's ridiculous. Kosho, you want to take this
Rakia,
over?
you
Why
are
are you
completely
talking?
clueless. Listen,
Yeah.
here's
Say it one
why.
more
They
time.
don't
I'm
use
clueless.
surveyors because surveyors use things reference to the surface and the geoid, especially geodetic surveyors.
No,
They
that's
are
wrong.
not building things with any concern whatsoever to the surface beneath them. I don't know how much more clear I have to be, Rakia.
I didn't say
You're
anything
wrong.
about the surface beneath them. They take a benchmark.
That's what
if they,
surveyors do. It's
yeah,
related
I
to
know what
plumb.
surveyors do. I use their equipment. I work with them on a daily basis. I pay them weekly. I know. Don't try and use your dumbass tactics here. It's
Rakia, do they
ridiculous.
use equipment that is related to either the surface or plumb?
Or a benchmark.
What benchmark?
Any benchmark that they set.
What benchmark? Name
A
one.
benchmark that's going to
Name
be on
one.
your project that you
Name
can't shut up
one.
now. What are you
Name
talking about?
one.
Name one.
Name one benchmark they would use.
Why would I have to name a benchmark on your
Because if
project?
you're
that you
mentioning
say,
it
why are
in
you
reference to
cutting
our
me off, dude?
discussion, you have to bring it
Why
up.
are you cutting me off? Why are you even talking? I thought you were leaving.
I was
I
compelled to come
told
back
you
because you
bye.
made a silly
See you
statement. When
later.
surveyors use equipment that is relative and based on the relativity to a plumb or the surface. They don't do that in building the structure. So you're wrong again.
Yeah, well, I thought
Right.
you were leaving, and I would like Kosho to tell me that he believes that a surveyor didn't double check this work and wouldn't take a benchmark on one end, which would be a point on the tube, and measure that it's not deviating from the other end, which would be another benchmark set by the surveyor.
They use
mean,
plumb, dum-dum.
Why
They
is
don't
Xanax
need to do that. They can't
Why
do
is
that because
Xanax
it's not
talking?
related to the
I'm not
structure. What's
Hey,
wrong with
guys,
Xanax is talking
I know,
right now.
but you guys both. I just both you guys. I just was gonna say one thing, and that was not in reference to what Xanax said, other than the fact that I was gonna say a different method because I agreed with yeah, we could do it, yeah, it's tools we could use, but of course I would have brought up GPS because that's how I would have done it, and that's how also at those places Ligo and Slack they also did it, but they did both. I think they did in conjunction of what Xanax said and um, GPS. So
Xanax
to answer
saying
your
there
question,
wasn't
Rakia,
surveying.
they
They
didn't use
Why is
GPS
Xanax
in
talking?
1970. They didn't use GPS in 1970.
okay,
The
fair
satellites
enough.
were not in the air. But just to
Fair
let you
enough.
know, Kosho and Rakia, they use these precision measuring tools, not surveying equipment, to make sure this was straight.
Yeah,
They
tape
can
measures
cite
and
it. That's a
lasers.
type of. God damn it, please, Rick.
Well, you said
I have a
tape
headache
measures and
already.
lasers is
They
what they use.
use sighting equipment like telescope-related devices,
Who
but they
did?
did not use surveying equipment because that's related to plumb or
Who used
surface
it?
quality. Okay, every time I'm talking, I can hear you yapping in the background, so I'm just going to
I'm
stop.
asking
I
you
think I've
who
said my
used
piece.
these
You got my
sightings.
point. Let Kosho will take over because I'm way too
Thank you.
agitated by
See
you
you
right now.
later.
They are not
Bye.
using surveying equipment. They don't care what it looks like with respect to plumb.
Right.
They care about
Bye.
it with respect to straight.
Heard you. So now they're using optical sighting tools, but not surveying tools, is what he said. Kosho, you want to take over now? I mean, this ridiculous points that he has to. Is this what it's come to? Is this
Yes.
what y'all's like model has come to, saying that now we can create a straight line segment over 2 miles without using surveyors? All we need is a tape measure, a laser, do 20 foot increments, and then bing a bang, it's within 20 thousandths of an inch in 2
I
miles
mean,
without surveyors.
can I ask for this then? Because I'll be honest with you guys. This is not. I'm trying to sidetrack, but today is actually really my birthday. I know I always do this, but it's my real birthday today, and so for other stuff. But because I want to hear. Actually, I want to hear what Xanax's argument is because I don't necessarily. Hold on. I don't necessarily agree with him.
You just
I'm
heard
in the
his
same boat.
argument.
I know, but in the same boat that you are, Rakia, where I'm sort of skeptical about what he said, and so I'd rather hear you guys get down to the details of it, but just do so in a way where you're letting each other
How many
finish,
more
and then
details, Kosho, do you need? 2 miles, a tube, he gave the diameter. It's within 20 thousandths of an inch from end to end. They use lasers and tape measures in increments of 20 to 50 feet, I think.
Hey,
with
happy
no
birthday,
surveyors.
Kosho. Happy birthday, Kosho.
Thank you, Mr. Smurf. But Zanuck, when you said steel tape measure, because like I said, I mean, obviously, I assume that Slack used GPS, and you brought up a good point that it was built before they could. But these steel tape measures, like, what do you mean by that? You're not talking about like measuring tape.
That was something that he could use. You could actually do this with with the type of accuracy that would be easy to calculate by the accuracy of a measurement of a steel type of tape cover, something that is not going to have stretch in it.
You said that's what they used.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes,
I was saying that you could use this.
Oh,
they didn't use steel tape measure. They didn't need to because they used laser and they used machining equipment that was based on steel, metal, so it doesn't have any kind of errors on it and markings on it, verified distances that they could determine that each steel tube would be exactly 20 feet on each side of it, top, bottom, sides. And
what they measure that with distance with?
They measure the perpendicularity at the joints, at the actual surface changes. With machinist tools. They have machining tools that they use. They would finely machine.
The machinist tools measures the gap.
Machining tools measure the
pipe fabrication.
No, they don't. Listen, and I'll tell you what they're using. They're not welding at this point. They're copper tubes. They will weld them together, but they're pressing them together with a surface quality that has a perpendicularity that is kept to extreme tolerances. The perpendicularity is a very easy, not tool? Easy, but it is very common. Machinist tools can measure. You don't think they can measure perpendicularity? Okay, let me get the video of them machining these tubes and joining them so you understand what they're doing. Because right now you're just talking, you're yapping like a hyena in the background and not listening.
Keep insulting me, dude. I'm just asking you very calmly, what machinist tool, what's the name, and if they used steel tape measures or not, like you said earlier.
No, you could use steel tape, but they don't use a steel tape measure with a steel tape measure. So you could do this if you wanted to. You could get it relatively straight with a steel tape measure to make sure every 20
just want to know the name of the tool they use.
Fucking A, Rakia. You are such an asshole.
You don't have to go on and repeat it again. I heard you. They didn't use steel tapes. I'm fine with that. I know they didn't. I already knew they didn't. You just said it earlier that I could use it. That's fine. You're saying they use machinist tools. I want to know the name of the tools, Zanuck. You know, my first question to you, so we could repeat it. Remember?
You want the name of the tool that makes sure that you have flatness and a perpendicularity of each of these tubes. That I can provide for you.
I'll be waiting.
I think it's called a sun. Remember, I worked with them a long time ago. But these are very simple and easy to work with. They use them all the time in machining, and that's what they use to make sure that the tubes surfaces were perpendicular to the length of the tube. Now,
straight line segment.
Straight line segment, yes.
Yeah,
straight line segment.
Possible, right?
There's a tube 20 feet long, a sunical. Let me look it up real quick. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. So they use these tools. They're very precise. They create straight line segments and extend each straight line segment out so the end and end can be very precisely horizontal without curvature. Yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
That's what they do. That's how they did it.
You're saying if they did this pipe over static water, the middle would touch the water.
They built this. Hold on. They built this without any reference to anything around it at all.
That's why I said if you use the tools that you agree are so precise that this straight line segment over 2 miles only is deviating 20 thousandths of an inch, then we could do the same thing over static water and show everyone in the world, 8 billion people, for the first time, look at this measurement at this end of the tube, look at the measurement in the middle, and look at the measurement on the other end of the tube, and the water is curving. Right,
Yes.
Zanuck?
Yes. And all you need to do with this tube is to rotate it on its fixed structure and see if it has a run out of less than a fraction of a tenth of a thousandth of
Why do you have to have it within a tenth?
because
We're talking about
all the
feet.
error. So if you have 0.0001 run out on each of these tubes and you join these together, they will be straight, and you can add up that error over 2 miles and see what the maximum error could be. If they were all out of sync, which they wouldn't be, what the
They
error
would be plus and
In
minus, right,
actuality,
Zanuck?
every time you measure one of these errors and you rotate it 180 degrees, they will offset the error to keep the error zero for as long as that error is the same over any length of period you want, a distance you want to go or build.
But the error you're talking about would be plus or minus,
if you
right,
ever
Zanuck?
spent time in a machine, which I think
Dude, I
you
own the
must have,
machine shop, you dumbass.
then you should. Then okay, so if I have,
Damn, Zanuck,
if I have
let
a
him
tube,
let him answer. Zanuck, stop controlling the whole mic.
Damn, dude. I told you I owned a fab shop for years, dude. You know how many machinists I employed?
you understand run out.
I know exactly what you're saying. I'm agreeing. I'm glad you finally agree that this can
my God.
precisely be done over static water. And oh my, how easy it is. What a shocker that 8 billion people on this earth, no one has ever held a tape measure to the bottom of this tube that can be so precise that you're measuring feet, but it's so precise it's within thousandths of an inch, which is more than enough to show the curvature of the water. But yet no one's ever done it in the history of the world.
Because we're not frigging goons that doubt the fact that this is done all the time.
Look at him, audience. He has to go there because he knows.
No,
it is
because
so
dude, we've
ridiculous.
built these structures. We've built Slack. We've built LIGO in the 60s before we had satellite.
You ever measured down to the water and shown the water curving?
We see plumb lines that are not parallel.
I didn't ask you what you see through a telescope. I said, have you measured?
No, we don't see a telescope.
Yeah,
no,
through an
no
optic.
telescope.
Yeah, through an optic. Yes,
I didn't say plumb line. I didn't say
excited.
You said
optic.
it.
Yeah, I know. Telescope on top
We
of the
see
optic,
plumb lines that
oh my
we
God.
see plumb line. You're still talking? We still
Through an
plumb
optic,
lines that
right?
are not. We see. This is the 10th time.
Hey,
we see
Zanuck, relax. Both of you, relax.
He won't let me finish my sentence.
You not hear me talking. Relax, bud. Both of you need to relax. You're talking all over each other. Nobody can hear anything. It's audio chaos. Zanuck, relax, Zanuck.
I'm relaxed. I was finishing a sentence.
A little break, bud. Yeah, I know. You were trying to finish a sentence. Rakia was trying to finish a sentence. You guys just keep talking.
He said we're using telescopes.
But I don't need you to talk over me as well. Okay. Like you're wound up. You need to just.
I'm not wound up at all.
Because you just keep talking.
Are you going to stop? Let me know when you're done, Dame Palm. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think you're
done.
Go ahead.
Just finish.
Thank you.
Finish your one sentence. And
this is fucking believable. Yeah. Are you doing this on purpose? Just let me say something.
Am I cutting out? Am I cutting out?
You're stopping and starting almost like strategically. Just stop.
I'm literally telling you to finish your sentence and then allow Rakia.
You don't need to say what you just
said.
He can't
shut up, man. He just can't shut up. The whole time you've been open mic, he is not shut up.
Yeah. Rakia, do you have anything to say in response? And then just say over when you're done, I guess.
Yeah, I'll go on mute when I'm done. I'll say over if people aren't looking at the thing. But well, you can. I agree with Zanuck. You can do this very easily. You can also use these tools called auto level, which also creates straight line segments, and you can extend that straight line segment just like Zanuck is saying can be done easily, like over a weekend. Understand what I'm saying? And the reason that people don't go do it, like Globers especially, and 8 billion people on the planet have never done it, is they'll never do it. They'll never show it. And when you do it, they'll tell you you're wrong or did something wrong, even though you're doing it exactly like you say, they tell you to do it. So anyway, I'm pulling up at work, so y'all enjoy.
Oh, great. The ditch and dash. So yeah, Rakia, you don't use surveying equipment. All we tried to do was measure varying plumb lines. And that gives you the same effect as knowing that the surface beneath us is curved. The plumb lines are not parallel.
That's what you determine at these structures. Not using, what you said, using a telescope or whatever your surveying equipment, just varying plumb lines. And that is enough to show everybody in the world that has half a brain that the earth is curved. Now, if you want to do this over water, knock yourself out, but no one's felt compelled to do it because of the things I just said a moment ago.
What group of people are measuring the plumb lines varying? What do you call them?
The survey can measure varying plumb lines.
Is it me cutting out or him? It might be me. I'm in a.
Yes. No, this can be used to see varying plumb lines. That's not hard to do. Test 1, 2. I think you can hear me. So if you want to go to if you want to show up here, I'll pay for your flight. We'll go to Slack and we'll visit them. And if you see that plumb lines are parallel, I will pay for your flight and hotel. There's a standing offer to anyone who wants to challenge me. Test, anybody there? You guys bored to death? Coach, are you there? I was going to sing you a birthday song. Lost 3. This is lost 1. Are you lost 2?
Houston, we got a problem.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody wants to talk to you, Zanuck. Because I can hear you perfectly well.
Wow.
Even though I'm a little bit busy now.
It's funny you say that because I know in the spirit in which you did say it, but it's funny how Racky couldn't contain himself. He wanted to talk to me so badly. He wouldn't stop talking. So I think you're wrong on that one.
As you can see, you're talking, right? Everybody's here, but yet nobody is choosing to engage with you except me. I should slap myself, but yeah.
And we're having a good conversation here. You had your piece. I say my piece. Everything's good. Did you see how Racky couldn't control himself? He wanted to talk to me so badly.
No. Don't do that, Zanuck. That's not going to work.
He did, though. You were here. I mean, it was uncanny. But it's okay. You and I can speak like humans. He can't. He's an animal.
No, Rakia will speak for himself when he comes back. You probably have to take a caller. Don't go there, Zanuck.
Go where? I was trying to speak. You and I were able to speak. We weren't. He and I were not able to have a conversation. That's all I'm saying, Odysee. And in your little slight to me, which I take as a joke, it is funny. He did want to talk to me obsessively well.
Well, there's like 12 people in here, or even more. Nobody seems to be wanting to converse with you. Why do you think that is, Zanuck?
Because I've given the answer they all need. They can't come up with a retort. They can't come back with a retort because I gave really Bobble.
Okay.
Can you hear Bob talk? I think Bob's trying to talk.
Over me, yes. You asked me a question. You said why I think that is, and I was say why it is. I've given the answers you need. It's indisputable. It makes sense. It's logical, and anyone can do it. And if you don't understand it, you can ask why, and I can give you the answers. But everyone probably in the audience has the answers they need to know that you can make these structures to prove the Earth is round or flat, or at least do the structure to make the test yourself and make your own decision.
Gotcha. Now, I believe Bob was trying to get in.
Oh, I didn't have anything big. I was just indicating I don't hear him talking. Like, I think I might have him muted.
Oh, okay. Sometimes it does that. It'll mute somebody. Like usually if you jump out or jump in, it fixes it. But it does that a lot.
I understand why would you do that though.
It wouldn't surprise me if I just muted him at some point because I really don't think he's worth listening to.
See what I mean, Zanuck? Like,
Well, if you don't want to learn
effect on
anything, you
people,
can
bro.
tune out. If you don't want to learn anything about a simple subject, tune out.
That's just it.
I remember I
You
teach
think
things
that
at
you're
high
teaching
school
us,
level,
Zanuck.
high school level information. SC, like the O-rings.
You see?
Like
That
you need
attitude right
my
there.
class. You need my class in pressure differentials, and we can talk about O-rings in space in a vacuum or O-rings on Earth in a vacuum, and they're
See, the thing
very
is,
different
Stanek, the
goals.
conversation you have is that you want to be right, not that you
Well,
want to get it
I
right.
am right. I'm trying to
Exactly. That's the point.
the data.
That's my point.
No,
That's
I
my
not
point.
want to be right. I am right, and I want to help you understand because right now people think that 14 psi differential is some magical force that allows space to have this incredible influence on a leak in an O-ring in space, and that's just incorrect. The same exact force in the ISS of 14.7 outside or inside versus outside is the same exact force you'll have with 28 psi and 14 psi in a chamber. There's no difference. Now, as there's a leak, there might be a little difference. As Whitsitt talked about yesterday, would there be some impedance to the air molecules that are being run into as there's a leak? But that's not with the force. The force is still the same. There's no difference in the pressures differential.
You see, after explaining it so many times, right? And this is the thing with Blue, and he keeps harping on. I've showed you evidence of a man who builds these things from scratch. From scratch. I showed the videos, a couple of them, him talking about it, that you absolutely need metal O-rings.
No,
if you
don't.
Go, don't interrupt me. I'm almost done. If you go less than 10 to the minus 6 torr, you need metal O-rings. Now, this is an expert that built 2 vacuum chambers from scratch. He made improvements in solar cells. He works with wafers, and he explained the whole story. So I don't care what you say or what Blue says. You understand? I know that those O-rings will not function in that environment. Now, whatever you say is
No, you don't know
irrelevant.
that.
Irrelevant.
You don't know that because I've worked in that met systems for those systems for years, and I've seen all sorts of O-rings and steel gaskets which had rubber gasket material that was simulated to an O-ring as well. The point is, we want in a vacuum changer for making semiconductors, we want that to be sealed so tight that no atom can leak in. That the pressure outside the chamber cannot force one single atom to go by it. So a lot of these flat washers or flat gaskets with rubber silicon type of qualities to it can be a better seal and not allow any leakage over the period that this thing will be in a vacuum. There's particle vapor deposition systems. There's chemical vapor deposition systems. There's also magnetic deposition systems. They're all under vacuum. The magnetic ones are usually 10 to the minus 6, and the particle vapor deposition systems are 10 to the minus 10, and those have structures that only have to support a 14.7 psi differential from outside to inside. It's not that great. It's not that big a deal. It
You can
sounds like
say
a big
that
deal.
all you want, bro. Just understand one thing. It's a free platform here. You can say whatever you want as long as you're respectful. I'm going to call you out every time you say that. You have no clue what you're saying. I repeat, I have videos of an expert who built 2 of them from scratch. Lifelong work. And I have other videos. One of them, Blue posted it, as a matter of fact. You can see the O-rings. You can see their breast. You can see they're huge. You can see they have bolts. You can see their one-time use, and you can see they're not turning. Now, whatever you say is irrelevant, my friend. Irrelevant to me. I want to make it clear, and I want to make it clear to everybody.
Crystal clear. And if you want to show that system, pull down. Do you know the process which they pull down this vacuum? How they scrub the air first, rough up the air first, and then they take the cryo pumps. Super cool this to get the vacuums that we're trying to achieve. If you put that O-ring on that chamber versus the flat washer or gasket, There's no difference. It will still be able to pull down to that same vacuum, although it wouldn't be as secure. It would not remove or keep small particles, atoms, from entering it over time. That's the only difference. The structure itself would be fine. The vacuum would still be held. In fact, you
You're
could keep on.
wrong. You're absolutely
Okay,
wrong.
so you made the claim. Prove me wrong, and I'll listen.
No, I posted 3 videos of it. If you didn't see them, like I said, I don't care about you, Zanuck. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't care about you or your opinion. But because the fact you're talking about this, I want everybody to know that I already posted it. Most people here have saw them. I don't care what you think, Zanuck.
Always is in here, though. He's going to try to get in. I think he can make it.
You're hot
Oh,
miking.
he's got it. He's going to go over there.
You're hot miking. You're hot miking.
Left lane. Left lane. In the world.
Once you get, they ought to pluck it right here.
Hold on.
Yeah.
My vision of vivid, they live it, they never delivered. I never forgive them, but that was a given. I feel like I'm gifted. They looking offended. I don't need amendments. I'm trying to help
He's
them
got
out.
to come out here to get you on the.
I don't need amendments to see the truth and represent it. How would you know that you up in the ending? You see the beginning, the Enoch was missing a slay competition with a composition, but often the prophets and prophets like Dave and Linda. That's all I got.
That's what they need. That's what they need. Some of that. Because that's what comes out of their mouths, man. When you give them the true facts, that's all they say. That's all they say.
They say the earth's spinning, but nobody feel it, man. Who do they think they kidding? Hey, so the ballers in here. Is there any way that we can directly measure the alleged orbit of the Earth around the sun? So it's just like a blind faith belief that you have? It is blind faith, yes.
Give them time. They're processing it now. How they're going to answer.
Xanax probably thinks that they do that at Slack. Did you know that some of them, were you guys here when some of them were trying to tell me that you can actually directly detect the Earth's orbit with a gyroscope?
Many times I've had that conversation with them many times, and when I ask them which gyroscope, can I use the one because I wanted to do it, they go, no, that's not good enough. Well, how about this one? No, that one ain't good enough. So what do I need? Like a $10 million gyroscope? Yeah.
Yeah, and to clarify, right, we're talking about orbit instead of rotation. I've actually had many ballers, including FTFE, I think even Kosho, try to tell me that there are, in fact, gyroscopes sensitive enough to detect the Earth's orbit, and that actually will read a difference in precession because of the orbit. Swore up and down. I mean, FTFE was mocking me, talking about I'm just stupid and ignorant. He knows it exists. I said, okay, can you give me some information, like a citation or something? I don't have it with me. I'll bring it to you on Thursday when we debate. Okay, didn't have it Thursday. Then a week later, couldn't. He just lost it. Doesn't know where it is anymore. But it exists.
Yeah, right. The claim is rotation, not orbit. That's to be clear of that. Their claim is rotation, not orbit. Yeah.
Yeah, and what's so funny, bro, is if they even understood their model, they would know that their answer has to be no. If they even understood relativity in the heliocentric model, they have to say no. They don't even understand the basic tenets of the model that they believe in. But we're crazy.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. It's definitely sad. Like every aspect of their thing, right? Like for days now, we've been showing them, no, it's not this, it can't be this, and they're fighting it tooth and nail with nothing. With nothing. The rotation, the O-ring pressure, the evolution, they have absolutely nothing. Nothing.
Dude, imagine thinking that a ring laser gyro can detect linear translation or translational motion through space. Oh my god.
It can't, even by their own admission. They don't even know their own paradigm. It cannot. It's only their only claim is that it can detect rotation, not orbit. Those are two different things.
Yeah, so well, they were saying that it'll detect rotation and then it'll show a slight difference throughout the year. In fact, FTFE said an entire degree difference because of the orbit. What the? And this dude is the same dude that goes around making fun of flat earthers, calling them stupid. But yeah, like relativity is very clear that everything occurs on the earth as if the earth were at rest. Direct quote from Einstein.
That's the problem. Certain people know their model better than they do.
So there's no actual direct measurement of the Earth's orbit. So how do you guys know it's a thing? You just assume it. You just look at the sky assuming it. So it's a religion. It's a blind faith belief.
That's what it is. Rakia put it very well before. He came in and he said, look, I believe in God. I believe in the Bible. I believe in the preacher. Now that's my belief. That's my faith in him. And he asks him, how about you? You believe in evolution, right? Or this or the other, right? That's your belief in that, man, right? And they wouldn't say yes. They wouldn't say yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's a very similar concept, right? Like if you say, well, the preacher has gone to seminary and has studied the Bible and he's an expert, I trust the expert and I put my faith in the expert. What's the difference, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They'll try to say the difference is that you can do scientific experiments, but they can't. Like literally, the paradigm says you can't detect the orbit, for example. Like it's funny because they make fun of God. Like I've never seen God, but then they believe in electrons and all this other stuff that you can't see. They believe in space time and black holes and all this other stuff that you can't see.
Their God is
Yeah.
gravity. It is literally the glue that holds all of their nonsense together. And they have to put faith in it because there is no experimental evidence for their claims of the alleged cause of gravity. All they have is measurements of the effect.
Yeah, it's an all-powerful, omnipresent force that existed before everything that literally created everything that we see. You even say big G and little g. If you
You know
can't
what's
answer a
funny?
question, just say gravity.
Yeah. You know what's funny? When you present them evidence in their own paradigm. This is one of my favorite things to do, like the latest one, the baby galaxy paradox, right? Their own story, their own people that have recorded it, measured this, say that this can't be so, right? And these guys just can't even accept that. They start tripping out. It's like unbelievable.
Yeah, it's super goofy, bro. Like, we should start using the phrase "gravity of the gaps" because God of the gaps.
Yeah, or fantasy of the gaps. Yeah.
Well, let's
They
just
have,
say gravity of the gaps because every time they can't explain something and they have no direct evidence, they just say gravity. And then when you ask for direct
gravity, refraction. Yeah.
so you can't actually have direct evidence of it. You just have to assume it. And since you're on the Earth, that you can't do any tests to imitate it or isolate it. Well, since I'm on the Earth, I can't do any experiments to isolate God.
Look, I'll tell you, the God argument, the creation argument, in my mind, right? Not necessarily the God of the Bible, but the creation argument, for me, holds more weight than evolution. Absolutely.
Not even close.
Not even close. Yeah.
Yeah, because like it's a logical discussion, but you can't have order without intention. Like it's that simple.
And why is it they can't? Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I just jumped back on for a second. I got another aspect to this argument when he's talking about the protocells and how chemistry can just kind of happen and these things form. It's like looking out into the world and see fire. We see fire, you know, then assuming how we got the combustion engine. You know what I mean? Because I mean, obviously, anything either designed or even in the evolutionary theory, all of it has to obey natural law, right? It has to obey the natural law, the way the world works. But to say that because I can find fire in the world, that means that explains how we got the complexity of a car doesn't follow. Doesn't follow whatsoever. You understand my argument or my analogy?
I think I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, because I mean, and also I was thinking about this too after I got off, and he's talking about how he can find protocells in the environment. Well, the environment is already full of lipids. You need lipids to have protocells. Where did the lipids come from? How'd you get the lipids to begin with? Where'd they come from? That's another question. Where did the amino acids come from? How'd you get those?
Yeah, in a pie. Yeah. I was just gonna. Yeah, have you heard James Core on this stuff? Anyone?
Yeah, oh yeah, I like James. I like James. He does great. He's a chemist, so he understands this a lot better than I do.
Right. Yeah, he puts a good argument up for sure, man.
And see, when they start talking about protocells too, that's why I started talking about the proteins on the cell membrane, because you need those to maintain the homeostasis. Think about two things. You need homeostasis and you need a pressure. You need a gradient in the cell for it to function. You understand what that means?
All that, and then you need it in a pre-chiromatic form as well.
Right. So, and how do you without the proteins, how do you get a pressure gradient? Or not a pressure gradient, but a gradient. How do you do that?
What kind of gradient?
Well, you have to keep the good things in and the bad things out.
Does osmosis and diffusion work on pressure gradients?
Oh, look who wants to talk after he had no answer for the other question.
Well, let's talk about that, Zanuck. Let's talk about that. What is diffusion? What is diffusion?
Something going from a high concentration to a low concentration.
So it spreads out through the whole system, right?
Through the whole system?
Right. Yeah, whatever you're looking at spreads out. So now here's a question. If you talk about diffusion, see, you gotta keep the good things out, the bad things out, the good things in. If diffusion is the only explanation you have, that means you have the good things and the bad things all over the place.
Right. So how
inside the cell and outside the cell.
So how does
what system is it? Yeah. So how do you have that filtration within the cell?
Well, there's osmosis. Osmosis will do that as well.
How do you establish osmosis with the cell?
Well, it's a semi-permeable membrane, which has certain qualities to actually filter out things by size, by certain qualities across that membrane. Why does water can through osmosis? Why does water go into a tree?
Okay, but here's the thing, though, Zanuck. Okay, there's certain things that you want in the cell, like ions or protons, that's necessary for ATP production.
Wait,
you want them to cross.
Wait, protons?
Yeah, well, I think it's protons, if I remember correctly. You need certain protons or ions, something. I can't remember exactly. You need them to cross the cell membrane, which are very small, but you want to be able to keep other things out, which are very large.
Right.
So how do you do that? Or vice versa. You want to keep something out that's very small, but allow something large in. If you allow the large thing in, then all the small stuff's going to come in. What do you use to keep that from what do you use to keep that from happening?
It's the quality and the structure of the membrane.
No, this thing called proteins. Proteins do that.
That's the quality and the structure of the membrane.
Okay, where do you get these proteins from, Zanik?
Oh, I'm not going to debate with you about evolution. I don't know.
You're the one. I mean, I asked.
I asked just to clarify one thing you said. I back to Witt's point about gyros and detecting the orbit around the sun. If we're in following a geodesic, that's why we don't have a gyro in the ISS that's going to be able to detect the rotation around the Earth because it's in free fall. But you have
every single time a baller says that,
can I finish the sentence? But in an airplane, though, you have a gyro, and if it's sensitive enough and accurate enough, you can actually see it turn backward. It won't because of pendulous vanes, but it will work because you're not in orbit.
Hey, Zanik, you know what you just did? You know what you just did just now? Just now. You know what you did?
What I do?
A red herring. You brought up another. I came in at the topic of evolution, and I continued that discussion. I brought up, I started questioning you about evolution. You can't handle you couldn't answer the question, so you brought up a red herring.
No, I heard Witz in the background saying, I'm now piping up because you weren't answering my question before, and I addressed him. So you actually jumped on his unanswered questions while I was answering it. So it's not a red herring. It was actually just
all the ballers got super quiet and didn't answer. So
I was busy. I think I spend my time. This isn't my primary function in life is to be here.
Buddy, dude. When I came here, you were certainly fine to talk. And then when I asked my question, you stopped talking. All the ballers got silent. And then the conversation progressed to evolutionary discussion. And then you piped up during that discussion. So good try.
No, that you had almost right, Witsit. I wasn't talking. Nobody was talking. You came in asking questions. No one responded. I was busy, and then no one responded. And then Paul brought up another question, which was interesting regarding evolution. And then I asked one question about something he had said. And then I also heard you jump. Oh, now you're talking. So then I responded to you. So that's an actual recap of what happened. Okay, so you can just run over me.
When I came in, SC was talking to you. So why are you lying? Oh, that's the tactic.
I was busy. I talked to him. Dude, there was like 5 minutes where I wouldn't say a word. I was not even in the room. I heard people talking. I heard you jump in and ask the questions, but I wasn't even around my computer.
Okay, whatever, dude. The question was, can we directly measure?
I heard the question very clearly. I was
busy. Yes or no. It's a yes or no question. Can we directly
measure directly?
Can you stop interrupting me? Can we directly measure the Earth's orbit around the sun?
Here goes the question again for you. What do you mean by, quote, directly?
It's a yes or no question.
I'm asking for definitions. It's fair enough.
Okay, then what does directly mean to you?
Answer the question. What do you define as?
Yeah, like an actual direct measurement. Like it's immediately accessible.
That's circular logic.
Why are you always interrupting me?
Because you're asking me a question I've already answered. I'm asking you, what do you mean by directly? Don't ask me a question. Tell me what it means. What's it?
If you interrupt me again, you're just going to get muted. Okay. So I said, yeah, to directly measure it, or it's meaning it's immediately accessible. It's actual. It doesn't require any assumption. It's direct. Okay. Well, we got that covered. So yes or no question. Can the Earth's orbit around the sun be directly measured?
Of course it can.
Go ahead.
Do it optically. That's
That's
easiest,
not direct measurement.
Optical. not a direct measurement? Like you gave the definition, based on your definition, that's a direct measurement. You blew it. You had a chance to define direct. You didn't do a very good job. It was a circular response. I know what you said. I heard you. Don't have to repeat it.
Wow, dude. So if I look into the sky as something else, that's a direct measurement of the Earth moving.
I didn't say optically would be measuring one thing, a succession of things, a multitude of things, all would point to a direct measurement. Okay, I'm not going to play the game with you, but let me play. I will play. So no, you can't, because we're in free fall around the sun, and we can't measure it because we're following the geodesic, and we really don't know. We can't really tell what we're doing around the sun because there's no forces acting on us.
No. So the answer is no. We can't directly measure it. So when
Only
you said,
to play
of course
along.
we can, no. When you said, of course we can, but then you brought up looking at something else in the sky and then assuming the cause of what we see in the sky, that would be the definition of indirect observation. It would in no way be direct. So you can't directly measure the Earth's orbit around the sun. Can you even directly detect the Earth's orbit around the sun?
What do you mean by detect?
Like, why are you doing this?
Because you're being very vague, and you're on purpose. I know your tactics.
I'm not being vague.
What are you really asking? So we can't measure without, for example, I can see a car go by and optically see that it went by me. Now, I don't know for sure whether I'm not moving or I'm moving or it's moving. Then I have another observation of me looking at the ground and say, well, then I clarify by saying by me standing on the ground, looking at the ground, this car went by me, it is moving. So I've directly measured it. But I didn't make any assumptions or presumptions. I just gave a clarification of how my experiment was conducted. It is a direct measurement. I can do the same thing with the Earth and the Sun. It's exactly analogous.
It's
but
literally
like I
not
said,
analogous.
I'm playing around. I'm playing along. So I've already conceded to play with you. I'm not saying I agree with you. I'm playing along with you.
No, that's an intellectually dishonest tactic so that you can weasel your way out of answering the question by pretending to answer it, but then throw the caveat on there as an asterisk that you're just doing it to appease me, which is blatantly intellectually
because
dishonest.
I've already given you my answer.
I'm still in the process of talking. So your example was not analogous because you can actually tangibly verify that you're on a stationary reference frame, that the Earth's not moving. So then you measure movement relative to that. So that's irrelevant. If you would like to just answer the questions,
let me know when you stop. Let me know when you're done.
I'll let you know. So it's a very simple question, right? From the Earth, can we directly detect or measure the Earth's orbit around the sun? Yes or no?
I've already told you the answer was yes on both counts. Your analysis and your retort was incorrect. You don't know by verifying that and assuming, reaffirming your consequent of the Earth not moving. We don't know that, and you just assume that. So you already defined the error that you've actually accused me of making. So it's actually kind of ironic and funny. But no, I can use the same. Okay, I'm not done. I'm not done talking. We can still use those same techniques to determine whether the sun is moving around us or we're moving around the sun.
So, so the globe Earth's actual position is that the default observation is that the Earth is stationary and that this is just relative. And so it appears to be stationary for us because we're on the Earth, but it's actually moving. That's the official globe position, which means you cannot directly detect or measure the Earth's orbit from the Earth according to the official heliocentric model utilizing the theory of relativity. This is just objective.
Yeah, we are theoretically in free fall. We are inertial as we are spinning, however that is the real rotation or spin, around the sun. That can be detected, the spin can.
So you've come up with a theory to explain why we are in orbit, even though what we actually empirically observe is that we are not in orbit.
Not empirically observed. You haven't done all the tests. We can do things like look at the sun through a telescope and watch its rotation. Look at other.
That's not the Earth.
But we can see our rotation around it as well.
No,
Based
you
on
can't
other,
see that unless you're outside of the Earth
we
looking
have
at
we
it.
have we have other objects we can actually reference to, and that what you said in your first statement. Try to refute what I had said. Through multiple observations, multiple experiments, determine that we are the ones that are spinning around the sun.
No, incorrect. So
You can say no, but that's not an answer.
Okay, can you stop? So empirical means observable, testable, falsifiable, and repeatable. That's empirical. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
I understand.
So when we apply the standard of empiricism, well, not really the philosophy. So drop the ism. You don't even know what that is, probably.
What?
You probably don't even know what that is. Yeah, it's a nervously laugh.
No, it's not a nervous laugh, Winston. You're just funny. You're just reaching. You're reaching for straws. You know, we have tests.
No, you don't
that can
just
determine whether
interrupt me with your nervous laughter.
Go
and
ahead.
bullshit
It's not a nervous laugh. You
Shut
keep on.
up.
You're such a
Shut
defense
up.
mechanism.
Shut up. Shut up. Okay. So I already said let's drop the ism because empiricism is a philosophy, right? And it's about what can be observed with the senses and directly tested. Is all that is true? Is all that is true? Of course, that right there is a logically bankrupt philosophy because it itself is a philosophy, which means that things exist outside of direct observation via senses and experimentation. So empiricism as a philosophy debunks itself. So it doesn't matter. When we apply empirical means to the discussion, we did test it. We actually used interferometry over 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be, now hundreds of times more sensitive than it needs to be to detect the orbit. We don't detect the orbit. There's no evidence that we can directly detect the orbit. In fact, the current model says it's impossible. Einstein made this very clear. He said, from the Earth, everything will always occur as if the Earth were at rest.
And as I said, I don't disagree with that concept at all. But we can still make observations and empirical tests to show that we are rotating around the sun. Just because we can't measure it with a gyro, we can't do other.
Well, first of all, only the baller would ever bring up the gyro. It's a completely ridiculously stupid argument.
No, because if you're flying in a plane and you have a gyro, you'll see the actual horizon of that gyro roll back. It will happen. Pendulous vanes keeps that from happening. If you don't believe me, go get a gyro, power it up, remove the pendulous vanes. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And by the way, welcome to the 21st century. We've had 3-ring gyros now for 30 years, and so they actually determine the rotation also. Now these devices won't work in orbit because of the fact that
you're using the red herring fallacy to talk about the rotation, which is completely unrelated to the question. And of course, to clarify, it was in fact the globe earthers who answered my question with the gyroscope and claimed that there are gyroscopes sensitive enough on the Earth to detect the Earth's orbits. It was not me who said that asinine claim. It was Baller.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are mistaken in that range. I'm not the other ballers. I have experience and knowledge in certain areas that others do not. In this particular area, we do not have gyros that are sensitive enough to detect an orbit around the sun.
Okay, so when you mocked me for as if I said the gyro should do it, that was completely unfounded when it wasn't me who made such a ridiculous claim. It was your fellow cult member. So I accept your apology.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
All I'm talking about is
Kosho said it, FTFE said it, many other ballers in the room agreed with it. There you go. So
that's fine. They may think there's some kind of change in direction as you circle the sun, but as we know, we are following a geodesic. That's the true global position. Just like when we have the ISS in orbit, we're following a geodesic also. So the forces are not. But what you do, you can use.
Go ahead.
But what I was referring to was not a red herring. To say that when we do use gyros, we're using in areas where we're not following the geodesic, like an airplane traveling around the Earth or the Earth rotation. I didn't equate that to us going around the sun. I equated the Earth, us going around the sun, to us flying an airplane around the Earth like an orbit, but we're not going fast enough for an orbit, so we're not following the geodesic, and therefore the gyro will give us the deviation.
So in orbit, the Earth changes direction, but it doesn't change direction.
Correct. That's the nervous laugh I'm always talking about.
Why would I be nervous?
Because you don't understand it, obviously. When people always mock what they don't. People always mock what they don't understand.
Now you've resorted to your fallback of pretending it's somehow my ineptitude, when of course in reality,
isn't it?
it's that you. In reality, it's that you blatantly just double spoke. My question was: so the Earth is in orbit and it changes direction, but it doesn't change direction, and you said yes.
Correct. Yes.
So I've been listening for a little while. Zanuck, I think a better example would be the annual stellar parallax shift that we observe. That has been observed for hundreds of years and it's been pretty well confirmed through the use of celestial navigation and stellar astronomy.
Oh, is that a direct measurement?
That's a good one too. Yes.
Is that a direct measurement of Earth's
orbit?
Yes,
it is. Of course it is.
No, it's literally not.
Oh, see, this is funny because I don't mean to interrupt you again. I do that a lot.
You can't help it. You have impulse control issues.
Because I get excited. It's interesting. I'm smiling
man,
because
why don't you work out now? Like I worked out this morning. I'm pretty chill. Maybe you should work out.
I can't work out until later in the afternoon. I don't have the energy right. Plus, I have to go play guitar. I got to play some music.
You need to work out or something, man. No. Anyways, you interrupted, so now you need to be quiet. So I asked for a direct measurement or detection of the Earth's orbit, not looking up at the sky, assuming the Earth's in orbit, and then pointing to things you think are caused by that assumed orbit. I said directly measure the Earth's orbit.
And that's why I asked you, what methodology would you accept to show that measurement would be direct? And that's why I asked you to define direct, and then you gave me imperialistic type of definitions, and we went from there. So what would you accept as evidence? What would you accept as a test that would be a direct measurement by your definition?
Oh, well, I would certainly entertain that the Earth, if when we did Michelson-Morley and we used interferometry, it actually showed that the Earth was orbiting the sun, but it actually showed the opposite. So what we did, instead of accept the evidence for what it said, was we changed all of physics to say that you could never tell and that it's identical to it being stationary. So there you go. Let's do that. Interferometry.
That was a red herring if I've ever heard.
You just asked me what I would accept, and I just told you a specific test. How's that a red herring?
You went on to talk about Michelson-Morley and then how that showed this deviation, which it did. It had error that you're attributing and assuming that it did. And then you're saying that's a test that we would use. But then would that test by the globe standard or by following a geodesic, would that still be valid?
Geodesic by the way, that's not is just a made-up concept that you've created in your mind to make the paradoxical claim that the Earth changes direction but doesn't change direction.
It doesn't. So, well, exactly. That's a paradox. No different than why an object has forces acting on it, yet it will accelerate. Why don't you answer that question first? Why do you think an object can accelerate but become? Hold on, let me finish. Now you're being impulsive. Just stop for a second. Why do you think an object can accelerate down? We can measure it accelerating with respect to the ground, measure it, but yet it has no forces acting on it. How is that possible?
Now that was an actual red herring fallacy. Right?
Not really. Paradox.
Yeah,
Similar paradox.
No. Blatantly.
Analogy. It was an analogy paradox.
Stop interrupting me, please. So
you're not my daddy. Whitson.
Okay, well, I am in here. Because you need a daddy because you can't control yourself. Like I'm about to put you in timeout. It's actually called timeout because you guys act.
I'll be your daddy.
Okay. So the problem is there are no paradoxes in nature. Anywhere that we have an understanding of nature and it involves a paradox, that means we do not have a complete understanding, because there are no paradoxes in nature.
So you don't understand the meaning of the word paradox. The reason it is a paradox is that we do understand it, but from one perspective, it seems to be contradictory. That's why they call it a paradox. But it's not a paradox because we understand why this happens. Why, by our common knowledge, this shouldn't happen, yet it does in nature. And we know nature is always right. So it's our understanding, as you said, which is incorrect. And when we correct it, then it's not a paradox anymore. But it is a paradox for most people because that's how we understand things. Things shouldn't accelerate and have no forces behind them. Yet we see that.
Stop
How is it
changing the
possible?
subject.
Geodetics.
Stop changing the subject to something falling. So what you said, that there's a change of direction, but there's no change in direction. Okay. That's blatantly a contradiction that cannot exist. Things cannot simultaneously do opposite things. That's retarded. Has nothing to
Well,
do with
that
any of the other stuff you monologued on about.
no. Okay, well, there is something called reference frames, and before earlier, you show you don't understand reference frames by mentioning being on a reference frame. You're not ever on a reference frame. You're in a reference frame, and therefore, multiple reference frames. One can show curvature, curved paths, and the other can show straight paths. So that's what
Okay,
I'm
what
speaking
reference
about.
frame? Wait, what reference frame does change direction?
In a rotating reference frame,
Is the Earth rotating?
the Earth's rotating. Yes.
No, I'm saying, in what reference frame does the Earth's orbit change direction?
From the universal reference frame,
Which is what?
the one that's not rotating or accelerating.
Name it. Like, give specifically what?
A point coordinate system that has no acceleration or any kind of motion, any kind of acceleration.
Like what?
I've just defined it. I can't really define it any better than that.
So you don't have an example. Okay. So.
Oh, you want an example of it? So an example would be
obviously,
outside the solar system. I'm looking down at the Earth and Moon and Sun system. It's a solar system. I'm looking down from it, and if I see it rotating, I could then be considered looking at it from an inertial reference frame.
So the Earth is changing direction, but not changing direction, and you think that gives you intellectual high ground.
No, from the
And
road,
of course,
Go,
stop,
sorry.
dude. So when I brought up Michelson Morley, you started bringing up the fringe shift that was detected in the instrumental error, claiming I thought it was some blah, blah, blah. I didn't say that at all. I said it showed that the Earth wasn't orbiting. It didn't show the fringe shift. Then we changed all of physics to claim it's impossible to actually detect the orbit. So the answer is objectively, from your own paradigm, no. You cannot directly detect or measure the Earth's orbit from the Earth, period.
That also a red herring, and also a what I found something. Anyway, the point is, no, we didn't expect to detect any rotation due to the motion of the Earth. You were assuming, and the red herring comes into play when you said or assumed that we have an ether that we'd expect to be running through, which would throw this test off, which would give us this fringe shift, would give us this error, and it didn't.
Okay. So what you don't seem to grasp here is that reality doesn't have paradoxes, right? You can't. That's why we know, like the wave
Back to this
particle
again, huh?
duality, the wave particle duality. Paradox doesn't exist. Okay, something can't be changed direction, not change direction. But the fundamental component of this whole discussion that I'm actually talking about is that, from your paradigm's perspective, you cannot directly detect or measure the Earth's orbit around the sun. You can only assume it, look at the sky, and then attribute that assumption to the sky. That's all that you can do, okay? And therefore, what you have is a belief that requires blind faith. So you're in a religion. And if you could just absorb that you're in a religion, then it'd be fine. Like, I don't care if you have a religion, like, power to you.
Okay, I get that.
I'm sorry. Can I?
What?
I don't mean to interrupt, but
Go ahead.
you kind of brushed past the annular stellar parallax that we observe. Could you explain why we see that if not orbit?
First of all, I didn't brush past it at all. I directly refuted it as a claim in response to my question that isn't a direct measurement at all. You looked at the sky and then assumed that the Earth was orbiting, so attributed that cause to the sky, right? Even if, first of all, just calling it parallax is the assumption. That's literally the assumption that's begging the question and reifying the orbit, right? So yeah, stuff in the sky moves, and falsification is independent of replacement. I don't have to replace your theoretical explanation for something when you can't even establish it to be true. So you agree it wasn't that's not direct measurement.
When you claim that we have no way to detect it, and I'm showing you a way that we detect it, that doesn't seem like an honest statement on your behalf.
I said directly measure or detect it.
And I'm showing you a way to detect it.
That's not a direct detection. Do you not understand words?
Please define. Now we're back to what Xanix's been asking. Will you please define what you mean by direct detection?
Yeah,
I can show you the
immediately,
effect of it.
intangibly accessible, direct, void of assumption. I don't have to go look at something else and assume the Earth is orbiting. That isn't a direct measurement. Your model claims it's impossible to directly measure or detect the Earth's orbit from the Earth. If you deny that, you deny your own model.
I deny your interpretation because I am showing you a way that you can detect it with the annual stellar paradox shift.
Oh, what about whenever the alleged parallax for the annual stellar parallax goes the wrong way?
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
You're
I have
talking out of your ass.
I have a list of 15 of them that have been observed. 15 occurrences where it didn't match the prediction and went the wrong way, or didn't in any way go the amount it was supposed to. And what did they do? They just changed the distance to the stars, and then they claim some of them must be like 3 or 4 star systems, and that's why it looks like it's going the wrong way. Right. So you claim that it just matches the prediction. It does not at all. I have a list of 15 at home on my computer of times that it directly didn't match the prediction of the orbit.
I call bullshit that those are accurate measurements. We have thousands of listings of the annual stellar paradox shift as it is required for celestial navigation. We have this going back hundreds of years, and they always go the right way. I've never heard of them going the wrong way, and if so, people would be dead.
But you wouldn't be willing to bet on it, would you?
You have a baby and do not have disposable income at this time.
There you go. See,
Wow,
it's so easy.
are you serious? That's a cop out.
Yeah, it's so easy to call him out because
You
I have.
just say he can't bet? Wow, Kool-Aid.
Yeah, he won't bet because I can't do it. Well, he's so what a virtuous young man you are. So, in reality, dude,
old enough to be your father.
Even if it did all match the predictions, which it provably doesn't, and they had to change the distance to multiple stars and then even update the definition as to being multiple stars, meaning like 3 or 4 star systems that appear to be one star. If you actually knew the history of your model, then you would know that. But it doesn't matter.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes, I do. So let's just pretend that it does actually work every time. It literally doesn't. They had to change the distance to multiple stars because the amount didn't work. Let's just pretend that it does work. Let's pretend that it does work. Does that prove that the Earth is in orbit?
Could you define what we're talking about? Could you define the annular stellar paradox shift?
Yeah, the amount that the stars seem to migrate in a singular direction every year.
No.
Oh, it's not. That's not what it is.
No, that's not what it is.
Oh, yeah, please enlighten me. Will you just paraphrase what I just said?
It is the changes in distances between the stars, and it goes both directions. It gets larger and it gets smaller. almost as if we're going in a circle thing. Maybe, oh God, there's a name for that. Orbit.
Oh, what if the stars themselves are just moving? I don't know.
And
There's a name for that. What would it be called? In an orbit.
If the stars themselves are moving, then they have to be
Actually,
moving faster
that's
than
not
the
called an
speed of
orbit. That's called a three-dimensional force vector, i.e. a toroidal force vector. You're welcome.
that has the stars moving at faster than the speed of light.
No, only when you make up stories about how far away they are. So now you're going to pretend you know that. So we quickly discovered that you claimed that this was exclusive to the assumed orbit that you can't directly measure. And then within just moments, we discovered, no, actually, the stars themselves could be moving. You have to make up another bullshit claim.
No, we actually determined that you don't even know the basics of what we're talking about. You thought it was a one-way measurement. You thought it was the difference in the distance of the stars, none of which are correct. It's
I've never
actually
said that.
It's actually a distance between the stars themselves. You lack the basic information to begin this conversation, Austin.
Incorrect.
Please learn how to do celestial
You want
navigation
to bet
before you
$5,000 on this? You want to bet $5,000 on this, and we'll play it back and see if
Hey.
my definition was accurate? You want to bet $5,000 on it?
Would you please stop interrupting me? I am
Well, I'm
very
just tired of you
patient.
lying. You're just lying.
Just going to overtalk and interrupt again. Maybe you need to go to timeout, Austin. You seem a little emotional right now.
Well, because you just keep lying.
Right. I am so glad that you have debunked celestial navigation. Hey, about a year ago, I asked you to put money on a boat race. It ends in a week. Who do you think's going to win?
Okay, now we're going to get back to the actual conversation. Okay,
You
so
lack
when
the basics of it.
Oh, but when you interrupt, it's cool, huh? Because, the only reason I interrupted because you started scattergunning red herring fallacies and lying. Okay, so when I said it moves in one direction, it does relative to the alleged position of the Earth in its orbit. Thanks for playing. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the actual point, which is that you conceded that the stars themselves could be moving, and you said that the reason that wouldn't work is because the stars would have to go faster than the speed of light. So basically, you conceded that the stars themselves could be moving and causing the effect, and then you cram distances, assume distances down its throat, and then say that it wouldn't work. Is that a good summary?
I don't appreciate you modding your own conversation. You don't have the ability to do it.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I muted him. He's done. We should move on.
Okay.
I muted him, and he's trying to blame you for modding your own conversation. The guy just really should be banned.
Yeah, but did you guys notice that though? The stars changing position in our sky can obviously just be caused by the stars changing position, right? So they say that it has to move faster than the speed of light, and obviously to make that claim, then you have to claim the distances to the stars, and of course the speed of light is not even correct. So.
It's the pattern of how they change that points pretty strongly to heliocentrism, for me at least. I agree that it could be the stars moving that way, but it doesn't seem very likely at all given the patterns.
Wait, why though? If the stars just move around and you're viewing them from different angles at different times, why would it not look like that?
Well, for instance, if you look at stars on the near the ecliptic, the parallax doesn't trace out ellipses. It traces out basically a line, like a sinusoidal pattern that's flattened. Whereas if you look at them near the celestial poles, they trace out ellipses or near circles.
Oh, so it would fit perfectly in a toroid.
I'm not really sure what you mean by that, but it seems to fit the orbit quite well, especially when you look at aberration and the orbital redshift as well.
Oh, I have a list of 700 different redshift anomalies. So it's easy to claim stuff like, oh, the orbital redshift as if it actually always works. It doesn't. Same thing with the parallax claim, when I actually have a list of 15 different times it didn't work and they had to change the distance to the stars and had to claim that some of them were multiple star systems. just to make it work. So it's like, it sounds good to just falsely claim it always works. But even in the theory that it does always work, it still doesn't actually mean that the Earth is orbiting. The stars themselves could just be moving. And this is why even Einstein writes about this in his paper. He brings up stellar aberration. He brings up parallax. He said, sure, this is often interpreted as evidence of Earth's orbit, but it requires assumption. And so in the pursuit to directly verify it, we came up short. That's what Einstein himself explains in Relativity, Special and General Theory, 1950. Published in 16.
Yeah, I mean, I've read that, and I agree. It definitely requires some assumptions, but I think that it remains that these observations point quite strongly, in my mind, to heliocentrism. I don't see how it makes more sense to say that the stars are moving and we aren't. It seems to make a lot more sense the other way to me. But I agree. Everyone can interpret it differently.
Okay, well, can you concede that this could be mapped out on a geocentric group?
Could be mapped out, but it's pretty painful, and it requires all these assumptions that the stars move in 1 year patterns, 1 Earth year patterns, all of them, with respect to aberration.
Exactly, dude. The sky moves around the Earth. The Earth is the center. That's what geocentric means. If the Earth is in the center, would it be illogical to think that everything in the sky moves around the Earth in a cycle? I don't understand.
No, yeah, I mean, like the daily rotation, I get that. If the universe was rotating around us, that's perfectly explainable that way. But the patterns of like aberration and parallax are like these 1 year cycles in the sky if the stars are moving instead, I mean, which doesn't seem very parsimonious to me.
Yeah, the Earth is geocentric. The stars do a full rotation every year. I don't understand.
But these are like little tiny ellipses in the sky, not like the big daily rotation, right? So there's like some sub movement that they're doing. They're rotating around us, but they're also moving in like little helical paths, basically, because of aberration and parallax.
Well, yeah, and they all fit perfectly within a toroid over a plane. Like, not only does the geocentric explain it, the geocentric plane explains it better. It literally predicts it. The toroidal patterns predict it. But if there's the sidereal rotation, and then you have the annual rotation, so the whole system is moving with a movement inside of it. So you have the vortex movement inside of it, and then the whole system is moving once a year. Then you would expect to see the apparent position of the stars to change once a year, right? Like throughout the year. That's what we would expect to see. So it's not exclusive to heliocentrism. If it were, relativity would be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I agree we can make basically any reference point or model to make it work, but it's about which one is more parsimonious, I think. The thing I struggle with the idea of like the stationary plane and the universe rotating around us and the toroid stuff I don't really get, but the thing I struggle with is the fact that the patterns of aberration change so specifically with respect to like the angle we're viewing at, like things at the celestial equator and the celestial poles trace out totally different patterns, but they're all 1 year long. It seems just to fit so well with the Earth's orbit. I mean, I agree that, you know, it doesn't have to be that way, but it seems to indicate it pretty strongly.
No, that's how we made the model. The way we made the model was with what the sky does every year. That's literally how we made the heliocentric model in the first place. Of course it matches. That's how we made it. That's literally how we made it. Someone didn't just pop up one day and say, you know what? I think that the Earth's orbiting the sun 66,600 miles per hour on 23.4 degree tilt. Now let's go look at the sky and see if it matches. Oh my God, it matches perfect. It was quite the opposite.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like we have these observations and we try and make a model, like you said, that fits it best. And it seems to me like the heliocentric model does fit it best, which I think is why most astronomers agree that that's the best fitting model.
Okay, but this has turned into like this arbitrary subjective denotation of you. And actually the reason that most astronomers think it's the best model is because they were raised in a paradigm devoted to the Copernican principle 100 years after it was debunked. And so they just hold on to it. I mean, what in the world does an astronomer look like challenging the Copernican principle? They can just say bye-bye to their entire career. But that's not really the point. Like, this was brought up as if exclusive evidence that the Earth is in fact orbiting. I asked for direct detection or measurement of the Earth's orbit. Then they brought up indirect observation that you can assume the Earth's orbit and then it matches it. And then they claimed that it was exclusive to heliocentrism, and it's not. So if, like, the argument is, I think it makes more sense. Okay, I mean, you fell for the trick because the model was made from looking at those observations. So, of course, it matches it. But the point is that doesn't actually show us Earth's orbiting. That's the whole point of the combo. Like, there is no direct detection, no direct measurement. It requires assumption. And the stuff we see in the sky, aberration included, is not exclusive to the Earth moving around the sun, right? Like, that's the point.
Yeah, I was trying to be clear that I agree with you that it's not exclusive. Like, as other people may say that, but I don't think so. I think certainly, like within the concept of relativity and Machian principles, you can look at it a number of ways and make the math work. I totally agree with that. I was just trying to say that I haven't really seen another model like even the geocentric ones that seem to fit those observations any better. It seems to be worse. Like you mentioned the negative parallax, which I think are all very small parallaxes, right? I don't think there's any large negative parallaxes, or at least I haven't seen any in Hipparcos or anything. But if there are problems like that, which I'm not saying there aren't, if there are problems like that are large, the other models have to explain that as well if they want to explain it any better, right? Like I don't think that gets you anywhere really, but.
Well, no, the other models don't have to explain it because what happened is that if we're orbiting, everything in the sky needs to have parallax. Everything. So that's not the case in a geocentric model. The stars are moving themselves. So it depends on where they are in the field and how they're moving. But the heliocentric model is we're moving and it causes them to look a certain way. So everything has to have parallax. So what they do is they look at these really distant stars. And in fact, with like the world's best observatory telescopes, you can't make out like accuracy under 1 degree most of the time. It's just like this little dancing blob of light. So that's where you end up getting these negative numbers or positive numbers because it's actually just right there in the middle and you're just picking whichever one it looks like it's closer to at the time and then trying to find the center of it, right? And that's why Harvard says, well, if you get a negative one, just make it positive. That's the reality of parallax. The best observatories in the world, when looking out at these stars that are supposedly that far away, they can't even resolve within like a degree. And they're trying to talk about like fractions of a degree, which is like insane.
Wait.
But they've even had problems.
Wait.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What do you mean telescopes can't resolve to under a degree? I don't get that at all.
Yeah, at greater distances, you can't actually resolve under like a degree. Usually, it's like, or maybe it's arc seconds is better. So like, yeah, that's what I mean. But so like, most of the time it's 2 or 3 arc seconds. On a good day, it's like 1 arc second, where you can't resolve below an entire arc second. But then they're making claims of parallax way smaller than that. That's why they updated the distance to Polaris like 12 times in the last few decades, and just recently by 100 light years. I mean, at one point it was 533 light years. Now it's 323, and they just keep changing it, right? Because distant stars, you have no chance of alleged parallax. It just has to exist if the Earth is orbiting. The evidence, once again, doesn't support it. It's being forced upon the actual observation. When we get to quote-unquote closer stars, right, then we've had to change the distances numerous times because we have a prediction of parallax. We look at the star, and it's way too big or way too small. So they just change the distance to the star. It's an unfalsifiable model because it constantly moves the goalposts. It's like, oh, well, we had a prediction, and it was wrong, but we'll just change this to the star to make it right. And then we'll get a new observation a year later where it's not the same amount of parallax that's claimed. So then we'll just move the star again. And we'll average it out and then make the star somewhere in the middle. And then we'll change it again. Right? So it's like, It's
Yeah, I mean,
clearly being forced interpretation.
yeah, I mean, I guess I agree in some sense that, they're in a paradigm that is so strongly supported that it would take a large amount of anomalous data to start to overturn that, right? Like if I said that, I've got pretty strong evidence that I was born from my parents, right? Just as a weird analogy. It would take a whole lot of, if someone told me I was adopted, that's not going to shake me. I look like my dad. I sound like my dad. I look like my mom, blah, blah, blah. Like, I could do genetic tests. It would take a lot of strong evidence to overturn that. And I think that's kind of, where I agree, astronomers are stuck in a paradigm, but I think for good reason. And I understand you disagree, but I think that's maybe why, observations of negative parallax that are very, very small don't mean that much, right? Because they're just close to the error bars, essentially.
So they're way under the error bars. We don't even actually measure parallax at those distances at all whatsoever. It's just assumed it has to be there, so they try to force a number out of it. And again, they can't resolve within anywhere close to the resolvability needed. But like when you say like you would need a large amount of anomalies, right? It's like, well, that's just subjective as well because we already have that. So if you're specifically talking about like local, quote unquote, local stars in their position, well, if the sky moves in a cycle and it repeats itself, and then you built the model off that cycle, you're never going to find an anomaly within that because it was literally built from the cycle that keeps repeating. So to be like, oh, well, we're not going to get rid of our model until it doesn't match the data. Dude, the data is in a cycle that repeats, and that's how we built the model. Of course it matches. But we have an endless amount of anomalies. The entire redshift model doesn't work. There are dozens of anomalies all over the place, from the local to the far away scale, where the redshift assumptions and data doesn't work, doesn't match observations at all, right? We have the galaxy rotational problem. We have the galaxy cluster problem, many problems within galaxy cluster. We have huge amounts of anomalies, so much so that 96% of the universe is just like a Band-Aid at this point. So like what would actually constitute for large amounts of anomalies? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that. I guess like the astronomical community at large is really the arbiter of that, right? Like if there's enough anomalies, then paradigms shift, and like that's happened throughout science in the past. Greater understandings have led to paradigm shifts. So, it's pretty entrenched, but I don't think it's so entrenched that people couldn't change their minds over generations and generations of new data, anomalous data, new understandings. I think it could happen, and it might. I'm not so arrogant to think that we know everything, but I think the stuff like galaxy rotation stuff, distant galaxy redshift anomalies, yeah, we don't understand that very well compared to something like the solar system. But stuff like galaxy rotation doesn't have any bearing on the heliocentric model itself.
It does, though, actually, because to claim the heliocentric model, then that claim immediately dominoes into the rest of the universe. If you're claiming that, then you now have to claim we're going around the galaxy center, and you then have to claim the galaxy is where it's at in the vastness of space. To even claim the solar system, now you're claiming, okay, only these things we see in the sky are local to us, and you automatically have to claim that all the other stuff we see isn't local to us. So to even claim the solar system makes you claim the rest of the universe on a basic level, right? It's like the solar system, quote unquote, it just keeps doing the same thing forever. Same thing with like the whole sky. So like if you make the model from that, can we at least meet there? If you make the model from the repeatable cycle in the sky, you can't turn around and say, until this cycle doesn't match the model must be true, because that's how it was made. It was built upon an observable cycle. So of course it matches. That's how it was made.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's tautological, right? Like we made a model from the data that fits as best as we can, and I think it's hard to see a vastly different model ever fitting that because we have a whole lot of data at this point. So yeah, I don't think we're in disagreement there.
But none of which is exclusive to heliocentrism, though. So like, it would be convenient to have the narrative that they made observations that couldn't be explained until they came up with the new model of heliocentrism. That did not happen, though. In fact, if you go read what Copernicus says, he point blank brings up like emerald tablets. He brings up the enlightenment of the sun. He brings up apotheosis, and the path to becoming godlike is through the path of enlightenment symbolized by the sun. Therefore, we must go around the sun, and it must be the center. Of course, it wasn't even until like the 20th century that they say they discover we're actually going around the galaxy. So it was a philosophical weirdo reason that they made the heliocentric model. It wasn't like observations exclusive to it. So now they've just built upon that for centuries, and everything we see in the sky is automatically run through that lens alone. Right? So then it's not really fair to attribute all of the discoveries to heliocentrism, because that's just the forced interpretation of all discoveries that would exist with or without this weirdo's attempt to say we go around the sun because he worships it.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways I agree, but I think I disagree that all of it came from a philosophical standpoint. I think that's part of it. There's certainly an aversion to, like you said, the Copernican principle. It's an aversion to thinking that we're special in the center in some sense. But I think that's maybe a healthy way to look at things. Like, it's pretty easy to fool yourself into thinking you're super important when maybe you're not. People tend to have egos, I think, that aren't often based in reality, right? Like, I think that's a fairly healthy way to look at things. But you can also say that the opposite, right? Like, geocentric models dating back to antiquity may have come from the philosophical idea that we are special, right? It's just kind of two sides of the same coin.
But it's just the default position of all the observations. We see everything reset around us. So it didn't require philosophy. And I actually even pushed back on your idea about ego. I would actually say that it's the opposite. So if you acknowledge that the earth has a special position, then you must acknowledge design. If there's a powerful force enough, or a force powerful enough to create this place in such a way that it's the most special place and it's the center, then immediately any type of logical assessment would necessitate that you're like humbled. You're like, wow, there's something way more powerful than me. But when you have atheistic belief, because that's what it is as a belief, right? Then there's nothing that is more powerful than you. There's nothing that you're held accountable to. That actually feeds the ego. Right? Now you're the arbiter of truth. Morality is subjective. You do what you want to. Do as thou wilt. You only live once. You just die and go into the dirt. There's no purpose. There's no accountability. So then you're your own God. That actually inflates ego, as opposed to acknowledging creation. That means, whoa, I need to watch myself. There's something way more powerful than me, right? So I should humble myself, or I could be in dangerous waters. So it's actually kind of the opposite. Yeah.
I mean, I can only speak from my own philosophy, I guess, and how I think. Maybe other people think that way, but I mean, I'm an atheist, and I definitely recognize that there are things way more powerful than me. I'm just a tiny little being on a rock that's spinning, as far as I can tell. It makes me quite humble. I don't see why that would. It definitely doesn't give me a sense of ego to think that I don't recognize any creator or have any reason to believe in a creator. I still believe that this universe is vast and crazy and amazing, and it gives me a huge sense of awe and humility. But maybe other people think different. But that's just me.
But why would you be subservient to innate matter, right? Like, is there any sentience in this paradigm? Is there any sentience that is greater than you?
One sec.
Because I don't think you need to humble yourself in the face of asteroids. You're sentient and they're not. So you have more power than them in that sense. So like the lack of sentiental, or whatever the word is, like hierarchy is kind of the point.
Sure, I guess in some way, yeah. Like I have more powers than a rock does in a lot of ways, but I'm just thinking of the universe as a whole. Like, it's just so magnificent and awe-inspiring that I can't help but feel small and humbled in its presence. Maybe much in the same way people think of God.
Right, but don't you agree that if the Earth is at the center, that the universe is still awe-inspiring, and we should be humbled, and we're insignificant with like the overall creation?
If Earth is in the center, yeah, I think people could still have that same feeling just from the universe itself.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the sky; it's like incredibly beautiful, and when you go away from lights, you see more stars than you can even fathom. Right, so like, what happens above us is awe-inspiring regardless. It's actually just significantly more awe-inspiring if it was all handcrafted just to be a light show for you. That's like insane. That's like, bro, this place is like majestic and not just random, without purpose, chaotic, has no meaning, right? And they're so devoted to this philosophy that they've started saying stuff like there must be infinite universes. Like, what the? Like, why?
Yeah, I don't know much about that. I think I've read some stuff about that, but yeah, I mean, certainly if it was created by an omniscient being, that has its own awe-inspiring aspect. But I don't see how it makes it more awe-inspiring. I find it just as awe-inspiring to think that maybe this place always existed and no one created it. It just is what is. Maybe that's unsatisfactory because we always like
Oh,
to have a
that's logic.
concrete explanation for things. And I understand that feeling. I kind of feel that way too. I'd love to have an explanation for it, but I recognize that maybe we never will. And I think I'm comfortable with that. It's still awe-inspiring at the end of the day.
Well,
You don't believe in God?
No, he says atheist.
I mean, I guess you'd have to define God. I haven't
God,
found strong reason to believe in one. I mean, I can't help that. I just
really?
haven't
I
been
mean,
convinced, I guess.
science even claims God.
Science what?
Science even claims God. So if you believe in science, I don't understand why you don't believe in God.
I mean,
I
how
guess
do you
I'm not sure what you mean by
reconcile?
science claims
Hold
God.
on, Jeremy. What'd you say, man?
I guess I don't understand what you mean by science claims
So
God.
the spark of life. It's like one of the only times that they account for God and then just stick them back up on the dusty shelf. You have an
I'm not really
explanation
I'm
about
not
the
really
spark of
sure
life?
I'm not sure what you mean by spark of life.
So when the sperm enters the egg, there's what's called the spark of life. Look it up. Look into it. This is the only time science accounts for God.
Yeah, sure. I'll Google that. Never heard of it.
Yeah, check it out, man.
Yeah, the moment of inception, inception. There's a literal spark, an illumination that happens, if you will.
Conception.
True.
What did I say?
Inception.
I was thinking in a movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, an actual illumination.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go grab my wife and test it out. Hang on.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Someone's
But
throwing baby back.
Doesn't the word inception also fit though? Because inception means like the beginning or the start of something. So, but yeah, it is.
Well, doesn't it mean to divine something though, right? Like once it was conceived of, like thought of more so. Like I don't know, maybe not.
Conception is when it was created, and inception is when it was inserted.
I guess it could kind of fit. Yeah, I mean,
I guess it kind of.
You gotta accept the incept of the concept, so you're not a.
It does say like the
I
point at
think
which something begins its course or existence.
Yeah, but I think conception was more the accurate word ultimately.
Well, I think that's what he was thinking of. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
I do think the Globers have an excuse. It's some kind of chemical reaction that makes the illumination happen. I'm not sure what their actual excuse is, but I'm sure they have something. But I'd like to know how do you reconcile the code, the information in DNA without a creator? Like that doesn't just spring up out of nowhere. You guys have a serious problem with abiogenesis.
Well, this is the double standard here, though, right? Like They're so afraid or terrified of the idea of the God of the gaps that they can fill the gaps in with anything. I mean, infinite universe, right? Like infinite universes, gravity of the gaps, dark matter, anything they can think of, like to the point of absurdity that they will say there are infinite universes. So that's the ironic part. That's blatantly a double standard. You can make ad hoc theoretical ideas out of thin air with no evidence at all to back them up, and that's considered okay. But if you were to just acknowledge something that would actually solve the problem, which would be like intention, like specific determination and intention, no, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, and by the way, they didn't just randomly wake up and say, I think the idea of infinite universes is cool. They're proposing that out of necessity because of the fine-tuning problem. Right. Because of the insurmountable amount of corresponding coincidence that compound on top of each other in the universe model. Like the flatness problem. There's all kinds of things. They're just stacking on top of each other. So you can't have like insurmountable repetitive coincidence. So they say, oh, well, if there was an infinite, which doesn't exist, infinite number, what does that mean? Infinite number of universes, right? Then eventually anything could happen. And we just so happen to live in it. So for us, of course, that's all we know because that we're inside it. I've actually never even heard another articulated explanation for the fine-tuning problem.
Dark matter, dark energy.
That makes the fine-tuning problem worse.
Well, they can say whatever they want. So, yeah, it just kind of leaves the door open for them to interpret however they feel.
The fact that the universal constants seem to take non-arbitrary values in order for life to thrive in our universe.
Just related to like the anthropic principle.
You wanna remind me what that is?
I'm not sure if I have the term right, but it's kind of the idea that, you know, the only type of universes we might find ourselves in to consider are only the ones that could give rise to us, or something like that. It's really hard to explain in just a sentence.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
have to read it.
Yeah, that's basically the idea. That's like within the idea of infinite universes, that's kind of like the justification for it logically. It's that, well, since this is the only situation that you could arise to live, then you can only assess things from that position, right? But that it doesn't really change the fact that you're basically invoking something equivalent to God, only without the logic. Like, where did the universes come from? Oh, they've just always been here, and there's always an infinite amount, but they're always in the process of doing things, and like, it's a way to avoid a creator. That's all it is. And that's what I don't understand is how is that not glaringly obvious? If your cosmology has forced you to resort to claiming there are infinite universes, therefore anything's possible as a way to dismiss the fine-tuning problem. I mean, I don't even know. That seems crazy to me. Here, right, first precisely described by Dickey in the 1960s, fine-tuning problems arise in the value of the cosmological constant, the ratio of gravitational to electromagnetic force strengths, the abundance of dark matter in the universe, and the curvature of the space. And it says C flatness problem. So that's why I was telling you dark matter makes it worse. The amount of dark matter makes it worse. But like the flatness problem being that there just so happened to be the perfect amount of energy density at the beginning of the Big Bang that when it expanded flat. And if you run the numbers, if you have that entire like spherical distribution as a possibility with all the spectrum, with the whole spectrum of energy density, it's such a tiny, tiny, little bitty number that would be required for it to expand flat. So it's like, well, what are the odds that just that perfect little amount of energy density happens? And then that's not even relevant to whether or not life can be sustained, because you could have a spherical universe and life be sustained. So it's a coincidence that's like scientifically impossible. It's mathematically impossible, right? That doesn't even have anything to do with the other coincidences of what's needed to sustain life. So when you stack all these together, it's called a fine-tuning problem.
I don't know. Are you still there, man, or are you hanging out with your wife now?
Me? Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, just making sure you're not, making sparks or nothing.
Wish I was. Just doing some work and listening to interesting conversation.
Right on.
Like, think about it, right? So, like, the Earth has to be the perfect distance, pretty much, like the Goldilocks zone, right, to sustain life. Okay? And it's like, okay, well, yeah, the universe is so big, eventually there's going to be areas that are just far enough away from a star that you can sustain life, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And that even has a paradox, because based on the strength of the sun and the distance to the Earth, then the Earth should have been ice at the beginning, but water had to be there at the beginning in order to propose that life arose. So that's called like the faint young sun paradox. And then they've made up all kinds of fairy tales about why they think it could happen. But even beyond that, you have all kinds of stuff that fit within where the Earth is to sustain life. And then you stack on unrelated coincidences that are just optical, like that the sun and the moon appear to be the same size, right? That has nothing to do with whether or not we could live here. What the sun and moon look like in the sky, that doesn't mean anything. So it's an unrelated coincidence that you have to stack on top of it, that the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, and just coincidentally by random cosmic chance, exactly 400 times closer, so that we can have perfect total eclipses in the model, right? So it's like, if you understand what I'm trying to point out, is like when you start to stack coincidences that are unrelated to one another, you have a serious philosophical problem. It doesn't make any sense. So then one must ask, well, why is it that we're so devoted to this philosophy? There must be some damning exclusive evidence that shows us this model of the universe is correct. That's the only way you would even venture towards this like illogical philosophy, right? There must be some like damning, indisputable, exclusive evidence that this is the way the universe works. And there is no such thing whatsoever. There's not one single piece of evidence that is exclusive to the heliocentric model in a vast universe that's expanding. Not one. In fact, it's the other way around. So then you have to really, like, a logical person's like, well, then why are we doing this? Like, what's the driving motivation?
So they could have atheists like this guy here.
Well, yeah, I think we know the answer. The answer is that it's more comfortable to think there is no moral accountability. It's just easier.
But I saw it on TV. You don't know what you're talking about.
That's the ironic part, is they present it like, well, like believing in a God is the easy way out. No, it's not. It's the opposite. Believing there is no God, there is no arbiter of truth, there is no objective truth, there is no objective morality, there is no moral accountability. That's the easy way out. Because then you can do whatever you want to.
And you can do whatever you want to the people. That's the more important part of it. So easy to enslave them if they don't realize their own divinity, basically.
Yeah, because then you're able to slowly corrode away their rights, because they don't actually have like intrinsic or innate rights. There's no such thing. So like it just changes with the time based on what we think. So in 10 years, pedophilia will be legal. Why not? Right? It's just if society agrees.
Well, I want to mention with what you guys were just talking about right there, because I was going to say this before, but it was interesting to talk about like the ego part of things, like which one is actually the egotistical stance. And I would actually agree, I don't want to say that you said this exactly, Witsit, but something about like that it's actually the reverse. And I was kind of thinking about this. So like ego has to do with like, separation and isolation, like my ego, like either, the classic sense, like, oh, I'm better than you, or I'm whatever it may be. Just ego in general is usually a separation of some sort that has some sort of an isolated thing. So in terms of the cosmology part of it, being on like a stationary flat plane or surface with the heavens above is, they try to say like, oh, if you're at the center, that that's actually, that's an egotistical position. But in a way, it could be seen as the opposite, because if everybody is on the same plane, as it were, then we're all in it together. Like we're all here together. It's actually not about you. It's about all of us. Like it's not just centered on me. It's not just centered on you and the next guy. It's centered on all of us. So there's like a cohesion and in terms of with the creator as well, there's like that actual like togetherness. Whereas to say that, that you were on a sphere and the whole heliocentric model is actually more of an egotistical position. It could be argued because there's more of an isolation and separation in that model. And then in addition, the fact that some other man is telling you that, that you are isolated and that you're a little speck on a tiny thing, you then have to believe his ego, basically, that he figured it all out and that's the situation. So I was just thinking how like there's ways that it could be seen that what they're doing when they say, oh, like you're not special, you're not at the center, it's actually a projection of their own ego in a reversal.
Yep. I mean, how would do as thou wilt not be ego?
Well, we're definitely all in it together, whether we like it or not, to some degree.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Can I say something about the if you only look for natural explanations for something, and you're not open to any other option, who has a more closed off mind or worldview? So, for example, if I'm a detective and I go into a scene and I see a dead body laying on the floor, if the only explanation that's viable for me is natural causes, will I do anything else to look for why that person's dead? And see, that's what the atheists and these naturalistic people are doing. They're only looking for natural causes. They're not looking for any other viable option. So even some of these so-called proofs that they have, like what he was talking about, the protocell or whatever other aspect that they want to talk about, if the only explanation is natural, there's no other explanation, they're never going to see it. So even if you lay evidence before them, they've already got a predisposition against it, so they're never going to see it.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I like to think I'm open to supernatural explanations. The trouble is I just don't know how I would determine anything supernatural. It seems I'm stuck in the natural world, and anything I could detect here would kind of by definition be natural. Maybe it would be the effect of a supernatural cause, but I still can't really reason about that supernatural cause.
Well, here's the thing though. Supernature, when you invoke the word supernature, that means above nature, right? That's beyond the natural world. But see, that's not what you look for though. In the detective realm, he is looking things inside the room, but he's looking for an explanation that maybe like an intelligence is involved. And that's what Witsit was arguing. He says that there has to be precise that thing. Natural explanation for that, which nature can't explain that in that way, or you have an agent of some type. You don't even have to be a supernatural agent per se. It just has to be some agent that has put parameters in place. That's what's necessary. That makes sense. And obviously, you do have to step outside of the universe, because if the space, matter, and time came into existence, then that means the thing that brought the space, matter, and time into existence cannot be made of space, matter, and time. So you got something that is outside of nature on that first premise.
Yeah, you broke up a little bit, but I think I got what you meant. Yeah, I mean, I agree that if there was something that caused space, matter, and time to exist, that it would be outside of that in some sense. But yeah, I just don't know how we would ever know anything about that, considering that we're stuck to observations in the natural world. But yeah, I mean, I'm open to that being the truth. I mean, it certainly could be, right? It's plausible. I just
Yeah.
I don't myself haven't seen any evidence that's compelling.
You see, I live within my reality as I can see it and observe it, and like you're talking, seeing evidence for things, and supernatural to me just means not natural. It's not superior or sub. It's just not natural is what supernatural means to me.
Okay, here's a question at Left Lane. So what would be if God is above nature and He designed this world? What evidence would you require to show that He designed it?
I don't know, what would that evidence look like? His presence and showing me how He did it, or I mean, we think about it within the physicality of our reality. What would that look like?
So if I bring you a Ford, show you a Ford truck, does that mean for you to believe that there's a design of the Ford truck, I have to go back and show you how the truck was made?
Well, you could.
Is there evidence within the truck? What? Or is there evidence within the truck that I'll be able to see? Or could there be evidence within the truck to do that?
It's got the name Ford stamped on it, but we could go to the factory, the Ford plant, and witness the truck being made, right?
So I got where I can't talk now. I'll come back.
I'll step in for a second though. But what y'all explain, or I don't know if it's you exactly, but what I've been explained to is that if you take random parts, like it's worse than that. You just take steel and give it enough time, it'll make a truck. I don't know, man. That's a tough sell. If you want to believe in that, billions of years, a truck will be created by the parts just randomly laying around. Hey, have at it, brother.
Well, at the rate they fall off of mine, that might work.
Yeah, aren't trucks an emergent process because of not just the steel but all the other material?
Yeah, but don't make fun of my point, because the point that y'all make as evolution as what I don't even want to use that word, but
I'm not making fun of it. I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with your premise.
Well, I wasn't talking to you then. Like, I'm talking to people who believe in that. Even things more complex, like the human body, just randomly happen because of how much time was involved. Like, it's just give it enough time, and a monkey can write a poem, and a human can be created out of what was created by a non-creator. Like you go in loops that none of it makes sense. At least it doesn't to me. I mean, if it
The
makes sense
monkey,
to you, then
the monkey writing a poem thing, we don't know if that's true if you give that enough time. But the stuff that has happened, we sort of are left to believe that that is true. That happens after enough time. That's the evidence we have.
the stuff that's already happened, what? It's just man's
Yeah,
theory, and man's only been around to theorize this stuff. How long now? Not very long. So it's
yeah, I know,
just
but
theory. Go ahead.
we're in the business though of trying to find out if we can learn the laws of the land, and if you know the way the laws of the land that we're learning are the laws that made everything up. So by extension, simply those laws are all that's required to make everything up. Like the
Say that
scientific
again
laws.
10 times fast. You see how you have to, like, no. Okay, let me simply put it. I don't have to say the same word over and over again and twist it and reverse it. And I couldn't even repeat what you just said. It makes no logical sense. But what I'll say is there's a creator that created everything.
Did you
It's
know?
up
I
to you.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I made a step on top of you. But she's kind of, hold on. This is screaming.
Well, she's proven our point, right? Like, that's creation. It's one of the blessings of the Creator gives us through the spark of life, through a man and woman who was also created. Gives birth to a child that is amazing and so complex that no man could even fathom to make its skin, or, I don't know. And you saying it's a random act from whatever you would say happened billions of years ago, theorized on this theory? Like, I still don't get it. I've tried.
They got
You know
nothing.
those
There's
complicated.
nothing to explain it.
No, there's a movie on in the background. I'm just waiting for it to be quiet, but so I can respond. But those large language models like the like AI and all that kind of stuff. A lot of people don't realize this, that most of those models are actually, well, I mean, maybe Coffee Converter might know this, but some of those models are actually very few lines of code, maybe like 200 lines of code. And
who made those?
a person
Who made?
did. Regardless,
Okay, who made AI?
regardless, the processes that models like ChatGPT, the thought process that it uses to, be able to establish, knowing things, or even its capabilities, aren't things that are predictable by the person who writes the code. And
Yeah, the person who wrote
do
the code created that ability for that program or that AI to do what it does, to learn, to walk, to talk, to make food, whatever. Yeah, the creator of it.
No, that's exactly the opposite of what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're
That
agreeing
the
with each
person
other,
who
right?
created, no, you just said the opposite of what I'm saying. The creator, the person who made these programs, they did not program it to do almost all the things that it does. They don't even know the processes that it uses to come to the determinations that it does. They have no way of predicting the future. There's a whole bunch of emergent capabilities, like writing chemistry papers and shit like that. That they had no idea it was going to be able to do that, and it's in creating new functions all the time, like new functionality
that
all the
doesn't
time.
change anything.
And they don't know what those are going to be. My
So
point is that
I wish
point
you
is
would
that
get to the point.
These laws I told you before, these are what were established. What we're discovering is those laws are fundamental, and everything has happened come out of those laws. Whether or not those things the things that happened were,
no, I don't know.
specifically created to occur. Like human life. Human
Oh
life
my
is
goodness. Are you
emergent from
really
those
going
laws.
on and on now again? You're going on to human life now?
Oh no, you just told me you didn't. You just told me you didn't get it, so I was trying to.
No,
clear it
you're
up. Go
saying
ahead.
you know, like you're forcing it. No, I don't know, and I don't agree with you. What you're talking about is a creator creating code that outsmarts them. It doesn't mean that there wasn't a creator. You're talking about a creator creating code that does things that allows this.
Well, I'd like to make a different argument just for a second. I mean, I think actually Kosho is a he believes in the creator. He's more of a deistic person, though. I think from what I gathered in the past discussion. But let's look at this. Think of this way: if all we have is natural forces that created this world, natural law, then even the Ford truck has no meaning, no purpose behind it. It was just created by natural forces. That's all you got. That's the only argument. A naturalistic. If there is no God, that's the only argument you can make. Even the Ford truck has no meaning or purpose. Even the computer, even the program that you're talking about has no purpose.
No, that's not true at all. So they're emergent by virtue of us being emergent, human life in general being emergent, and life in general found the requirement of a truck, so they made it. But it was the person who made it was also just emergent from the laws of the universe. That's my point. Not that the
So
truck
there's
exists for no reason.
no meaning, no purpose, no. It's just a random byproduct of the natural forces within the universe.
Well,
that's what you're
those things aren't
arguing.
mutual. They're not. No, they're not mutually exclusive. You can't say it just because these are the happenstances and occurrences.
It's not happenstance. If there's no ground to being, if everything started out by natural forces only, okay. Now I know, Kosho, that you believe in a creator, so you should actually be on my side, not against my side. But you're saying
your conclusion is that there's no purpose because of that.
If there's no God creating the universe and it's just a byproduct of some random thing that happened, and it's just natural forces, the natural laws that have created everything that is, then even the Ford truck has no meaning and purpose behind it because there's nothing to ground it in any meaning or purpose.
And the people who use it. It has purpose for the people that use it. And for the universe as a whole.
Think about it.
No, you're talking about the universe.
But see, here's the thing, though, Kosho. The biochemistry that make up my brain, that made that car or that truck, is just a byproduct of the chemical processes, the forces that are imposed upon it. So you're saying from random forces, chemical processes, there's meaning and purpose that comes out of that.
I mean, that's sort of a theological, whatever your answer to that question is. Like, I have an answer for it, and all different people have answers for it, but there's no definite answer to that. Like, I personally, obviously, you said I'm a deist or whatever. I believe that, our purpose is to learn as much as we can about the universe and stuff like that. But everyone's going to come to a different answer for that. So.
Well, here, the thing is, it's okay. Look, think about this. To instill purpose, like, okay, the purpose of a cell phone is what? Is to communicate, process data, and give information to the user. That's the purpose of it. The reason it has that purpose is because someone designed it that way. Right? There's an intention involved. Let's go back to what Whitsitt said. There's an intention involved. Right? And even to get moral value from something, it has to have a purpose. If it has no moral value, if there's no purpose, there's no moral value.
Okay, that's just specifically things we created, but there's things like diamonds, which are used to cut glass and to give to your wife when you're proposing, but those weren't created with intention. Those were just created.
Okay, who dug it out of the ground for what reason?
Well, people dug it out of the ground because they have value in them, but that wasn't always the case. I mean, people could have found a diamond on the side of the river or something.
Well, my point is in this, Kosho, but even in that scenario, Yeah, diamonds had no. Okay, they're just there. That's what you would say. They're just there. We found them, but to take them and to make them into a rock that puts on a finger, or even a bit on a diamond drill, there's intentionality there. Even in that scenario, there's intentionality. If not, if there's no intentionality in that, then it seems to be indicated of a choice, which is another interesting point. You can either choose to make it into a rock, a diamond for your ring, or choose to put it on an end of a drill bit. That's intentionality. And purpose, even in that scenario, the purpose of me making the ring is to give something to my wife. Or the purpose for to go into the bit is to drill something that's harder, that's, to drill into things with it. But there's intentionality there. So, but if you say, but there's no intentionality over the overall universe, you're saying I can impose that. I can somehow draw from that. I can draw intentionality from the universe and say, I can make myself whatever I want.
And don't you think that we're sort of biased? Maybe too biased to answer questions like these because nobody knows. Like, is it possible that we think that there's a beginning to the universe because we have a beginning, and that the laws of the universe are created by somebody because we create laws for things, and even if something emerges from that, we created the laws. But isn't it just as possible that the laws of the universe is something that's eternal, and the universe, the energy there, is something that's always existed? I mean, that's not.
Okay, do you understand the infinite regress problem, and also do you understand the second law of thermodynamics?
I understand that laws in general are what we observe to be, so that they're
Right.
not a statement of what's always true. It's just a statement of what we've observed to always be true.
Okay, for energy, to have energy, right? You got to have something in action or movement, right? Energy is the ability to do work. And to what is work? Being able to move something over a distance. Okay, so now you're getting into the prime mover problem. So, which means you can't have an infinite movement in the past. To say there's infinite energy, that means there's infinite amount of work going on in the past. And that starts to fall apart. That's an infinite regress problem. They're connected. You have to have a prime mover, something that started it all. All the laws do is govern the actions of the things happening in the universe. That's all laws do. They tell you how things should act or operate in that universe. But to even have for something to act or move or do, you have to have an action. Something has to move. Because you wouldn't know what the laws were unless something was acting that were moving. Right?
I mean, like I said, I think that's an assumption because it's very
Assumption.
possible.
It's a logical problem. That's why I called it a logical. You have an infinite regress problem.
Well, if entropy always increases, always tends to increase. I'm sorry. I mean, isn't it likely that the matter in the universe could end up in one place by itself? I guess that wouldn't even solve that problem. So never mind.
No, you got to have something that started all the. Remember, it's the movement problem, which means what began the first movement. What changed the state? What changed the first state? There's nothing that initially changed the first state or made the first movement, you're going to have an infinite regress of movements, which becomes an infinite regress, which is a problem. It's problematic. All the philosophers and even scientists understand that. That's why nobody wanted the Big Bang. Nobody wanted it because that instigated the first move, the beginning of the universe, something from nothing. Nobody wanted that because it implies something.
The Big Bang doesn't necessarily state the beginning of time either, though. I think it only goes back as far as like 10 to 40 something, negative 40. But that doesn't matter. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, so I think we're just biased, and that's why we're just saying like the beginning. There has to be something to start the first movement or whatever. But that's assuming that it's something that was always happening, right? Like I think Roger Penrose has a argument about the Big Bang. Like at the end of the universe, the heat death or whatever, that's like the maximum entropy, and he says that moment is like identical to the conditions at the right at the Big Bang or whatever. So you basically just have another Big Bang. It's repeating itself, something like along those lines. But
Okay. Now you said repeating itself. Think about what you just said. You run into an infinite regress problem, and you also, where did the energy come to initiate the initial movement? Okay, it crunched back in on itself. Okay, either something intrinsic to itself or extrinsic to itself caused it to expand again. So what caused it to change state? But even then, you still got an infinite regress. So you're saying it's infinite cycle, the infinite regress problem, infinite cycling, a moving, contracting, infinite. You keep running into that. You have to have a prime mover.
Well, why is that
Nothing's
a problem,
grounded.
though?
Because then there's no. I mean, ultimately, one problem is that there's no explanation for anything. It's an infinite regress.
No, but why is it if it's a repeating infinitely process? Why is it? I don't understand where there's a.
Okay. Well, there's there's a couple of factors in it. For one, is energy. Okay. Again, it's that changing. It's the. I don't know how to explain. I said it already 2 or 3 times. I don't want to say it again because I don't know how else to say it. But there had to be energy to cause the universe to expand, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Where did that energy come from?
That's a mystery currently.
Okay, so you either have to have the energy within itself, or you have to have energy without itself, outside of itself, right? So energy has to be imposed from an outside system into the system to cause it to expand, or there's enough energy within the system to cause it to expand.
But I mean, we're trying to answer questions that we have like nobody's answered yet. So I don't know if I'm going to be equipped to.
Honestly, Kosho, these questions are not a scientific question because science only deals with the physical and natural world. As soon as you step outside of that, which anything beyond the world we live in, it won't be able to answer it anyway. So then you have to answer it metaphysically or logically, and this is what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, but how do you know that just because it seems metaphysical or supernatural means that it is? I mean, what if it's also just physical? Like, what if those are physical processes? We just don't understand them yet.
Okay, well, if it's just a purely physical process, okay, can an object move without any outside force causing it to move?
Apparently, yes, but not from every frame, because that's what a fictitious force is.
Okay, if everything is static in the universe, that means in every reference frame, nothing is moving. Okay, that means I'm in my reference frame, you're not moving, I'm not moving. I'm in somebody else's reference frame, nothing's moving. For something to start to move in your or my reference frame, how do you move it? Either something external has to cause it to move, like even in the roundabout, centrifugal or not fictitious centrifugal force, whatever. The car has to be acted upon by an external force, which either gas or me putting my foot on the gas or something outside the car causes it to go. So something just changes state if everything's static. I mean, unless there's some intelligent agent that can make a choice to make a decision to move, or something extrinsic to that thing, if it's not intelligent, has to act upon it to move.
Why is there this state where there's nothing, there's no movement happening?
Well, I'm trying to say that, I mean, well, if you have if you have the singularity, right? So either something had to cause it to spin a singularity to become the universe. So either something intrinsic to the universe or something extrinsic to the universe caused it to change state. Because I mean, if you think about it, all reference frames are all in that singularity.
I mean, I guess it's just that's assuming a singularity, and also there's things like quantum mechanics, the uncertainty principle, which says that there's never a time where no energy in any given place. Like, what is the two quantum properties that are tied together. It's energy and time or something like that. So yeah, so there can never be any single point where there's zero energy at a any location. Let me double check that. Though.
Leave, join, leave, join, leave. Tim, why do you hate God?
What?
Why do you hate God, Tim?
That's a weird question.
Who made God, Tim?
Infinite regress. You can't say that.
all's quiet on the flat Earth front.
I know, right? I'm just gonna listen to y'all on the way home, and now that plan is ruined.
Damn it.
I know, right? Now I have no choice but to listen to my 3.5-year-old make up songs.
Ooh. Into art.
I heard the conversation you were having yesterday, Pumpkin, regarding Islam and Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw. I messaged you in the chat when you were talking about that. But it turns out because I don't know. I wrote this. I was writing like the screenplay about Jesus actually. But anyways, I've always had this idea about Jesus where he may have been like a like his motivations and his morals seem to be realistic, and I can agree with them. But it seems like a lot of the miracles that he supposedly did were are kind of known magic tricks. Like they're all actually every single one of them are tricks that I can do myself, and that includes his resurrection. And so I was curious about what you said about how they think that the people were fooled into thinking that he was crucified.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's in line with what I'm kind of saying, that he sort of, for all intents and purposes, faked his, had somebody else. Maybe he didn't have somebody else crucified, but somebody else was crucified, then they thought it was Jesus, and that's why he showed up 2 days later.
Yeah, and you notice that all of the testaments of how the crucifixion happened are like very different from one another. It says that he confused them, so that works too.
There's a guy in this community called Ruhif, and he was telling me one day, because he used to be a Christian, he used to study scripture, but he told me that that there's actually a major contradiction, and I just can't remember what it was about those stories, about the retelling of that story. Like I forget whose stories are contradictory, but he says there's a major contradiction.
Yeah, there are some big contradictions to that. I still remember a ton about the Bible because I grew up reading King James Version, and it was like a super old school sect. And we spent a ton of time reading the Bible and listening to preachers preach about the Bible. And these were not preachers who had to go to seminaries. These are preachers who like only cared about what the Bible said and preaching out of the Bible. Like they fell in line with the religion or whatever, but there's no like school forcing them to all think the same or anything like that.
Right.
So I remember quite a few sermons about stuff like this, like how, well, for some reason they don't quite add up, but we figure out what we can and all this stuff. I don't know. I think that my religious history serves me well.
Yeah, sure, yeah. It's discernment. Because I think if anybody was discerning and you study it enough, that realistically it makes sense that there's, because if like my screenplay, for instance, I was writing it sort of in the way the King James Version is written, which is different people's perspectives of the same thing, and like I said, they contradict each other at times. But if you understand it to be as different people's perspectives as recorded, in the future by other people, then it's kind of you can give some leeway to where the miracles or whatever are probably not as miraculous as stated. Especially the one, like I said, where there's the most famous one, the one where he dies and then comes back 2 days later at his own gravesite.
I'm sorry. I wasn't able to hear the last couple of sentences because my son was singing.
I wasn't making a point, anyways. I'm just saying that it's it makes sense that our interpretation, like, if you discern it, it makes sense how that stuff could be added in there, or that stuff could be less than true when it's from what we know, not even possible. So, but like I said, I was curious about your perspective because you said like in Islam they do teach, or that is how it's expressed, that it was people were just confused on what happened. But what part of like do they validate like his other miracles though, or any of his miracles, anything miraculous that he did?
Oh yeah. So there is a virgin birth. He spoke from the cradle. So when Mary came back to the Jews having given birth, they were like, "Oh, Mary, you've done something awful," and just pointed to him, and they were like, "How is the baby going to talk to us?" And Jesus was like, "I was sent here to, spread the message, to be a good like person, be a good friend to my mother, and all the stuff to confirm the message that was sent before." So that was cool. He also made a bird out of clay, um, and by God's will granted it life.
What book is that in? That's not the Bible. It's not the classic Bible.
It's just I'm from the Quran.
Oh, the Quran? Okay.
I'm driving right now, so I can't look anything up.
No, just conceptually, that's not part of the classic Bible. That's what I was saying. I mean, I've heard those tales, but I don't know where they came from.
You're saying that is in the Bible? I don't think I had ever heard it in the Bible.
No, it is not the Bible.
Okay. And then, so instead of, okay, you know how in the Bible, like the big first miracle is wine, right? Turning water into wine. I think the comparable miracle in the Quran is that the others who were following him asked for him to bring down a peace from God, from the heavens. And he said, "What, are you just believers?" And they're like, "No, we want to confirm that what you've been saying is true, and we want our hearts to be assured, and we want to celebrate everything that we've been shown." And so he asked God, and God said, "Okay, but if any of you disbelieve this, you will receive a punishment unlike anything I've ever given anyone."
Oh, shit. But I mean,
So I guess the greater and more obvious the miracle, the more severe the punishment is for not believing it.
wow. Oh, like the more clear, the more obvious it's been made, like the more. So it's not really that how amazing the miracle is. It's like how
obvious.
It's shown. Yeah, how obvious, right? But I'm just curious about that because, like I said, like about the baby talking and stuff like that. If, like I said, my discernment is telling me that, like in all scriptures written by man, even if they are inspired by, like God or whatever, they're still going to have, the flaws or the assumptions or the embellishments or whatever, like the fill in the
By the way,
blanks.
it does say that he cured lepers, the blind, and raised the dead.
Yeah, Lazarus, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't say Lazarus, but it says that he raised the dead by God's will.
Because like this is my perception. Like I think that the story is obviously true. Like John the Baptist even has a similar. So that there was space for people like John the Baptist and Jesus, and I think that his story is true. And I was telling this to Witch a couple weeks ago, but like you can almost think of what Jesus was doing as like a really good flat earther, like a really good flat earther who, even though he's being argued, even though his arguments or the Globers or whatever, they have really good arguments, he can out argue any of them. With just like a one simple like parable or whatever. So he's like really good at doing that as well. And I think that part of the story is true, but I think part of it led to his success was possibly some of these sort of tricks, for lack of a better word, that sort of amaze people, but it's possible, just so they'll listen. But most of the stuff in his miracles they did, like I said, are kind of known magic tricks. Water and the wine and stuff.
The Quran says that he was supported by the pure spirit. So it also says that he knew what was in people's storehouses at home and even what was in the contents of their stomachs. So it wasn't like, just tricks.
Yeah, but wasn't he also going through people's fields and eating their food justifiably?
Eating people's fruit? I don't think so. I mean, I can't prove anything. I know that
It's in the Bible. It says that. But I mean, I just sort of just make a comment on, like he was, if he, I don't think he, like if he did know what it was in people's cupboards, it's possible because he was going through their food.
Well, in the Quran, it calls Mary Aaron's sister. So if that
What?
is Aaron's sister, then that would mean that Jesus grew up in the wilderness.
Aaron's sister, but wasn't Aaron way before Jesus?
Well, that's what we think, but actually we
Right.
don't know.
You know, this is a fun fact, and you may not believe this, but my grandpa, because I'm Jewish, my grandpa told my dad that we were Cohens before he passed away. We took the DNA test, and it turns out that we are Cohens. And so if that's true, then we're supposedly descendants from Aaron as well, which means I guess Mary's my aunt, and Jesus is my cousin. Oh, is that my cousin?
I think Ezra was supposed to be born of Aaron too, born of the seed of Aaron. And the Quran says that the Jews at some point called Ezra the son of God.
See, I've read parts of. I used to speak Arabic. I don't. I haven't done it in a long time, so I can still read it. But regardless, I've read some of the Quran in Arabic, but there's just still a lot of it I'm not aware of.
I am currently working under, like, I don't know, guess that, like, it actually was written in Aramaic, because everyone says that the Quranic language is not quite Arabic. It's not the same language exactly. And also everyone says that Arabic and Aramaic are almost the same language. And Hebrew also came from Aramaic. So I wonder if they weren't all written in Aramaic.
But did Hebrew come from Aramaic, or? I know that the Hebrew Hebrew evolved and stuff, but I know there was I know that they spoke Aramaic in like Jesus' time, right? But I thought they had Hebrew
they
before
spoke
that.
it for everyone says that people were speaking Aramaic for 3,000 years.
Oh, okay.
I mean, people are still speaking Aramaic today in some parts of the world.
Really?
But used to,
honestly, I don't know.
Widespread, just crazy widespread. It was the thing people were speaking.
Because I could read, I could read and write in Hebrew, but I forget a lot of the meanings. And same with Arabic, but I've only looked at Aramaic a few times, and so I just always thought I don't know why. I guess I don't know the complete histories of all those languages though, so I don't know what order they come in.
Yeah. The whole timeline is kind of a mystery. After they displaced the Anamundi calendars that were years since creation.
There's just the lunar cycles. I didn't know the. So you're saying there was a collection of calendars that that just had the record?
Everyone in the world was counting by Anamundi. And that means years since creation. And they were not very different from each other. They were like pretty much right on. And then suddenly everyone switched to the year 1480.
Oh, you're talking about so when the Gregorian calendar time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what are some other places that used how do you say it again? The
Anamundi.
Anamundi. Yeah, other than because I know like Hebrews or Hebrews and Muslims.
Well, from what I could tell, they were using an Anamundi calendar in every part of the world. But you can look up Anamundi right now and see the various
Yeah.
calendars that you.
I'm fascinated by calendars as well. That's cool. Thank you.
So everything before 1480, especially, don't really know when it. So there.
All right. My TV's really loud.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm reading this now. Yeah, I'm looking into this. I appreciate it. Same calendar. I mean, I guess it's what, because I've seen the Hebrew calendar plenty of times. Like I have a
Well,
copy of this year's,
the
but
He-
it's like this. I guess it's supposed to. It's meant to be following that same thing then.
well, the Hebrew calendar is a lunar calendar, so their calendar's been ruined also.
Yeah.
So significantly less ruined than ours, but they are celebrating their holidays in totally random times of the year. Except for this year. This year is actually correct.
Right.
Every
Why do you say
19
that?
because it's a metatonic scale, the Jews are quite familiar with that phrase. It's just how long it takes for the moon cycle to resync with the solar cycle.
Oh, right. Okay. So
This is that
yeah, because
year.
we just do it. We just do it, but we just do it by the lunar cycles. But I guess you're saying there's another adjustment.
Yeah. Used to the calendars all were lunisolar, and now everyone in the world either uses lunar or solar.
Yeah. Right. How does the
I
lunar solar one work though? I'm curious. I'd like to know more.
Well, I've been trying to work that out. I've been like working with AI and stuff, and to try to work it out. And as far as I can tell, it works if you basically divide the month, the solar months perfectly, by 30 days, and then you have the leftover unlucky days at the end of the year, and then you have um, so then you divide by seasons basically, and you would start on, I believe, March 22nd, the day of the spring equinox. So someone was pointing out that when we celebrate the new year, we say 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year. So it's like a date indicator.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, I'm a little distracted.
Fine. Yeah.
Um, oh, right, the lunisolar. So it's basically you're gonna have, roughly 12 lunar months in a year as well, but it's not going to be right on.
Right. It's like
So
12.
huh?
It's like 12,365 or something.
Yeah. So basically, what you have to do is start the first lunar month with the first crescent after spring equinox, and so you would basically start those lunar months, like you would have to establish the lunar months for the year in advance, the civil calendar, and then to celebrate religiously, you would have to actually observe the moon and have religious months as well, like say for Ramadan.
Okay, so are you saying that like so the year would begin the first new moon after the spring equinox? That's what you said. That's how you
Yeah.
basically said. Okay. So each year would have varying lengths in, but not by that much, but just like give or take a few days.
Sorry, what?
Each year would have like a varying amount of days in it, right? But just give or take a few days. Like some years would be a couple days longer, some years would be a couple days shorter, depending on when you start and end it.
I think what would happen is eventually you would have an extra lunar month. So you would have an extra lunar month at the end of the year.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, for some year, right? For some years, yeah. All right. Let me hold on. I'm trying to write that. I'm gonna try to draw this out.
So I think you would start the year at the same time every time, regardless of what the moon does. The months matter more for like a religious reason. For instance, I found out about these calendars because when we were reading up on Ramadan, we realized it was talking about 4 holy months, not 1 holy month. So there is a specific month in which you're supposed to fast. But overall, there are 4 holy months, and they ruined like our ability to know when they messed with the calendar. It told us that the intercalary days messed with it. And of course, now no one even talks about the 4 holy months. But as far as I can tell, they would happen the first month or month after each equinox or solstice.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So you'd have one in, like April, basically. Okay. So I see what you're saying. Like there'd be 4 a year spaced out by 3 months.
And during the holy month, what happens is you're not allowed to hunt game. So you can't kill stuff other than like your livestock.
Yeah. I mean, I was always making fun of. There's a dude in here, Nate. He's Muslim. I lived in Muslim country for like a year and a half and stuff during Ramadan, and I just always thought it was funny because it's like it doesn't seem like there's really anything being given. There's not really anything being given up, especially if you're just not supposed to hunt, but you can still eat just food that you already have.
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, technically, and I've been wondering about this too because, and I'm just giving you kind of the more accepted answer technically, but I noticed it didn't. It said don't kill animals, but then it said if you do kill an animal, then you have to sacrifice or you have to like donate or something an animal and one of your livestock of equal proportion. But it also said that it forbade animals with claws to the Jews as punishment, and I think that we kind of only eat those same animals, basically plus pork, that they eat. So we actually should be eating lots of wild things out there that we just don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because I know like halal food is basically the same as kosher for the most part.
Yeah, except like technically, you should be able to eat squirrels and like
Oh yeah, I guess so.
dogs and I guess dogs. I don't know. It's hard to imagine eating that kind of thing, but that's kind of been cultured into us.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think it says hooved, like no split hooved animals, no fish or fish only seafood that has scales or something like that. And that's
They
another
forbid
stuff.
simple things to their own selves. It's just crazy. They think they can be more righteous than God, just like the Muslims do. They're like, oh, well, God told us to do it this way, but the better way is to do it the way the prophet did it. Like as if the prophet did it a way besides how God told him to do. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't eat pork, but I also don't turn it down just because I don't know. I feel rude doing that. Like if I'm at someone's house and they have made pork, I feel rude. Oh, I don't eat pork. I feel like it's rude to say that. So I don't buy
But
it
you
though.
don't eat pork, but you do eat pork, right?
No,
Let me just get that straight.
I eat pork just by choice.
I get it. That's the way I am almost with cigarettes. I don't buy them, but I'll smoke them.
That's the way I was for a while too. I mean, I guess if someone offers me one, I never ask for one, but sometimes somebody will be like,
No,
"Hey, you
I
want one?"
will ask for one on that though. No, but
Yeah.
when I never buy pork, but if people
The
give
thing is,
our family pork, then I will give it to my kids. And I wonder sometimes if I should, because it says because it's unclean. It doesn't go, oh, because I get to tell you what you can and cannot eat. It says, oh, why do they complain about the diet when I come here saying they can eat what is good for them and forbidding what is disgusting or what is nasty? It said.
Right. It is, and they are unclean. I mean, they sort of eat anything, so. So
Sorry,
you are
what?
what you eat. I said they are unclean because they say they eat anything. Pigs will eat anything you put in front of them, and they sweat on the inside or something like that.
The Quran says that that God turned people into pigs and God turned people into apes. So it doesn't clarify whether that was the origin of apes or pigs, but it says that God did both those things.
It's like reverse evolution.
Right. Devolution.
Yes. Yeah, what are you saying, Jeremy? You about to say some shit, dude?
yeah, your whole religion's cheating. Everyone in New York City's cheating. That gets down with your religion. You know, the fishing wire.
Yeah, well, guess what? We're cheaters then. And whenever God,
You guys
because
are some cheaters.
we get VIP passes, and so when we're talking with the creator, when we're talking to the creator, he's going to say, hey, hold on a second.
Dude, the creator's gonna say, "Hey, I told you guys not to do this thing. You put a fishing line and did that thing I told you not to do, and you thought the fishing line is in your house. It's silly."
Sorry, fishing line?
Yeah, the Jews in New York City, it's the biggest line in the world. There's a fishing line around Manhattan because God told them not to work on the Sabbath or whatever it is, their holy day. I don't know. So in order to get around it, what they did was they hung a fishing line all around Manhattan, and they consider that in their house because you're allowed to do work in your house or something. So they consider if you're in the fishing. Yeah, wow is right. You think God's gonna be happy with that?
Yeah, I think he's gonna send us all away because we all decided to get around the commandment not to work on the Sabbath.
You know,
So you guys worked.
You know what the Quran says about Sabbath? It says that God created the world in 6 days and he did not rest. And Sabbath is for those who dispute about it. And they need to decide what day it is on and, observe it when they believe they're supposed to.
Yeah, well, I'm of the I have my own discernment, and so it's different than everyone else's, and this and that. So I'm just saying the way I interpret the Ten Commandments is because I believe it's true that Moses and Aaron were real people, and I also think it's true that there was the whole story. He took the people from Egypt and everything. I think that he was probably in the desert with these people, Jewish people, who are complaining and unruly, and it takes them 40 years to get from Egypt to Israel, so that they're wandering around and doing some
Dude, it
silly
took them
stuff.
40 years.
And I think.
Oh, guys, by the way, from the Quran, it became clear that when they were wandering the wilderness, they were not lost. Like, they knew where they were. They just didn't go forward. They just wandered.
They were, you know what they were doing for 40 years? They were building an army. They weren't just wandering around lost. They were building an army. Because right after that,
my point is. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, bro. They were building an army. They went to war right after that.
I'm being silly, dude, because I'm trying to make it sound sillier than it is for a reason, dude. Because the truth is, because it lends to the motivation I'm about to describe that Moses had. which was to corral these people that were unruly because they're wandering through the wilderness or whatever, and they're worshiping calves and they're doing all sorts of weird shit. And so he goes away in the cave or whatever, and he comes back with these rules that are basically basic rules with some arbitrary rules. Like the first 4 rules are redundant and repetitive, but the rest of the rules are basically standard rules that you would be required to keep a house or a society in check. And so I've always wondered if he just sort of made those up by necessity, or it was inspired to give that to the people as a necessity, right? Rather than it being, you know, ordained, like he was ordained and given these rules that we have to follow. I think that he sort of realized that those people need those rules in order for him to be able to lead them.
Yeah, I can see it. I myself am a literalist. Most like if I can figure out a way to be literal about it, I generally try to.
That's fair. Like I said, this is my personal discernment, so that I'm not an expert or anything. I just I try to make sense of everything, so it makes sense to me. And there's a lot of room, and especially books. If it's describing something that it seems miraculous or something, then I'm just going to assume that it could have got placed there, by somebody embellishing the story. Because most of these stories were actually spoken word before they were ever reported. So people were passing them down and stuff. People embellish some stories sometimes.
I wonder if people were more likely to believe in miracles back when God was like hiding places all the time.
It was what?
Because back when the prophets roamed the earth, it was like always because that God was sending them to go tell people to turn from their evil ways. And a lot of them
Right.
did not turn away from their evil ways and were smitten to death.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but it does talk about all the disbelievers saying that it's just magic and stuff. So,
Well, like I said, I can only go off of what I know and experience, and so
yeah. Well,
I
no, they're
think
saying that in response to directly seeing miracles, not to hearing about miracles.
right. Okay. Yeah, as I say, if I was in a time where it wouldn't be unheard of that a miracle was witnessed or something.
Mm-hmm. I think it said the Queen of Sheba. She started believing when she was called to believe upon seeing Solomon's palace because it was made of glass. She had hiked up her skirts to step into it. She heard a voice call out, "Come into the palace!" And so she lifted up her garments to step into water. And he was like, "Whoa, it's just a building."
Well, also I wonder about that too, like if people like Isaiah from the Old Testament, because I think he's described as being like a homeless naked guy, having all these prophecies, and there's still today homeless naked guys who
Yeah, true.
act like they're having prophecies, or maybe they think they're having prophecies and stuff. And so I always wondered if these there could be some truth to what he was claiming, but he could have just been a crazy person.
Yeah, I think probably the reason we don't see miracles all the time is because of how great a sin it is. We don't believe in it.
You said we don't see them because what?
Because of how great a sin it is for us to see it and not believe in it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. That's why we don't. Was it? That's why we don't believe in them, or that's why they don't. We don't. They don't happen
No,
anymore.
that's why they don't happen, so that we
Okay,
not
okay, I see.
perceive sin for our disbelief.
Yeah. That makes sense. I know people say like after Jesus there was no more miracles or something like that, or there's like very few miracles or something. I'm curious. I'm always curious to this. Do you think it's possible, like just like I don't know, if like Muslims, they believe in the older books before too, and Christians believe in obviously the older book, but then they had these updates, and then Mormons, of course, will believe in the Hebrew and the Christian book. But I always wonder, like, if there's any if there's any possibility that there's going to be an addition, like a new text, basically like a modern text, it would be just as valid, or is
Hold
if
on a
that's
second.
possible.
Hold on. I'm trying to hear you really hard, and I'm having a hard time. Kids. All right, go ahead.
The long and the short of it is, if you think it's possible that there's ever going to be a modern addition to like a religious text, depending on which one you adhere to. Like if you adhere to the Quran, like is there ever going to be an updated, the ability to have like a new addition to it? If it will still be considered sacred text or whatever.
Well, the Quran says that Muhammad is the seal of the prophets, but it also talks about basically two prophets at the very end of times, right before like the end. Basically the big finale. So I don't know if they would bring the scripture with them. Certainly, I would never trust anything that was man's word instead of God's word. Because now that I have God's word in the Quran, it's like incomparable. Like I can't imagine giving up God's word for man's word. So unless it's something as miraculous as the Quran, I can't believe that it supersedes it.
Oh, you know what else? I forgot. I asked Nate about this, and so there's certain sects of that they believe in this character called the Mahdi. You know what I'm talking about? The Mahdi.
Yeah, I do know what you're talking about.
All right, and it's sort of he has parallels. He has parallels with the Christian Antichrist. Like he rules for 7 years, just like the Antichrist, and then afterwards they reign in. Well, the Antichrist goes against Jesus, but the Mahdi is supposedly paving the way for this this sort of king or whatever. Who's gonna something like that? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's actually funny because to me, Mahdi is similar to Lucifer in that he's like mentioned once, and everyone has these grand stories about who he is. You know what I mean? Everyone's like, oh, he's going to rule for this long. He's going to do this and that. And the different sects, all the different groups throughout, like the Islamic states, they have all these different religious leaders who their followers go and they spread throughout the communities. Oh, did you know about the Mahdi in scripture? And if they never heard of it, or if they have heard of it, whatever, they'll be like, oh, well, we actually have, all this evidence and we know it to be our leader. And so they get like cult worship going on. And so, yeah, I mean, actually, it's a really good comparison to an antichrist because it's like a cult leader, which pretty much is an antichrist, right? So, and that totally has the potential to rise up and be seen as that if he has big enough aspirations, which clearly he does because he's claiming to be basically a messenger of God, practically.
Yeah, he's supposed to be cleansing the earth. So I see, like, if you look at the stories, this is the stories that I've heard, there's parallels with him in the Antichrist in that he cleanses the earth for 7 years, paving the way for this king or whatever. And supposedly the Antichrist is sort of has all this destruction, all this stuff that's happening with him, while he paves the way for while Jesus comes and then defeats the Antichrist. But so
Technically, the
I guess
figure
what
in
you're
the
saying.
Quran, I think, is supposed to be a good figure, but I mean, it could be synonymous with, like, I mean, I don't think that whatever guy who it's referring to here is supposed to be some mysterious, charismatic figure that emerges mysteriously, but rather a natural result of us spiraling toward the end.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see. And I was just going to say that it's possible. That's what you're saying, like that there's very little talk about that in actual text, and so it's like mostly the stories are grand stories that are it's basically interpretations that are different people have theorized or whatever. And that makes sense then that why it would have parallels with the Antichrist, because it's
Right.
possibly what inspired. It's probably inspired loosely by that.
Right.
Sort of,
Like the people who believe in the Antichrist would see that and be like, "Oh, it must be him."
right, yeah, yeah. And so they add so then the attributes or the time frames and all that kind of stuff are really just tied to that. And that's probably how they came about. So that makes sense. Like I said, I haven't read the Quran, so like there's a bunch of it I haven't read, so I wasn't sure if that was in. I know there's Muslims that believe that, and there's Muslims that don't. So I guess it's like something from outside the
Yeah.
Quran.
There's a lot more in the Hadith, I think, about the Mahdi. I mean, I think that's one of the things where you get almost an infinite amount of resources, and then you get less and less approved resources, right? Because in addition to the horrible hadith that exists, there's actually even more horrible hadith that exist. And they say, oh, well, this is the authorized hadith, and these are the unauthorized hadith. So all the really terrible ones are unauthorized hadith. By the way, not all the really terrible are unauthorized. And so whenever you're like, oh, well, I don't think the hadith are legit, they're like, oh, well, yeah, that's true, but there are some that are legit, and they're legitimized here by this scholar and this scholar. Sorry, I forgot the direction of what I was saying. Leon, cut it out. What are you doing?
It's fine. Anyways, I gotta help my friend with something. So.
I built it too. Well, why don't you go play guns outside? Okay. Why? You can shoot after. Because she attacks us? Yeah. Okay. Just don't hit her. Yeah. Oh yeah, about the Mahdi. So basically, then you're gonna get all the unauthorized versions because you're gonna have all the little like cult leaders making up their own and claiming that they're ancient and stuff, but they won't be able to include in like the Vikari, the most accepted ones, because those are already established and well known.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta help my friend with something. I'll be back. Sorry.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, what's up? Hey, Mohammed, what's up? You there?
Yeah, I'm kind of working. I was just listening.
Gotcha. Listening to all this excitement, eh? Someone called me back in here, but then they weren't actually here. So.
I got $100. I got $100.
Oh, are you? Oh, you are here.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, man?
What's up? Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm sorry.
I thought you wanted me to join for some other reason than to ask.
Oh wait, you guys already know each other. Okay, this is what I was talking about when I said that there's a Muslim dude I was talking about.
Now you're talking, Kosha.
No, I was gone. I said I had to leave for a little bit.
Who know each other?
Yo, you and Nate. No, you and Nate, because I had brought him up briefly. I was just saying there's a Muslim dude in here. You know, I said I'd pick on him about Ramadan or whatever.
Rion?
You
No.
sound rational. Why are you a flat earther?
Why am I a flat earther?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's plenty of rational flat earthers. There's a lot of rational flat earthers.
Is this so that I can be trolled, or do you want to hear all the reasons?
I'm more interested in why none of the evidence that's there is good enough.
Well, because first of all, I just think this is interesting. If you create an imaginary world in your head where the whole time people thought the Earth was flat, and then they thought it was a globe, and then they went to space, don't you think we would have that there would be a ton of images from space, like a ridiculous amount of shots of different sides, like the moon, the Earth, all that stuff?
I think we got somewhere on the order of 1 million pictures of that.
We actually only have 2 that NASA even claims is the real Earth. All the other ones are artistic representations. And I mean, all of them are to begin with, but they only even claim that 2 of them are actual photographs. How could that be?
Well, we have one every 10 minutes coming off of Epic Discover. So I mean, that seems like since that's been up there for a couple of years, that's going to be a couple of tens of thousands.
Yeah, overlaid onto the background blue marble.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, we've been through all this, bro. We showed the Epic, the same exact picture as the Himawari when they're 1 million miles apart, with the exact clouds, we've been over all this, man. We got to do this every time you join.
Wait, why would the clouds be? Why would
do we have to hear you every time I join?
Coach, you're the one who me and Gio literally went through it. I saved it because I knew I'd have to do it for a 3rd time. Remember we went over all this, bro?
Let's do it correctly. I think what you're talking about is that there was an orbiter. There was an orbiter that had taken a picture at the same time, or something orbiting the moon. I think took a picture at the same time as something, or as the Epic.
L1 and the moon, bro, and they're the same exact picture, bro. You've seen it. I've got it saved if you want me to redo it, but we've already done this twice.
It wasn't the moon. Oh yeah, it was something orbiting the moon. That's right, and it was that and the Epic Discover.
Right.
Yeah, the Epic Discover.
Brian, are you going to dominate the whole conversation now?
He's asking this girl question.
Yeah, honestly, I'd rather talk about how obvious it is that you can't have an atmosphere against a vacuum. That's my favorite one.
Why not? I mean, let's just say, for the sake of argument right now, air has weight. I do agree with that statement, that the molecules actually have weight.
Do you agree that vacuum has suctional power?
No, absolutely not.
All right, well then, there just isn't any sense to anyone calling space a vacuum then.
I mean, I don't know what that means, but you've got air has weight. If it has weight, then any tendency of it to go away from the planet is going to be counteracted by its weight, it wanting to return to the planet. So you add energy to it, you knock it off, it flies away, it starts to come back. If you knock it off hard enough, it goes away permanently.
How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Well, yeah. That's what I'm describing. Is you've got air. Shut up, Brian.
So you're saying it doesn't need a container because buoyancy is the container.
Say that again.
You're saying it doesn't need a container because buoyancy is its container.
No, not buoyancy. Weight.
Hold on. Yeah. He's saying this gas has weight. And any gas law, show me G or weight in any gas law. Any of the just make up your own gas law with G in it. They just make shit up. We go over all this like once a
Yeah.
week, and they
All right,
just
it
forget
seems
it
like we
all and
can't have a
reset the argument.
conversation. So,
Brian,
Well, you know what?
hold on
You
a
know
minute.
what it is. Whenever they go, well, assuming this, and it's like the assumption is bad. You know, they're like, oh, well, the world works based on chaos. It's like, okay, well, who told you that? You know, like they'll just work off any assumption. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as whatever assumption is told to them, and then they quickly move on to the rest of it. They'll just accept the assumption.
I wasn't asking about assumptions. I was asking, does air have weight? I mean, it seems to me compellingly to have weight. I put air in a container; it weighs more. Everything that's material has weight. So I think that if air has weight, then it's going to tend towards the surface of the Earth.
Well, what
Following
about
all the other
the law of
energies
the
involved.
universe that says that things within a lower pressure system or to a higher pressure system always moves to a lower pressure system?
Yes.
So how can that be when we're up against the vacuum of space? How can we have any sort of air pressure and it not immediately lead to the vast nothingness that is freely there available to it?
The thing that I liken that to is if it has weight, if it falls at 9.8 meters per second squared, essentially, which is how weight seems to work on Earth. If I was to give that air, propel that air in the upward direction away from the surface, it's going to decelerate and eventually return back. So since space doesn't have a suck, it's just essentially the absence of pressure. The weight will keep on returning the molecules to Earth, or at least the vast majority of them.
The thing is, if it doesn't have any suction, that means it's full of ether. And if it's full of ether, that means we can actually do experiments to find out how quickly we're moving through that ether.
How do you conclude that it has ether? I mean, let's just take space in the classic sense,
Because otherwise it would be
relatively
sucking everything
vacuous.
toward it. All right? If it's not sucking anything toward it, that means that there's already a flow of ether there.
I don't know. I have a force, the downward vector, the weight. That weight will make anything that tends to go away from Earth want to return to Earth. It's just weight.
Want to return to it?
Whatever
Okay.
reason, electrostatic, magnetic, or gravitational.
It's just buoyancy, man. It's just wherever things are less dense, they rise. And where they're more dense, they sink.
So air
All
doesn't have weight.
Yes, air does have weight.
Well,
Some,
then,
I mean, yeah. I
so
mean,
then
it actually goes
buoyancy is the
into
comparative.
how dense the air is. I mean, it's not really about weight so much as density, because obviously things don't fall at a rate of 9.6 seconds toward Earth when we can see smoke hovering above the air. It's not falling. It's not dense enough to fall.
Well, the dust in your house. When you look at the sunbeams coming into your living room and you can see the dust hovering in the air for hours on end, that dust is substantially heavier than air.
And
but
yet it's
it
not
stays up
dense.
because there's enough energy to keep it moving, right?
It's because it's not dense. If it was
Dust is
dense,
much more dense than
it would
air.
fall. If it was dense, it would fall. Doesn't matter how little, it would fall.
Its relative density is less than most other things like sand and whatever else. But there's a lot of surface area to allow it to interact with the air currents. But it will stay up, and if you let your house go completely idle, it will all settle down.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as there's any kind of energy input, like the air handler, temperature coming in through the windows and whatever else, it'll stay elevated in there. But it falls. There is a buoyancy effect. I mean, there's buoyancy, there's relative density, there's energies being introduced from the air currents and thermals and all that sort of stuff. That's all there. But when you get to space, you essentially have none of that happening anymore. You basically, as you get up, and we can see this, the air gets thinner and thinner the higher you go. At one point, there'll be pretty much only one thing affecting that molecule, or two things actually: solar wind and gravity, and its weight. There won't be any buoyancy effect because its interaction with other molecules will be very rare, infrequent.
I don't understand how Globers can sit there and call space a vacuum and then say that it doesn't suck. I just think that's ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know how to describe it to you. It's nothing. Essentially, it's nothing. So basically, it's the energy of the molecules in the
What
atmosphere.
about all that stuff we've always heard about? Oh, if you go out into space, then instantly all the blood will come out of your skin and like all that hubbub.
Yes, there's a big difference in your internal pressure and your.
Well, why wouldn't that happen to air?
Because there's not a big difference between, let's say, like up at the ISS heights or at the Kármán line. Let's just go down to the Kármán line for the moment. You don't have a huge pressure differential between the Kármán line and 100 feet above the Kármán line. So just like if you had a can of
what would be protecting the change in air pressure? How would you get air pressure without a container?
Weight. It keeps on falling back to the surface. When enough of it accumulates, it builds up pressure, and the more of it accumulates, the more pressure you get to 14.
How could it keep on falling when it's buoyancy that is the law of the land, not gravity? They only say that gravity causes buoyancy. No one says that it supersedes buoyancy at all.
Right, but buoyancy is the interaction between two materials, and there has to be sufficient quantity of them to actually cause buoyancy.
Yeah, so air.
Right, but now you get towards the vacuum of space where we all know that air pressure gets lower the higher we go, and yet it doesn't equalize. So we know for a fact that it doesn't equalize.
It doesn't equal what?
Doesn't equalize. Top of Mount Everest is always is always like I don't know, 10 psi. I don't remember what.
It goes in tiers just like water does. It sorts itself out.
Right, but it doesn't sort itself out by any kind of material science.
It finds its level, actually.
It's actually the exact same mixture of gases as at the top of Mount Everest and at ground level. It's 70%, what is it? 78, 21, 70, 21? I don't remember what it is. But nitrogen, oxygen ratios are the same at the top of Mount Everest as at sea level. So it's not like you've got oxygen stacking up at the bottom and carbon dioxide sticking in a 10-meter band at the surface of the Earth. It's the same mixture. So that really has nothing to do with buoyancy. The energy involved with mixing the gases is stronger than any weight difference in the gases.
Yeah. I feel like that would be a little bit aside. I guess the point is a little bit moot, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that just doesn't really have to do with anything.
Okay. Now, the buoyancy, like I said, unless you have enough particles interacting with each other, their buoyancy is almost irrelevant.
No, it's the essence that less dense things rise and more dense things sink. Okay, so within the air, the less dense particles are rising, and obviously the hot particles are rising also. But they're also getting less dense as they expand. And then, and cool air sinks. We end up with them in tiers. Those tiers interact with one another. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, this still works on a flat Earth, so I'm not sure where.
I'm not saying this is exclusive to the globe Earth at this point. I'm just saying that if air has weight, then if if I take a sufficiently large vacuum chamber, which this is hypothetical, you can't do this really, but if let's say it was a 14,000 foot tall vacuum chamber, if I drop a molecule of air in there, the energy it gets when it hits the bottom will be they clock that at I think 500 meters per second. It will go up when it hits the bottom. It will go up at 500 meters per second. Then it'll slow down because it has weight, and it will before it reaches the top of that 14,000 foot tall vacuum, it would fall back to the surface again and do the whole cycle over again. It would tend towards.
Honestly, though, it's density, not weight, because we go and we put a huge boat onto the ocean, and it's hugely heavy, but it does not sink.
Right, that's displacing the water.
Mm-hmm. So things don't just only sink when they're heavy.
No, it's relative. Basically, you've got two mediums. You've got a steel ship with air in it and water. And if you displace enough of that water, it floats.
Yeah. Basically,
that has very
you're
little to do
taking
with
that air for your item, your ship.
But there seems to be a point when you eliminate as much air as you can. Most things, like when you say that it's buoyancy, what sets up buoyancy? What makes buoyancy happen? The very first prime mover of buoyancy is the weight, the downward force.
No, I mean, I think that, there's no point in speculating in what created the law. I think the law is more important than inventing some sort of thing that we can't prove.
Right, but that law has buoyancy is not. I don't know if that's even technically a law, but buoyancy needs something to give it direction.
Yeah, well, on a flat Earth, it just up is up and down is down. So it is what it is.
Okay.
Yo, pumpkin lady, does buoyancy require a container?
Buoyancy? I don't know. I mean, I guess we have the sky as our canopy, but I guess
But
not.
I mean, just
I don't know.
just
Things always
in
go up,
buoyancy
right?
itself, in the whatever laws or formulas or in your basic understanding of buoyancy,
Yeah. No.
containers is never brought up, right? You just talk
No.
about objects within the medium itself without saying that the medium or the objects are being contained, right?
Sure. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
think a
So
thing can
if
be.
you
I
had
don't
a
think a thing
medium
can
of
be. Yeah. Okay.
so
Go
if you
ahead.
had a medium of air, even though there isn't a container, things could fall down in that medium, right?
Well, you couldn't have something moving through air without having air pressure. And it's just
Okay, but
you can't. It's you
regardless,
you
whether
can
it's
bring something
moving
through.
through it with or without air pressure, a container isn't needed for buoyancy to become apparent, right?
Yeah, but you require a container for air pressure. Don't, and
Yeah,
that's a
we'll
law.
get there.
Second law
We'll
of
get there.
thermodynamics,
We'll get there. But
entropy
we're just talking
is
about buoyancy.
enforced. Yeah, but she
Yeah.
makes a very, very valid point. I just wanted to illustrate that because that leads to a law, which is the second law of thermodynamics, which is entropy. But great points. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't see how it leads entropy. But anywho, backing up a bit. So you agree that when we're just talking about buoyancy, in any argument you've had about buoyancy, you've never brought up
People
a
don't really
container,
argue
right?
about buoyancy usually.
Okay, but in any discussion you've had about buoyancy, you've never had to conjure up the necessity of containment, right?
I mean, we just live in a contained world, so that's kind of a weird thing to say because it's like, how can you say it's not contained? Well, maybe you should just get to your point
Because there's
instead of
no
trying to get
evidence
me to.
for a container. But I'm just trying to talk about buoyancy here. When you're talking about things falling up or down within the medium, you never conjure up the fact that that medium or the thing within that medium is being contained, right?
Well,
Like
honestly,
containment
whenever I
isn't.
think of it, I think of how I learned it about it in school, which is like liquid in a test tube. You drop like different densities of objects in it. So yeah, it was contained.
Yeah, but I mean, let's just talk about the atmosphere. You know, when
No,
things
wait a
fall
minute.
through the
Surality,
atmosphere.
I don't think this is okay because I think you're attempting to
I'm
have.
just gonna go back on mute.
No, dude. No, because this is relative to your point.
Yeah, but you could
All
have
I'm
waited for
saying,
me to finish before you
my
Well, you
interrupted.
friend,
could wait for her
no.
to finish her
Yeah,
sentences
so
without cutting her
I
off too.
waited
Go
for her to
ahead.
finish. You know, I didn't
Hold on.
interrupt her at all.
Let
But
me
if this king
pardon.
wants to
I want
interrupt
to
me,
pardon it just
I'm
to
just gonna
say.
back away. You don't mute him. Like, come on, let him talk. I was
Yeah, you
conceding the
were in the
mic.
middle of a conversation with the person, so please don't tell me how to mod.
All right, my bad, bro. Pumpkin, where was we? Yeah. So you know, when we're just talking about the atmosphere, you know, we don't bring in containment as a prerequisite for
Well,
the
technically,
effects of.
it says if the weight of an object is less than the weight of the displaced fluid when fully submerged, then the object has an average density that is less than the fluid, and when fully submerged, will experience a buoyancy force greater than its own weight. So basically, it has to be submerged, which means that it has to be contained.
I don't think so. I don't think you can conflate submergence with containment. But I agree with everything else you said. But okay, go ahead, man.
I mean, you like that's the meaning of the word enveloped, right? Like envelope. Like when something's submerged, it's contained.
No, it's not. It's just submerged. That isn't containment. But I agree with everything you've said. But in that, you know, nice explanation you gave for how something becomes buoyant, containment isn't mentioned in there. You know, so I don't.
I disagree.
If things are able to, you know, sink and float within mediums,
Well,
why does containment suddenly become a prerequisite for that?
because it has to have density, and to have density, you need a container.
Why? Why do you need a container to all of a sudden have density? Like,
Okay.
where in any gas law or, you know, whatever does it say that a container is needed to have density?
Well, I mean, just look at water. All right, you know, like we have water in the air, right? But you can't say that you're submerged in water unless it's being contained. It always fits its container, and it always finds its level in its container.
I have concrete. Do I have density? But do I have a container?
I think it depends on how saturated it is.
It doesn't depend on anything. I can have a block of concrete, no container. I can still have density.
I thought you were talking about the accumulation of water on concrete.
No, concrete itself. I have concrete, a concrete block. I don't have a container. I have density.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's already like self-contained because it's solid.
So you can still have density without a container.
Like basically it can't be submerged. Like I mean, I guess it could be submerged in water, but
Or
nothing
in
can be
air,
submerged.
right?
Yeah, or in air, exactly. It like all this stuff is submerged in air, everything around you is.
Yeah. But we agree that submergence and containment aren't the same thing, and
Well,
basically, there's no law of physics
I
or
just
law
want
of the
you to look
natural
up. Is there
world
arguing
that.
against me that you can
Hey,
have gas
lady, you were
pressure
so
without a
rude.
container?
You know.
I'm sorry.
Can you
I grew
please
up that way. It's
Sorry,
hard
Miss
for me to
Pumpkin. Can
express
you
it. I'm
please
sorry.
wait until he finishes sentence? Then
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, just to summarize, Submergence and containment aren't the same thing, and there's no law of physics or law of the quote unquote natural world that says in order to have density, you need containment. I mean,
according to you.
that's just, well, if you feel there's a natural law or law of physics that says this, could you share it with us?
I mean, I told you what I thought, and you said, no, I don't agree with that. And then you told me,
Obviously.
therefore, it means what you think it means, and I told you what I think it means. So, therefore, we are at an impasse.
Not necessarily. I mean, you gave your opinion on it. I don't agree with it. But what I'm asking for now is your opinion backed up by some sort of physical or natural law? Or is it just your opinion? If it's just your opinion, I respect it, but I don't agree
No,
with
dude.
it.
All right, what I would tell you is that I think no physicist would argue with me that you need a container to have gas pressure.
But we're not talking about gas pressure, Lee. We're talking about density. And
Yeah,
you made the claim that in order to have density, you need containment. I want to
No, I
know.
didn't make any claim. You asked me to make that claim over and over and over.
I didn't ask you to make that claim. I asked you a question, and you affirmed that that is the view you hold. And you did state those words. Those were your own words. That you need
Right.
containment to have density. And the examples you gave was how in school, whenever you were taught about density, it was like in those glass columns, those density towers. That was the example you brought up. So this is your claim, and these are your words. And I'm just asking, is that your opinion, or is there a natural law or a law of physics that backs this?
This is a strange line of questioning. Because this is your idea that you're asking me to confirm, and I don't know even what you seem to mean by it, because our opinions clearly differ.
Definitely. Our opinion is definitely different, but I'm questioning your opinion, man. I've already, put it out there that I don't agree with you. But what I want to
And
know is your opinion backed by any law of physics or any quote unquote natural law?
here says, if the fluid has a surface, such as water in a lake or the sea, in a lake or the sea, the object will float and settle at a level where it displaces the same weight of fluid as the weight of the object. If the object is immersed in the fluid, such as as a submerged submarine or air in a balloon, it will tend to rise. If the object has exactly the same density as fluid, then its buoyancy equals its weight. It will remain submerged in the fluid, but it will neither sink nor float, although a disturbance in either direction will cause it to drift away from its position. An object with a higher average density than the fluid will never experience more buoyancy than weight, and it will sink. A ship will float, even though it may be made of steel, which is much denser than water, because it encloses a volume of air, which is much less dense than water, and the resulting shape has an average density less than that of the water.
I agree with everything you've just read, but no way does it say that in order to have density, you need some sort of containment. So my question still stands.
It
What is this?
actually did. It
Did
said,
it? Where?
if the fluid has a surface, such as water in a lake or the sea.
Okay, but what's that got to do with containment? I don't understand, man.
It's being contained if it is in the lake or in the sea. It is being contained. The
But
water
it's not.
is being contained.
Ships float
Yes,
on top of the surface of bodies of water. I don't know how a ship, which is a clear example of something being less dense than the medium is being contained by the water if it's on its
Well, you're
surface.
saying because it's not contained in the upward direction?
No, I'm saying because it's on the surface of that body of water, it's not being contained by the body of water.
Well, as
I
soon
agree
as
with
it
Pumpkin.
enters into the body of water, then it is being contained by the body of water.
But it's on its surface, man. How is it being?
Yeah, it just said it displaces the air and makes it less dense because it's now combining its steel density with its air density.
I agree with Pumpkin, man.
Well, what do you? I agree with everything she's been reading just now, but her interpretation
Everything she
of
said.
that. Yeah, she said what she's reading. I agree with it, But then to go from that to now come to the conclusion that you need containment to have density, I don't see how she's making that leap. Could you explain it, Kosha?
I mean, I said I agree with her, so I agree with everything she said. She's
Okay.
arguing with you, so I'm gonna let her do it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, somebody's
But
calling me. Hold on.
all right. But Pumpkin, if a ship is on the surface of a body of water, and because that ship might, have hollow parts in it where air is being collected, which makes it more buoyant when compared
Mhm.
to the body of water it's on, that ship isn't being contained by the water. It's just more buoyant because it's less dense than the water, right? Its molecules aren't as compact together as the molecules of the water. There's hollow spaces in it, which allows it to float. But if it's floating on the surface of the water, it's less dense than the water. It is
Right.
thus more buoyant than the water it's on. How is the water containing it if the ship isn't fully submerged within the water? Like the majority of the ship is above the water. That isn't containment, but it's buoyancy. So how are
Well,
you linking containment with buoyancy in this situation?
let me ask you: when you float in water, you toes up, float.
Uh-huh.
Where will you go?
I'll just
I would say you're
remain
on
at
a river.
rest on the surface of the water.
Say you're on a river. Where will you go?
Uh-huh. Wherever the current is flowing towards.
Wherever the current takes you.
Yeah.
Okay. It
Uh-huh.
has you. You are
Uh-huh.
enveloped in it.
I'm not though, because most of the front of me is outside of the water. I'm floating on its surface, so I'm not
Your
enveloped or
argument would be
contained by
better
the
if you
water.
were saying that a bird wasn't contained because it could fly away, but a human definitely would be contained, and so would a ship.
Then I don't know. Maybe you have a new age interpretation of what containment is. I don't know.
No, I think you're just not thinking about it as abstractly. You just have to understand what it truly is to be enveloped by a thing, what it truly is to be contained by a thing. They're the same thing, man. When something has you, it has you. When you're in it, you're in it.
But I'm not in the water. I'm on
And
its
we're literally
surface, man.
talking about the relation between two things, and one thing has to be in containment. Okay, the water has to be in containment, and the other object has to be contained within that other object, or at least be interacting with it, so it has to be somewhat submerged in it.
But it's not fully submerged. If you're floating on the
Because
surface of
it's not
water,
dense. It's floating because it's not as dense as the water.
I agree with you. I agree with you right there. But if I'm floating on the surface of the water, I'm not fully submerged in it. I'm not locked within this body of water. It's not limiting me or containing me. So
What if?
containment and buoyancy have no relation, man.
No, disagreed.
Do you not get this, Nate? Come on, man.
Well, if you I don't know. I don't know.
Jesus Christ, man. I used to think I was learning from this guy.
Yeah.
Now I'm realizing I don't know shit, dude.
Yeah, but I mean,
he
if
doesn't know.
you
He
if you
doesn't know
if you
shit.
agree with her, maybe
No, I'm starting from
oh,
square one, dude. I'm not in no position to teach anybody anything.
you're brand new today.
Well, today is my birthday. I wasn't kidding when I said that.
Ooh, happy birthday!
Happy
How old
birthday,
are you?
man.
Don't even believe him. He's lying.
I do. Okay, it's true. I'm not a liar, but I usually do lie
I
about
will
my.
always believe him on that because my birthday is April Fool's Day, and I can't tell
Hey.
you how many people have not believed it was my birthday.
It's actually my birthday too. What the heck?
Oh, happy birthday as well,
What?
man.
Now I have
Whose
heard
birthday is it
Actually, it's
also?
my birthday as well. It's fucking crazy.
Artrexis
Oh,
lives.
Texas. Oh, that's what's up,
It's
man.
today, April 26, 1985.
That's right.
Yay.
It's
I'm
this
June
4 years, 1,461 days before me.
Wow.
Yeah, lady, you lucky these guys came in and saved you. You know, like I was crushing you, but we'll
Oh,
deal with this
Wow,
another day.
dude.
I mean, I
Yeah.
don't.
Oh man.
I
Can you imagine
Yeah.
having to say that? Can you imagine having to say it to somebody, dude? Hey,
What do you
lady,
mean?
you're lucky. There's these guys came in to save
Yeah.
you.
Oh,
What were you gonna
Isms.
do,
you're
man?
lucky there were men
Isms.
Well,
in the
coach.
area.
What?
Never mind.
Those
What kind of
some
position are you
men
in to
kicked
say that,
your
man?
butt.
What? Like she knows. I mean, I had a tongue twisted, you know, jabber jawing, yapping. She couldn't put two words together.
You're
Oh,
That
me?
was a
projecting.
movie.
Yeah.
You're projecting, bro.
Yeah,
That's
but I mean,
busting your
clearly
chops, Nate.
she's not able to explain the link between containment and buoyancy, so we should just move on.
I think someone is not able to make that link.
Definitely a missing link here somewhere.
Yeah, clearly. But basically, if containment and buoyancy have nothing to do with each other, then you can have things falling within the atmosphere without there being some sort of containment. And the atmosphere itself could be held towards the Earth without there being some sort of containment.
But you're basing that off a false assessment, a false assumption
What is that assumption?
that buoyancy and containment have nothing to do with one another.
I don't know if that's an assumption. It just seems to be a
It is. We just went through.
fact of life.
Seems to be, because you've been told that that's what life is.
I mean, I've seen it. You know, I've floated on bodies of water, and
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not being contained by it.
Right. Yeah. Right.
yeah, sure, because it carried you around, didn't it?
Not really. You know, I was in a swimming pool. There was no current. You know, I was just floating on my back.
Swimming
Yeah,
is
sure.
something that you can only do when you're being contained. Am I right?
I don't think so. No, swimming isn't sinking, right? It's floating on the surface of
Well,
water.
I know that when water only comes up to my knees, I can't swim in it.
Yes, you can. What? Are you silly? Have you never swam like in the shallow side of a swimming pool?
No, I can't. I can't swim in 1.5 feet of water. Sorry.
Yes, you can.
She has
I mean,
breasts,
it's so
man.
easy. Yeah, but she
Forgetting
can
that we're
do
men.
it. She can swim on her backstroke, right? Like it's like being in a bathtub. You know, I mean, that water comes up to your
Okay,
knees, but you
okay,
can,
down to my ankles then. Whatever.
yeah, you can
He's
float in the bathtub, man. Like that was a silly thing to say, and you should
you're like
take
on
it
some
back.
Bugs Bunny physics
Um,
here, Nate.
Yeah. How about this, man? We'll do an experiment, Nate, because I'd love to
Uh-huh.
see that. How about this? We'll use you instead, so we don't have to put it on camera, but you do have to record yourself floating in the bathtub. I want to see how long you
Okay.
can float in the bathtub. I've never
In
heard of anybody doing
a
that.
really big bathtub. I could
no,
do
in a
it.
Hey,
little one.
no. I didn't say a real big bathtub. A
No, I
normal
said
bathtub.
1.5 feet. And you said, yeah, you can swim in that. You can float in that. So go ahead,
Yeah,
do it.
you can float in the shallow side of a swimming pool, like like a kiddie's
No,
pool
you
or
said a
something.
tub.
A bathtub.
Yeah.
All right. I don't think you'll float
Specifically,
for long, but you would float a bit.
has to be
He
longer
said
than
he
10
wants to see
seconds.
how long you can do it.
How long? I don't know how long.
Well, that's why you have to try, and we'll find out.
Yeah. What if I? Okay.
Good luck, man. You said you float. I don't believe you ever floated anywhere before. So
What if I did this? What if I was in a bathtub and I added, 2 pounds of salt to it? I would float.
or you use a float tank.
Yeah, something
Yeah,
like
it's
that. But
because
I
you've
could
made
float in a
Basically, just
bathtub.
salt water.
Yeah.
the water dense.
Exactly. But I'm not being
Float tanks.
contained by the water, but I'm less dense
Yes,
than it.
you
I'm floating
are.
in it.
Float tanks are contained, and so are bathtubs.
How are bathtubs contained? If I'm on the
Uh,
surface of the water of I like took some bath bombs and I threw them in there. Like I'm afloat.
Bath bombs will not make you float.
All right, not bath bombs, but what do they call it? Them salt crystals or whatever, them salt
This is
bath
too
things.
much.
I mean, I think you'd have to really, really put a ton of salt in there to make that work.
Yeah,
You
I
have
said 2
coffee
I'm
tons
just
of
today,
busting.
salt.
Travis. Your brain's dissolving. Nate, did you have chocolate today? I mean, coffee.
No.
You had your caffeine fix.
Hey man,
Yeah.
I'm busting your chops, Nate. But still though, bathtubs. I mean, if if you didn't need, if they didn't need to be contained, then there wouldn't be a tub. It would just be, I'm going to go take a bath. I'm just going to run the water. There's no bathtub, but it has to be contained. You have to be contained in it. So that's
Yeah,
my 2 cents.
there's walls to a bathtub, but it's not full contained.
The medium has to be contained.
I'm busting your chops, like I said, Nate. Just keep that in mind.
Medium has to be contained.
In order for yeah, but I mean, Pumpkin, if you ever find something that says you need containment to have buoyancy, please do share it. I'll be waiting.
You know what we need?
I mean, just go to the Wikipedia page and go of buoyancy and go down to density and read it.
Is that what you were reading?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's fair. It's a fair source.
it is. It is.
All of their sources are sourced.
All right, let me look for it. The Wikipedia page for what? Density or buoyancy?
For buoyancy. Go down to density.
Well, she read it to you. She already read that to you.
Yeah, but in what she read, no way was the word containment mentioned or the need for containment
It talks about
extrapolated or emphasized.
in the very definition.
Definition of? So I just looked for, Control F for contain and containment, and this is like they mention it once in this whole page.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not the way she's emphasizing it.
What way is it using it?
So if you go all the way to the bottom, the see also section, you talk about a Galileo thermometer. It's a thermometer containing several glass vessels
There
of
you go.
varying density.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess we forgot how synonyms work.
Yeah, but a Galileo thingy is just a density tower. Yeah, that's all.
A density tower? You mean a test tube?
You can call it a
Whoa.
test tube.
A density tower, and that was what included the word container, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to reach and
No,
go like that.
no, there's not a problem with reaching. It's one of our gifts as ballers and globers. But I do have to say though, I think it is necessary that we come up with a better way to express the containment that our atmosphere is doing, because whether it's the oceans, let's say that we had a complete water ball and there's no land, the water would then be subject to the same explanation that we're claiming the atmosphere is being contained by, which is no walls. It's a boundless but limited space, right? Which seems contradictory, but because it's a sphere, it's bounded by itself. You know what I mean? Like on the walls, like its walls are itself basically, which is it's just weird expressing it like that. So I wonder if there's a better way to express how
that is
how
weird.
the stuff's contained.
Like I wouldn't involve or evoke the word containment there anyway. But I mean, I get what you mean, but I agree with you. To bring up the word containment there, it's weird.
Yeah, but it's true though. But let's say that gases. So like, let's say because I had this conversation with Jeremy about weighing gas, and he's like, "Oh, and even if I used a plate, he says all plates have upturned edges or still a wall, so it's contained or whatever." So regardless, it is true that without any sort of walls, the gases have an avenue to go even lower, so they fall off the plate. But that's alleviated when you have like a round object like a ball, because like I said, the walls, it's still required, but the walls are itself basically, if that makes sense. So it's like, I mean, but you don't agree, Nate, with expressing it like that? Like it's not contained with walls that are also itself?
I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying. You know, it's just it would be weird to use the word containment in that situation. You know, when the thing itself is acting like a container, it would be weird to call it a container. You know?
Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know though. Like I said, that's how I was saying we have to come up with
Why would it be
the way
weird?
of expressing that. So what?
You said the thing itself is acting like a container, so why would it be weird to call it a container?
Because in common parlance, something doesn't contain itself; it's being contained by something else, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well, what's true is it doesn't need an upward container because you can measure gas like in a tank, like a tank without a lid on it, like a sulfur hexafluoride.
You check out the word,
Mm-hmm.
check
You
out the
don't
word
need a
confinement in the dictionary. What does the word confinement mean?
To be limited is something like that.
Yeah, it's like how it's the word we should be using right now rather than containment.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but aren't we a container ourselves?
Yeah, we contain lots of stuff.
Yeah. But do
Words,
we
ideas.
right, but I mean
Yeah,
we
lots
contain
of
our
fluid.
cells, our blood, everything else. And so do we just limit ourselves to the skin as the container?
That is our biggest container for sure.
Yeah, like your skin acts as a container towards your blood, right?
Yeah.
But you wouldn't
Well,
say your blood is contained in itself, you know?
well, it's contained in arteries and veins. Our blood is actually further contained, but
Yeah,
our
okay.
skin, seals up everything all together.
Everything, yeah. All right, blood was a bad example. My bad.
I mean, confined is restricted in area or volume, cramped. Where
Well, honestly, guys, we're
so
such a complex
being
system.
in an
There's no part
area.
of us. There's no part of
Sorry.
us that isn't going to be contained because we're such complex creatures, in my opinion.
So being in an area or volume, pretty much, that's pretty much a container, regardless. It was an area.
So why wouldn't we
and
think this
containment the same
realm
thing?
is any less special than we are?
I mean, what's an area?
No, but a volume and confinement aren't the same thing because a confinement is a specific volume where it's restricting it. It's restricting that volume rather than because anything could take up any volume at any given time, but if that volume is constricted, then that's just it's like a specific
It
type of
becomes
volume.
dense enough to have a surface.
Yeah, but you have to use the word confinement because you claim to know the boundaries of our atmosphere, and you know the measurements exactly down to the millimeter.
But yeah, I would. I don't know about knowing measurements down to the millimeter, but I would use confinement in that sense. I wouldn't say containment though. But Pumpkin Patch thinks containment is the right word to use. So I don't know.
Hold on, I would say confinement is a subset of containment. No.
Ugh.
Actually,
I
you
would say
chose
they're
that
two
word
totally
yourself.
different things.
Can something be confined and not contained?
I think so.
It's in the definition, which is an area. It's an area.
Area or volume, yeah, right.
Yeah,
If
I
it's
guess
a 2D, then area.
Define or detain.
Is confined, surrounded, and contained has a lid on it?
All right, so I just Googled it. Apparently, the difference is confined is to mean you are not free to move, while contained is just restricted in space. But that's when they use as adjectives. When used as verbs, confined is just contained is the past tense.
They're both restricted in space, are they not? Because you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
oh well, you're not free to move about. Like it's the same thing.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, because you're like
if I'm
sequestered to a certain
confined, I
amount of
can't
space.
move at all. If I'm contained, I have movement within a restricted area of space or volume of space. Sorry.
I mean, no one said you were paralyzed.
I know. I'm just trying to show you what the difference is between confined and contained.
Well, it's just that I think you might be reading into it a bit because technically those two are the same thing. Like to be restricted where you don't have space, and then also being restricted in terms of how much space you have. Like one is more extreme than the other, maybe, but it's the same thing.
Okay, so I'm seeing somebody's answer on line on a website, and they're saying, which makes sense, that their two-part answer. One is that confined. Generally, they would mean the same thing, except confined really is only talking about like a living thing, like something that has the ability to, like it could leave if it wanted to normally, but if it's confined, it can't. Right. But whereas and then the second thing they said was like you could talk about people being on a bus, and it says they can be contained on a bus or confined on a bus. But if they're contained on the bus, they're free to go whenever they want. If they're confined on the bus, they can't leave. So even though they're contained in the bus, they're not confined to it.
I like that.
But I mean, in terms of buoyancy, it would still basically be the same thing because, like, I mean, unless you want to say it's the difference of being like melted into like jello as opposed to like being able to swim in water.
I don't know. I would just say neither apply to density, but to each their own.
What do you know?
How you swim in water definitely has to do with density.
Absolutely.
Definitely, but it has nothing to do with containment or confinement.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, just saying that doesn't make it true. Man.
We already went over the point.
Yeah, and you lost. So I
No,
think we should move on.
no one thinks that.
I don't think
She goes, no one thinks that.
yeah. It's probably the truth. I know I don't, and most other people aren't saying that they do. So you're in a league of your own, Mr. Nate, on this one.
Yeah, like how many times has this happened where I was the only one that didn't agree and I turned out to be
It's
right
almost like your ego needs a container or something like that.
Yeah, or else
Oftentimes,
is the weight gonna bring it back? Because I don't think it's gonna. Keeps growing, but it doesn't come back to Earth.
ooh.
Oftentimes,
Oftentimes there may be people that agree with you, Nate, but they're just too I don't know, whatever to speak up about it. But it is true. It is true. And now that Jace is here, I'm gonna go ahead and just turn coat, and I will go ahead and agree with you.
Yeah, so lady, even Kosho agrees with me now. So
Hey, well, no, not anymore. Once you made it obvious, then it's no longer like that one time where Witchit was arguing about the core of the Earth rotating or stopped rotating, or whatever, and then we found out it was just talking about super rotation, and you made it to where I was like, damn, I wish she was just right about it, because you're making me side with him now, because you were like, get on his case. You're like, you need to apologize, dude. You said it for like an hour.
I remember that.
We were arguing about it for a few hours. So
Yeah, we was, and he still didn't end up apologizing, did he?
well, no, but I mean, I think he might have it sort of, but I mean, that's not necessary. It wasn't necessary to me.
Yeah, he conceded a bit, but it wasn't a real apology.
I was telling Brian the other day about it, because before it, like, I came and told him that it was super rotation or whatever. Brian was just nonstop, like, feeding his ego for like 30 minutes and like telling him how he just defeated all of us and all this type of stuff. He was going on and on about it.
Yeah, by the way, I'm sorry if that was a little bit overboard what I said. I couldn't help but like link it back to what you were saying earlier about the density of air.
Well, what was he saying about the density of air?
He said
he's
it
not
comes
right
back
usually.
to Earth because it's heavy, not because it's dense.
Hey, real quick, they are so happy they got that one example. They caught Austin out, and he said if he's wrong, he's wrong. And then he did concede that he's probably wrong, but the way it was worded was
Yeah, it was misleading.
It was a little bit ambiguous.
I'm not
right?
knocking him for that.
But,
I'm not knocking him for that. I was knocking you for it.
But he was supposed to apologize,
Yeah.
Brian.
The other day,
I was
when
knocking
you were
Brian.
saying
I was knocking you for it.
Thanks, man. I've been listening for 2 hours. I come in to say one thing, bro, and you all just trample me. Never mind.
Sorry, Brian. Kosho, what the fuck, man?
I'm not really sorry, but I mean, I would stop my behavior. I'll not do it anymore. But
Someone
I
in
mean, I'm
here the
just
other
correct.
day said, "Was it a flat earther apology?"
Well, I mean, I just want to say, like, I wasn't saying anything about Witsit. I mean, I wasn't. Each time I brought that up, it was not in reference to what Witsit was doing, because, like I said, he did concede, and there's no fault for him. But I was bringing it up in the past because of what you were doing, Brian, and I was bringing it up just now because of what Nate was doing.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
thought that was my point, is that he's willing to concede if he's wrong. You
Sure,
know,
yeah.
if you're wrong, dude. And he's willing to concede. Like, y'all are never fucking, well, maybe not you, but Nate and Zanuck, like, they're never wrong, bro.
What?
They have no humility at all, man.
What?
Maybe not you either, Nate. I'll let you slide on
Yeah,
this
you
one.
guys used
But
to
you,
call
y'all
me
know
the man of
y'all know the people I'm
concession.
talking about. The
Oh,
types.
I think that's an everybody thing. It's not. It's not that nobody ever concedes, or that some people concede and other people, one side doesn't. It's that everybody, when they get caught up in the shit, people can think of a time when they were less. Like they look back on it and like, yeah, I guess I could have done that, but they can see they were in their emotions and they were caught up in the argument, the ego. But it's not a consistent one side or the other side does it, and the other side doesn't. So.
But here's what Kosho does, right? So Kosho's slick if you think about it, because the way he does it is he'll kind of concede, and go along with shit. But then if he's talking to somebody else, like he's got like a real short memory, like just a perfect example, the Discovery and the Hemorrhoid thing. Like I went through a lot of, it took me 30 minutes to pull that shit and put them next to each other and all that. And he conceded, he's like, yeah, that couldn't, that's the same angle, I'd have to look
You
into
want
that
bet?
shit, it was
You want to bet
Dio
$5,000?
oh my God. About what? What are we betting about?
Well, I'm about to correct you for the same thing I corrected to you in the past. That the thing you're criticizing right now. I'm going to go ahead and show you that I'm validated, because again, you said Himawari, but this had nothing to do with
Whatever it
Himawari.
was, bro. Discover. It was Discover.
Right. It was the Discover and also the one that orbits the moon. But
Epic.
you said it. You said
I mean,
it earlier,
wait,
like
that is the Discover.
yeah, you said it earlier as Himawari and the Epic, and that's why I just
Yeah,
corrected
but what
that.
I heard was Discover. So I wasn't really pointing out the Himawari. We've already killed that. I mean, 10 times over. But when dude just said that the Discover, the Epic Discover takes photographs like every 10 minutes. It goes Discover, whatever he said, and we've already showed bullshit with that, dude. And maybe it wasn't the Himawari, but it was one of their
Cassini?
satellites a million miles away, right? And it was the
Oh,
same
yeah.
picture.
Yeah, it was one that was orbiting the moon, like from a different country, and then it was the Epic Discover, and I forgot exactly what your evidence was, but you showed that it was the same exact picture, but the truth is, it just happened to be a picture that thing took of the Earth, which just so happened to be in the same same direction as the Epic Discover was taking the picture, because the pictures aren't identical, but they
So you're
are.
going back. Yeah, they're identical, right?
They're not identical, as I said.
No, they're damn near identical, bro. There's no way from a million miles. Even if you zoomed in, you'd had the moon, bro. We've been through bro. I'm not going over all this again.
And
I'll
they
just
both
post it
had
and let
Michelin
everybody
Model
decide for
XJV
themselves.
346 tires on them. Identical. Thank you.
Okay. What's her name? Anyways, it doesn't matter. The point is, Marissa Tomei, that's what it is. No, but Brian. Yeah, right. The Epic Discover. No, because I remember looking at it, Brian, and I think there's about a 90-minute window. So there's 90 minutes between each picture of the Epic Discover, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's less than 90. Regardless, yeah, it is less than 90. So it's more like 80 minutes in between every picture from the Epic Discover. And so it makes sense that if there was a picture taken from another spacecraft that same day, that it's going to look somewhat similar, which it only looks somewhat similar to the other picture. Which, yeah, if it's in the same direction as it, then why wouldn't it? But I guess that would have to be, that would be a coincidence if it was coming from the same direction. Let me consider that for a minute. You know, when we talked about this, I never even thought about that, or you never brought that up either. Because it's true that it would be a similar picture, but it would be odd that the moon just happened to be on the same side as the sun at that exact moment.
I bet you
What do
Pumpkin
you
could beat Nate at basketball too.
What?
I bet you could beat him at basketball too.
I
Like horse, yeah.
wish. No, I'm not a sports person.
All right.
You can tell.
I play Dungeons and Dragons. That's my thing.
I'm just trying to trigger him.
Oh.
Wow. There's like enough D&D to get like a FE D&D.
There is an FE D&D.
There.
No.
What?
Really? Why?
Yeah, there's.
But
No,
yes.
there's two.
Well-
I know two dudes who do like legit D&D. And there's a server for it. But yeah, Arwen does, and so does our boy Paragon.
And your Veach friend doesn't he?
Oh yeah.
Who's Godric? Yep. Place is thick with D&D players. I had enough.
I play, but I'm not as serious as other people. Oh yeah, and Michael Smith. Yeah, Dattlemon.
My husband is a dungeon master, and he's been doing it since he was 15. So that's 21 years now.
Oh, you're married.
Yeah.
Your D&D profile's married also?
Louis Kosha said
Now,
True.
now
No,
is, she
just-
still,
I was listening.
is she still right about containment?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's an attack on his intellectual credibility, Left Lane. It's terrible. It's like saying his opinions rise and set with the rising and setting of other things. Terrible.
Oh yeah. So
Whoa,
tell
whoa,
me,
whoa! Is your
what do y'all
husband a
think-
flat earther?
He always told me not to call him that. He basically just says usually he doesn't know what shape the earth is, but I don't know, lately he's been talking more like a flat earther, so I take that as a good sign.
That's good.
We discovered flat earth together, but then we went through some like really dark shit, and it kind of put him off it for a while.
Okay.
Yeah. I used to be big in conspiracy theories, and like all throughout my, later teenage and adult life or whatever, I would always have different phases where I was like I'd be deep in the news, and then I'd get deep into conspiracy, and then it would get so dark, I just stayed away from both of them. I would just like, cycle through that like every couple of years. But yeah, you get to a dark point, and you kind of just move away from it because the conspiracies get too deep.
Well, our son died.
Yeah. Okay, never mind.
Oh
I'm sorry to hear
damn!
that.
We don't have to go there.
Yeah, we were
sorry to
getting
hear
into some deep stuff, but it was just a really big challenge in our lives.
I
So
understand.
yeah, and we were still like building a family too. We've had like 4 kids, and I have 2 kids now. Basically, my last one was stillborn. So, but the point is, I have 2 healthy kids now, but they're starting to get a little bit older and stuff. So I'm a little bit busy. But basically, our lives were like pretty much super chaotic for a while.
I bet. Again, sorry to hear that, but I guess, my story doesn't really relate with that. But
No, it's okay. You can keep talking. I swear. Like, I don't mean to shut down conversation when I
no,
say
no,
this
no,
stuff.
yeah. No, there's no need to apologize.
Yeah.
So what were you gonna say then?
Well, no, like I said, just
You ever been
I
water skiing?
used to be.
I don't know. Just to totally change the topic. Sorry.
Ever been what?
Water skiing? I don't know.
It relates.
Do y'all do Dungeons and Dragons in real life, or do you do it like online?
Yeah, we always do it in real life because we have friends. Actually, one of our 2 friends who we always play with just moved to California. So that sucks. But yeah, so we've been playing in real life this whole time. We've never played online.
Well, because I used to have that board game. Like it's not the legit full out, where you have to build your character up and everything. But my friend was trying to get me into it, and he was like showing me his little figure, and like you get like the figure designed and everything. So there's a huge backstory, especially being a dungeon master. You have like a huge backstories that you're just like. I mean, that's what I would do if I was playing. I would be the dungeon master. It was like the most fun position.
Yeah.
I've got a 12-sided die. I've got a Dungeon Master's Guide.
We missed it earlier.
What you say, Jace?
You missed the conversation earlier.
What was it?
It was basically SC Montreal spiraling over evolution.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say you missed an evolution talk. I think it was yesterday. Yeah. What specific? Oh, who was it? I was talking with somebody about it yesterday, and I think it was Jeremy and maybe somebody else. But yeah, it was. I don't know. It was kind of a basic one. I don't know what was it surrounded about today.
A whole bunch of things, right? Of course, Paul, or I think is Rags to Riches or whatever that guy is. I think he was talking to. He was a little bit, at least, more trying to stick to one topic and be coherent, but yeah, it was all over the place. It started with the first cell and how did that form, so abiogenesis. Then when I went, into explaining what's known about that process, then we had to jump back to planetary formation and stellar nucleosynthesis and Big Bang nucleosynthesis, and then we jumped to how proteins were formed in the first cells, and it's like they weren't.
That was interesting about
all over
you.
The place.
Yeah, you being in the conversation. Like usually people will stray away from abiogenesis, but you actually have evidence of, the components of it, which most people don't.
The last about 20 years, I mean, there was some stuff known about it before then, but from about 2000, a little after 2000 onwards, an entire field of science, developed around it, and thousands of people have been researching it, and so a lot of stuff has been discovered about it.
You know a fair bit about DNA too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, because yes, we were talking about yesterday. Yeah, we were talking yesterday about how we know we came from, we and chimps came from the same ancestor, and I was just bringing up like if you give somebody enough DNA and give them your DNA and somebody else's DNA, they could tell you whether or not you guys are brothers, for example. So if they can tell that you guys share a similar mother or father, they can tell if you share a similar grandparent. There stands to reason that they can tell if you share a similar ancestor, some time ago, right? You'd have to have enough data though to do that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's similar. It's basically the same thing. It's a more thorough and more complicated paternity test, right? Like the level of confidence you would have in a paternity test, these genomic ancestry tests, I guess you could call them, they're more confident than just your standard run-of-the-mill paternity test.
Right, because they just look at, they look to see if there's like a specific part of it matches, right? But you're talking about like one they look at like the whole set.
Yeah, so like say you're comparing two species, right? It doesn't have to be humans and another species. You can just compare two arbitrary species. You're looking for sequences that coding sequences, so open reading frames that code for proteins, right? And you're looking for the homology of those or the similarities in those, and you want to look for multiple of them, not just one. And you're looking at, like, you'll have a control of just one of the genomes, and there's some very like standard things about it that you can compare with another genome. There's very specific mutations that can be compared. And then you're also comparing the non-coding. You're taking portions of the genome as well that don't code for things, right? And you're looking for, because those would have no function really if you can do some analysis and some experiments to figure out if the region you're looking at has any function or not. And if it doesn't, then you would think that they shouldn't have the same kind of divergences and the same kind of homologies, but between a lot of species they do.
Yeah, a lot of terms. Oh, you know what? I bet you why he brought it up, because they were on a victory lap last night because of something that Kool-Aid said, which they kept getting it wrong. I couldn't get to the mic, but he said something about I can't remember the word, but he said that an offspring is always going to have the same some word as their parent, and he said that that's the law of that same word. I just forget what the word was.
The law of monophyly, right?
Yeah.
So what the law of monophyly it means is that every organism is just a modified version of whatever its ancestors were, right? Because evolution is summarily defined as descent with inherent genetic modification, right? So a good analogy that I like to use is like, so a woman has a maiden name of Smith, and she gets married to a guy with the name of, say, Kelly as a last name, right? And so she can't then go around and say, oh, I'm not a Smith, I'm a Kelly. Like, no, it doesn't work like that. You don't grow out of your ancestry, right? Just because your name changed doesn't mean you're no longer a Smith. And then her children can't say, well, I'm not a Smith, I'm just a Kelly. No, you are a Smith. You don't grow out of your ancestry. That doesn't make any sense. So any organism that evolves is just a modified version of whatever its ancestors are, and that is the law of monophyly. So what that means is that humans didn't evolve from monkeys, or humans didn't evolve from apes, right? That would be a violation of the law of monophyly. Humans are apes. We are still apes today, right? That's what the law of monophyly is saying. We're in the taxonomic superfamily Hominoidea. We're in the taxonomic family Hominidae, right? So we are apes. We have all those suite of characteristics that you use in taxonomy to identify an ape. We have those characteristics as well. Now, we're not a basal
you
ape.
might be an ape.
We're a more diversified ape, but we're still apes nonetheless.
The Quran says that God turned certain men into apes. Like he basically cursed the people with turning into apes. And also he turned other people into pigs.
That's
So
weird.
maybe their DNA is related to ours and ours isn't related to theirs. You know what I'm saying?
Devolution. We are not men, we are Devo. What do you think, Jace? Possible?
Say what?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Quran says we're apes. What?
No, she
It
said the
says we're pigs.
Quran. She said the Quran said that God turned certain people into apes or whatever.
What's that? What's the similarity between chimpanzees and humans? They say 90 what percent?
It's 98% when you're comparing the coding sequences, the open reading frames that are subject to purifying selection, aka evolution. And then it drops down to 94 to 96% when you compare when you add in the non-coding regions as well.
Is that not a possibility well, okay. Hmm.
Okay.
What do you do comparative between like a horse and a donkey? What are the similarities with those? You probably don't have them in your back pocket, but
Yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head.
But would you imagine it's a similar profile, like a difference?
Yeah, probably.
Is it you're saying that's because of mutations over generations that this occurs, or you're saying that like have humans evolved and chimps have evolved from something like that was more primary to both? You're saying, and then
Yeah,
so there would be like, are there?
Go ahead.
I don't know. Well, like, are there chimps that or species of that don't exist any longer because they were evolved from like of apes or just at some branch? I don't know.
Yeah, so right, the lineage that led to chimpanzees and the lineage that led to humans, our common ancestor, last universal common ancestor between us, is estimated between 6 and 8 million years ago. And so that's when we diverged, right? We didn't like go from, there was some species back then. It's gonna work. There was some species back then, and then like all of a sudden humans emerged and chimps emerged. That's how it happened, right? There was a line of species, a lineage, one that branched into our lineage that turned into modern day humans, Homo sapiens, and then there was an opposite line or another line, another lineage that had an array of species leading up to chimpanzees, and the candidates for that last common ancestor between us are species like Sahelanthropus ticharensis and Auroran tuganensis and Ardipithecus ramidus. Those are the three kind of candidates for the type of organism that was our last shared ancestor.
Okay. It's a chin wagger. I don't know, man.
Right, and a lot of times things get confused. Like you have to understand that we're not looking like right for a direct ancestor, or at least we're not going to make that claim because, you know, in science, what you say today, you want to make sure is also true tomorrow, or else that's going to cost you some credibility. So if you name something as a direct ancestor between, you know, two species, a past species and a um, more present or a present species, and then someone else comes along and finds something that fits the bill even better for a link in between the two species, then that's going to cost you credibility. So what is named is just organisms that had the traits that would be expected, but we don't say, you know, with 100% certainty that they are a direct ancestor. We say they're a candidate for an ancestor.
Guess Jace messing around with some canids right now.
Yo.
You playing around with the dogs?
Yeah, I'm walking my dog. Good old Canis lupus familiaris.
Yeah, I'm working on this idea of hybridization replacement for some of these changes of kind or whatever people will be talking about. I've been thinking about this for a long time, Jace, though, anyway. Ever since the Isle of Dr. Moreau. You know. Still there?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of these species seem like they are just stable hybrids of other species, aka duck-billed platypus. That's on the suspect list right there. We'll say maybe kangaroo as well. You know, maybe that's like a deer and a rabbit getting it on. Hard to say.
True. It is hard to say.
A
Guess
lot
you'd
of
have to breed those things.
I was talking to someone who's a who does pet things for a living, and I was just like, well, right now, like how many dogs are trying to unsuccessfully have babies with cats right now? I mean, there's like a constant rate of that, like the rate of the speed of light or something like that. No, it's never going to work out. Nobody's like, oh yeah, I've got a cat dog. Maybe that's just a combination that doesn't work out, but maybe there are the combinations that do work out. You know, based on some kind of system, you know, of inheritance and compatibility. But it seems like really desperate species possibly can also find a meaningful offspring. Possibly, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been species that have been hybridized before. Typically in captivity is when it's more often successful. It's, you know, species that typically wouldn't want to breed in the wild sometimes will when in captivity, but they have to be, you know, genetically close enough to be compatible with each other.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of these. Well, I think there's a lot of claims that the hybrids won't work out. That there's maybe like some, I don't know, resistance to accepting that it's a possible alternative method to development of species or diversification of species. But I guess that also could be like that there's, you know, one divided branch, and then those things come back together and become something newer than them. And they both kind of co-update each other's information. That's possible. I think there's like other cases too, like, you know, wherein like multiple intercourses are going on, and there's some kind of like crossing up of that information somehow. I'm not sure, but I think you could point to like a lot of different case scenarios where you'd have cross speciation.
Yeah, yeah, I've definitely heard of a few, but I think there's some of the hang up is on the ethics side of things, like, you know, depending on what species you're trying to breed together, you know, there could be some ethical concerns that you may have to you know,
Well,
try to overcome.
Well, I think it would just be recentering the idea of it that life is like a kind of a chimeric process, rather than it being this linear progression. You know, but linear progression does happen, but you know the major shifts are going on because of I'm not sure. I find it interesting. I was thinking, I always think back to this one cat I almost let my ex adopt, you know, and it was a crazy looking black cat, very normal black cat, but having basically 5 fingers on the front paws. There's like 2 sets of hands. And I've seen different polydactyl cats and stuff like that. Kind of fascinated by polydactyl cats, but like legit had like little hands, you know? And polydactylity is passed on and stuff. I don't know if it's stable though. Will it pass on 5 fingers to its offspring? Will they have 7, 14? Who knows, right? This stuff gets crazy. But it's because of inbreeding that even occurs. And it's possible that through like inbreeding and a combination of these other things that, you know,
we had a female cat. Oops,
say again?
We had a female cat with 5 fingers, and it had a batch of kittens. And this is a long time ago, dude. This is probably 25 years ago. And all its kittens had no, what am I talking about? It had like an extra toe, like 6, 5 or whatever. However many they got, it had an extra one. And
like
all
an
its
extra.
kittens
This one had like a little hand. Yeah.
Yeah, looked like a little mitt.
It grabbed my finger. Like a cat's paw, a regular cat's paw can kind of do that with the claws. They try to extend it, but this one just had like
these didn't look like fingers, bro. But it just had an extra finger or paw, whatever, extra fucking toe, whatever they're called.
Right,
but they didn't look like fingers. You talking about like raccoons? Like raccoons got little hands and fingers and shit. You talking about like that?
Right, dude. Yeah, it had like some raccoon type hands, and maybe it's possible that it had Maine Coon back in its line. You know, Maine Coon's supposed to be some part of this Manx gene. I'm kind of exploring this idea that they're just like some kinds of genes that are parts of an animal's genetics that are capable of like fusing other species to it somehow. I don't know.
Hey man, I don't know. I don't know if this interests
Like
you,
as in
but
like yeah, go ahead.
in Japanese mythology, there's two specific creatures that have the ability to shapeshift into other animals, and it's always, and like no one ever pushes the boundary. It's always either the fox or the raccoon, or they call it a tanuki.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Just something to let you know.
Yeah, the raccoon is a often used like animal in old Japanese folklore for sure. Because it's got like human-like qualities. It's like it can get into trouble, basically.
It's hands. Their hands are.
The devil's
It's fun
lightning.
watching them do stuff with their hands. Like they got little hands.
Yeah.
And then the
Yeah, I mean,
fox is known for being a trickster, right?
Train him to arm wrestle.
It's like that Rocket Raccoon from Guardians of the Galaxy or something like that. You could imagine like if it just had the ability to have a smarts and talkie, it could like interface with our world, you know. So it's an interesting thing. But they're not developing brains, you know, great brains, you know what I mean, for communication to us anyway. Maybe they have their own. Like, do you wonder about like the consciousness of other animals and their communication? I mean, I think we just consider that a lot of animals aren't capable of like higher perception. You know,
Dude, it is crazy to think about because they compare it to like say like 2 or 3-year-old kids, but dude, dude, they're more mature. It's like a different kind of. I don't think you could compare it to kids because maybe the kids can be trained better, like 3-year-olds or something, but it's a different kind of fucking intelligence. Like I don't know, it's just not comparable to me. They're smarter in so many ways than the more trainable kids, you know, but they seem to be I don't know, man.
I don't know. Maybe like if you didn't, if our parents weren't here to train us, we were all just like wild children, right? We wouldn't be able to sit down and play Dungeons and Dragons, right? No way.
Well, plants have some pretty interesting ways of communicating, especially like molecularly, where like they'll have some, you know, you'd be in a forest and there'll be a portion of the forest where there's good nutrients and good soil and stuff. And so those plants will be sending out more like deaminate or more nitrogen containing and more phosphor containing breakdown products into, you know, the root and the water system in the forest for the plants in other regions or the trees in other regions to, you know, they'll detect those products, and it signals to them that, oh, it's coming from over here, and so the trees over there are making, you know, more, there's better soil over there because they're putting out a higher concentration of these nitrogen and
Yeah, I've
phosphorus
heard of that.
containing breakdown
Dude,
products, and they'll
check this out. Oh, sorry.
last I was gonna say they'll, you know, they employ mechanisms to have their offspring, you know, their next tree or next plant be closer to that region.
I wonder if they like trick other tree. I don't know, like trick other species, or are they in harmony with all the species? But here, I want to say this, dude. I watched them spiders, them big furry fuckers. They're smart, bro. I've seen two. I witnessed two accounts where, dude, it was crazy. I've said this before. It was a long time ago though, but I'm on a job and we broke out some concrete and stuff. So there was a trench, and there was broken out concrete sitting outside of the trench, and there was regular just flat concrete that we hadn't broke out yet. Right? We cut like a trench through to put bricks or whatever. But this spider comes out of this hole, and a fucking bird flies by on a wire, and I swear this wire was, man, it had to be about, I mean, it was the top wire, but it was across the street, so it was and from the driveway, it was probably about 60, 70 feet away on the top wire. This spider sees this freaking bird and hides behind a rock. And I'm over on the porch, dude. It doesn't even see me. I'm watching. If I'd had a camera, I'd have filmed this shit. And the bird's sitting there like it spotted it, so it's sitting there waiting to see movement. And the spider is just sitting there behind the rock, like it knows where the bird. It knows it hadn't flew off. And then the bird goes to get a different angle, like goes on the wire across the street, and the fucking spider like maneuvers around the rock, like fucking like playing hide and seek with this fucker, dude. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, dude, this motherfucker's seeing that bird from that distance, and it's cognitive about where the bird's heading to play hide and seek with the bitch. Like, it was really strange to see, bro. I'm not even giving the story any justice, man. It was crazy.
Yeah, man.
I hear you.
These animals out there, they're all trained soldiers. It's a battlefield out there. They know what they're doing.